Well, baby, it's not 4th of July without a little technical difficulties. Happy 4th to all, and this is Road Gang Radio. How are we doing over there, Brad Bentley and Jimmy Mack?
Hey, by the way, why are there no knock-knock jokes about America?
Tell us.
Because freedom rings, baby.
Hey!
Freedom rings. Freedom rings, man. By the way, our good friend Chowder says the grill is loaded with charcoal. The Sam Adams awaiting nightfall. Fireworks have been purchased. Hope you're following the rules we set up for you yesterday. And, well, all is aligned for launch. Backpack and fishing pole are ready for the day. Have a great show and a 4th to all and everyone out there in Road Gang Radio Land. Hashtag RGR. I said I'm fired up. Paul Starkey said, morning, Chowder. Our good friend Trucker Bosun says, morning, Mr. Starkey. Good night, John Boy. Good night, John Boy. Good night, John Boy. Good night, John Boy. Hey, Brad Bentley. Good morning.
Good morning.
I got another one for you. What did the Sons of Liberty wear at Boston Harbor?
I don't know what.
T-shirts, baby. T-shirts. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of them today, man. You need to buckle up. By the way, what does the Statue of Liberty stand for?
I don't know.
Well, because she can't sit. I mean, it's that simple, by the way.
She stands on business.
615-292-6366. If you take the last 4 digits, it spells what, Phone Master Dre?
Nemo!
Hey ho, Nemo. Happy 4th of July. Truckers and friends out there on the Tube of You, on the Book of Face, on the City of Otta. You like that? The City of Otta?
Ah.
It took me a long time to come up with that one.
It's probably the toughest for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Fast and Furious 365 over at RadioNemo.com. Hope you like Chowder, have your plans. By the way, a nice logistical layout there for us, Chowder. Really appreciate you, by the way. We had a great meal yesterday after the show, did we not?
Absolutely. Got our barbecue in early. The strategy basically was not to have to wait in line on the 4th of July, go the day before. It's a really
where we had to
popular
wait in
barbecue
line.
joint.
Yeah,
At the joint.
At the joint, popular barbecue joint at the joint. It was. I got to tell you, the place opened up at 11:30. You, Madison, and I, Phone Master Dre, had to stick around here. I don't feel too bad for him though, because his lady Chelsea was meeting him over here. She was going to make his way over here, and she did. And they got together and had their thing and did their thing, and that was pretty tech-spectacular. They did their thing. And we had to go wait in line over at the joint. And people were there at 11 o'clock in the morning, waiting for the 11:30 open.
Yeah, I think we were probably the 4th or 5th group in line. But they served us pretty quick. Had their ribs, which is the best thing on the menu.
And ran out.
For sure. Yeah, we had to be somewhere else.
We ran out. They ran out.
They ran out of ribs. Absolutely.
I mean, literally.
They serve till they're done.
Remember, we actually got our ribs, and what was so terrific about it, Brad, they turned to me. They turned to the person at the counter, and they said, she said, we're down to 2 ribs. And he turned and he went, we're down to 1 rib. And she's like, why? I said, these guys just ordered the second to last set of ribs. And I was convinced somebody was going to walk in there and be like, do you got the? No, bye. I think somebody did that while we were there. So we had a single rack of ribs and barely got through it with 3 people. We had double order mac and cheese. We had a pint of mac and cheese and a pint of pork and beans. And then we all split a piece of pecan pie, and we got ourselves going and got ourselves started and had ourselves a hell of a day. After that, you, Madison, and I went over to the place that we have talked to and a place we have talked about. I got a chance to see all the improvements done over at the Bastion community, which is a remarkable place. I use that word too much, but in the case of Bastion, it's absolutely true. What are they building over there? They're building something else. So the community is there. The men and the women who have suffered traumatic brain injuries and a lot of traumatic injuries from the war on terror, they live there in a very community-based community. But they're building something new. What is that?
Well, as you said, it's an intentional living community. It's 58 houses, about 130 people in the community, but they serve the larger New Orleans veteran community as a whole. 15,000 veterans in New Orleans, 2,000 of those have been identified to have some form of PTSD or TBI. And right now, their little central hub, if you will, is an office. They have a couple of treatment rooms. They have a small area with like a pantry. They do some music arts, a couple other things out of that. And they're just out of space. They need more space. So they raised the money and are building a new wellness center, which is going to give them, I think, 12 treatment rooms, There's room for physical therapy, bringing in a lot of clinicians from around the community, and just going to allow them to serve not only and engage their own community with more veterans in New Orleans proper, but just changes the game for
like
them.
you said,
Yeah.
15,000. And one of the things that he was talking about, this isn't a power grab or a centralization of services either. That's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening here. What's happening here is that he's creating a hub like in a video game, that you go to this place and find out where you can get those services. The thing that he talked about yesterday was the idea that people go to one place, don't get the answer they want, go to the next place, don't get the answer they want, and then go to the third place and get sent back to the first place. What he really wants to create there, along with having some services there, is a one-stop shop where when they tell you where you're supposed to go, you know exactly where you're supposed to be after that. And I think that is invaluable. They're also building the building around a tree.
Yeah, they wanted to leave some of the property intact, if you will. And New Orleans is one of those places after every hurricane where a lot of historic live oaks and different things get destroyed, unfortunately. And I really applaud them for doing that, to incorporate that into the design of that wellness center. Well done for them.
Yeah, and Madison got a chance to actually go over there yesterday. It's a pretty impressive place. I have to imagine as a filmmaker, Madison, to some degree, that there might have been the urge when you were there on location, doing the thing that you were doing, that you probably, wanted to kind of, take out a camera, take out a phone, and just start filming the situation.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing what they were doing. I really appreciated how they focused on the veterans' mental health, because, that's still taboo, unfortunately, in today's society when it really shouldn't be. And I thought he articulated it perfectly. When you go to something like boot camp, they completely strip you of your individuality. And when you're done with your service, you're expected to just reintegrate into society like nothing happened. And that's just simply not the case. So what they're doing over there is really awesome.
Yeah, and I also, and that it really, by the way, good get. Jackson would be pleased that somebody was actually paying attention to him. What was neat, though, was he talked about the idea of making sure that the men and women who were there understood that they had a mission, too. Mm-hmm. That, so much of it is like, well, take care of yourself. And he said, you come from an environment where you're supposed to suck it up and not do self-care. It's like, hey, guys, I got to sit out this assault.
Yeah.
I got to take, in order for me to take one for the team, I got to sit this one out. Mm-hmm. You can't do that. And so he really made an effort to kind of say, we need to reach these men and women at the sense of, you need to be here for this therapy because the people who are neighbors to you need you there for them. And it was constantly keeping them on mission, making it part of a purpose-driven life, which is what you guys do over there at Fastport, by the way. Brad would never do this. I have to do this. We're at the Fastport Studios, where they solve America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We have a regular caller, and we'll get to the phone call that we have here in a second. Diver Driver, our friend Jerry Bowers, who is a naval veteran, actually contacted me yesterday, and he said, hey, I need to know, how casual is casual for the thing on the 23rd? And I told him what I was going to wear. And he's like, great, see you there. So I'm repeating myself again. If you are a driver and find yourself in the neck of the woods for the 23rd, back me up here, Brad. We'd love to see you.
Absolutely, everybody. And I had that same conversation with several people yesterday. Said, is shorts acceptable? I said, it's New Orleans in July.
It's
You'll
mandatory.
Be fine
It's
wearing
mandatory.
shorts.
Let me tell you right now, if you show up in really thick cargo jeans or canvas jeans, God bless you. You're a sadist. I hope you're actually enjoying yourself rather than just simply suffering. Who do we got on the phones?
We have Mark from Kentucky.
So he's calling from Kentucky. Okay, Mark, here's your joke for the day. What did the lightning say to the fireworks?
That's a bang.
That's not bad, but he said, you stole my thunder. Yeah! Let freedom ring, baby. Let freedom ring. What is happening in Kentucky?
Yes, sir. Oh, nothing much. I'm a little out of my normal area as I head down towards Lebanon Junction with a load.
Lebanon Junction. By the way, that's the kind of place that could end up in a really good fictional story. I actually came up with a new location. I'm working on some fiction stuff right now. And I got a place called Pharaoh's Furnace. Oh. I'm really excited about that because there's an obsession in southern Ohio and northern Kentucky for actually adding stuff that's Egyptian. I'm not kidding. I mean, they have Egyptian stuff and like junctions and furnaces and all that kind of stuff. Go ahead.
I heard Lebanon Junction. What went in my head was Petticoat Junction, and now I've got me and Uncle Joe are moving kind of slow. I can't get it out. I got an earworm now.
I'll tell you this, man. I pick on Dave sometime and my father. I actually was at Dorignac's, which, by the way, is the greatest grocery store in the known universe. It has the biggest liquor store in the city of New Orleans. But my father was taking his sweet time in the line, and I finally turned to the lady, an older African-American woman behind the counter, and I said, "And that's Uncle Joe. He's a moving kind of slow at the junction." Petticoat Junction. Ow! What time do you get home, and do you get to see the lady today?
Oh yeah, I will. I just probably about 2 o'clock this afternoon. I'm about 40 minutes away from the delivery now, so it's halfway between Louisville and E-Town. So Elizabethtown is where I'm going. So
yeah. So what are you going to have to eat with the lady when you get home?
I have no idea yet. We are not doing any barbecuing, cookouts, or anything like that. I have no idea what she has planned for tonight. It'll be something.
Brad, let me tell you about Mark's wife, by the way.
All right.
Mark is a gentle member of the resistance. He's one of those guys. He's a reluctant warrior. He's there, and he understands that unrighteousness has happened, indignities have been delivered, and somebody needs to make a stand. His wife, on the other hand, is one of the most virulent, radical members of this. You know, as a matter of fact, there were the Sons of Liberty. If she could have been a member, she would have been a member of the Sons of Bitches of Liberty. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
And it's like Lindsay says with country and western, we need both kinds and we need all kinds. Right,
I mean, if I was going to make a list of the bomb throwers, Mark's wife would be at the top. Mark's like, well, that's not right. And her expression is, well, you know what? F those guys. I mean, that's basically Mark's wife in a nutshell. I got a chance to meet her at Matt's, by the way.
Well, I can say this because of your heritage and mine, Jimmy. Is any chance that she may be Irish?
Let me tell you something, man. There is a chance
No.
you could. No,
Okay,
there
all
is
right,
actually.
all right.
Actually, Mark, I'll make you laugh though. I went to an
Okay.
African American barber shop recently, and the lady who cut my hair, the African American woman, and I got completely lost in a conversation how much she loves Ireland, and then it turns out she's like, "Oh, my dad's Irish." We got completely in the weeds on it, and by the time it was done, I was trying to make plans with her to join her for the Pittsburgh Steelers game over in Dublin. Man, I'm telling you, you never know who gets over the fence these days. This is America, man. Put your big boy pants on. Mark, we got to do the whole. Speaking of America, we got to do the whole America thing. We got to let freedom ring here. So do me a favor, and I'll let you take us into this break, and we'll let Madison push the buttons. Would you just say, Maddie with a T, take us away?
How about it, Maddie with the T? Take us away. Let's roll into this break.
All right, I got you.
Oh, we're going to sit here for a moment and figure this out. There we go.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, I know a lot of you guys probably laying in the bed right now listening, just sitting back and listening to us on the radio saying, okay, let's see what Pastor going to say this great day. Well, I'm going to give you something to think about this great day. And it's found in Romans chapter 15, verse 13. It says that may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. You know what he just said? He said there should be an explosion in your life. Paul is telling us this Friday, this 4th of July Friday, there should be an explosion, just like it is with a firework. There should be something inside of you that explodes because you know that you're going to spend eternity with God. There should be something inside of you that explodes to let you know that God is faithful. There should always be some kind of spark in your life to let you know that God has your back. So my brothers and sisters, I first and foremost say to you, happy, happy, happy 4th of July, and celebrate your independence, celebrate your time, celebrate this great opportunity, celebrate this great country in which we live in. Celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. There's no other place I'd rather live than right here in the great U.S. of A. Brothers and sisters, I love you. Enjoy this holiday, and please be careful, and please don't drink and drive. God bless you.
Amen. That was Java with John. Don't blow off any fingers today, Jimmy.
Blow off any fingers, not a finger. Well, there should be a Christmas story version for the 4th of July, I think, with the old man and the mom. By the way, the old man just died recently, Darren McGavin, who not only was great as the old man. Darren McGavin's one of the great underrated actors of the 20th century. I'm not even being like a jerk. I mean, he played Kolchak, the Night Stalker, dude. By the way, I have so many Audible credits that I actually was able to buy the entire Night Stalker collection with my Audible credits and still had like 20 left over. I'm good to go for a while. I won't be purchasing any books, although I do get free books. I get lots of free books to the point where my mom is like, please stop having free books delivered to our house. I finally pulled a Maria Kondo, or is it Kono or Kondo? What's her name? The lady that straightened your life out? My mom did that. She literally reduced her and my father's life to nothing. They live like Buddhist monks, and they love it. It's the best thing. You live a pretty stripped-down life, don't you?
I do. Moved a lot. I got a lot in storage. That's the only problem. I have to pay for that storage.
Yeah, that's what Dave and Cheryl do, although they got a lot of stuff anyway. And it's like Dave's always looking for places to put stuff in storage. So when we began to move in here, and Dre will back me up, Dave showed up one day with a bunch of stuff. And we're like, no. We have to have this place in order by July 23rd. And you probably got some use for this broken microphone, right? No.
During the show.
During the show. By the way, Kevin wrote to say, I've been off the road due to diabetes. Glad to finally find y'all on the tube of you. Missed the show. But I hate that Dave is retiring. I hate that he's leaving us, but thanks for the years. And Doodah Man said, Dave's not going anywhere. Kevin, welcome back. Good to have you. Want to point out that Nemo Nation happens every Monday on this platform and every other platform we are on. Nemo Nation happens from 7 to 10 in the morning before a final. We call it the post-trip. We do a pre-trip with Dave and I, and then we have a rapid-fire 2.5 hours of guests, usually anywhere from 10 to 11 over the course of 2.5 hours, and that is followed by a post-trip where we talk to people like Brad Bentley, president of Fastport, who joins us this morning. Brad, we got somebody else on the phone. Who we got?
We got Jody from South Carolina, and he has no clue what he wants to talk about, but I said you'd probably come up with something.
I probably will. And Brad's going to talk about something here really quickly, Jody, so why don't you jump into this? What do you got? You were going to say something?
Well, I was going to say we did miss one knock-knock joke that showed up in the chat.
Oh, tell me, please.
And it was timely. Maybe we do this at another day, but our good friend Randy, who we know, put knock-knock.
Who's there?
Sadie.
Sadie who?
Say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, Jody. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July. Good morning, fellas. How are y'all doing?
I'm fantastic, dude. I am blessed and highly favored. One of my least favorite expressions, but today, because I'm an American, I feel that way, brother. I feel that way. What's going on? Where are you? So you're in Carolina, South Carolina. You're in the coastal counties. Where are you going next?
I'm headed up to Washington Courthouse, Ohio. I'm running a little bit behind, but not really, because there's no big urgency of getting this up there. I don't have to drop it until Monday if I don't want to. They're going to get it tomorrow, but I don't have to be there till Monday if I don't want to be up there till Monday. So it's not a real big deal. But the reason I'm running a little bit behind is kind of ended up doing the same thing y'all did yesterday. I was on the phone with a friend of mine after I picked this load up, coming out of Palaco, Florida, and just as I'm coming up to State Route 16. My buddy's like, well, if you turn right there, you remember where the museum's at that we went to, right? And I was like, yeah. He's like, you remember where that side road is that you can get into and park? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, I can pick you up in 45 minutes and we can go to Mojo's and get some barbecue.
Oh, yeah.
I'm there. So, instead of going straight up to 295, I made a right. Hey, you don't have to come up with too many reasons for me to go to St. Augustine. St. Augustine and barbecue, we're there.
Oh, man. Jody, by the way, the ribs we had yesterday, I ate them normally, but if I had wanted to, Brad, I could have done the old trick of putting the entire rib in my mouth and simply pulled it out. That's how good their ribs are at the joint.
They were
Peace,
bussin'.
love, and and we're all staring at the last piece. I mean, we're all just looking at the last rib, and it's kind of like, you want it? No, you want it? No, you want it? And then Madison went, I'm taking it.
Yeah, I couldn't
I'm
leave
taking
it there.
And she watched the way Brad and I ate, and she's like, how do you guys actually not be a bunch of boombalatties? And we're like, you have to embrace the heat down here and really work your ass off.
Here's what I learned about Madison during lunch yesterday.
Ooh.
If there's one thing left, like that last rib, be careful, guys, because you might draw back a nub if you try to reach for that.
Exactly, yeah.
You know?
I like to eat mine.
Because we were making our way through the pecan pie, thinking of you, Jody. We were making our way through the pecan pie, and I'm like, Madison, do you want the? Yes.
She's
Hey,
loving
it
New
was
Orleans
good.
and all the food down here.
It's good, dude. And by the way, we're gonna and Dre and I are gonna introduce her into the sweat lodge known as our walk.
Welcome.
So Dre and I decided to do a walk down to City Park one day, Jody, and we get halfway there. He's like, this walk is awesome. And then we get to the park, and he's like, this is hot.
It was warm yesterday. It was humid sitting out because whenever we're there, we sit outside. It's a tourist town, so we watch them. They always come by about every 10 minutes with the horse-drawn buggies, because people are always out riding on the buggies, seeing the town. So they're we just out there enjoying the sights. You know what I'm saying? So I get you, but walking through town, because you got to walk from where we parked the car. You got to walk a good 3/4 of a mile to get there. So it was hot. It was hot and muggy yesterday, but it was well worth it.
Jody, what kind of signage do they have on those buggies there? I lived in the French Quarter the first 6 years I was in New Orleans, and I have to tell you, if you're driving in the quarter, which I don't recommend, but live there would be times when I would need to get back home and you get stuck behind those. They're very serious about those horse-drawn carriages here in New Orleans and keeping distance and doing all those things.
Matter of fact,
they want to be neighborly, but they're not.
It went from them treating those animals incredibly badly to suddenly all these young and really in shape women behind the wheel of those horse and buggies, and those horses getting treated like they were the crown princes of the French Quarter, and they deserve to be treated that way. What is the signage like on them?
There's really no signs, but as far as being treated well, yes, they are treated almost as well as the Clydesdales are from Budweiser. I mean, they are treated very, very, very well. They are pampered while they're sitting there waiting for the next customer. The driver's out getting buckets of water, rinsing them down, giving them drinks, brushing them out. I mean, you could tell that they're very, very, very pampered. And it's sad because the city last year was trying to get rid of them. You get the new brand of people that's coming in there and they don't like it because they hold up traffic. They do this. It's like, they were here when you moved in, right? You don't like it, you can move right back out. The horses have been around here for hundreds of years. That's part of the town, in the historical district, and people are moving in and wanting to get rid of them because they just don't like them because of what I just said.
Jody,
they hold up traffic. They do this, they do that. Leave.
Jody, do you ever drive up anywhere near Amish country? Maybe northern Indiana,
Oh,
Pennsylvania, all that?
Ohio and Indiana, I do, yes.
I recall there's a little town called Bern, Indiana, which is northwest, more toward Fort Wayne, and it's the second largest Amish community in the country. And you have to really pay attention there. They have those reflective triangles on the back of those because you're out on open roads there, people doing 50 miles an hour and come over a little here and here's an Amish buggy right in front of you. Pretty dangerous.
By the way, have you ever been stuck behind one of those horse and carriage buggies and they have an advertisement on the back, and by the time you actually get away from them, you hate the person who's on the back, the advertisement?
It's kind of where I was going with what kind of signs do they have on the back of the buggy?
That's what I'm thinking about. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, Jody, really quickly before we get out of here, Brad and I had a chance with our good friend Bo Higgins, genuine bona fide war hero, righteous man, and a great American. He and I grew up. We went to high school together. He was 2 years ahead of me. When we were growing up, there was a guy named Al Scramuzza. And it's like, if you stay with Al Scramuzza, you'll never be a loser. Seafood City, very pretty. That's 1826 North Broad. And I didn't know Scramuzza was alive until he died like a month and a half ago. It was like
90s, yeah.
He was 97 years old, dude. This guy, Al Scramuzza, lived to 97 years old. And he used to have ads on the back of some of those horse and drawn buggies. Go ahead.
The story that was in the paper about him when he passed away, I think he said he was 97. They put the jingle in there.
Yeah.
That's how memorable it was.
Oh, he was like the doctor, like checking out the crawfish. Jody, we got to float you. Happy 4th of July. Let freedom ring, my brother. I got one for you, by the way. Are you ready? Did you hear about, you love pets, did you hear about the Patriotic Pack of Dogs?
No.
It's called the Boston Flea Party. Get out of here, Jody. Happy 4th, my brother. We got to take a quick break here. We have a wonderful show, by the way, and it's going to start off with David Reynolds from the American Truck Historical Society. And what he's going to be talking about is, the Spirit of 76 rig that he's got. Really cool stuff. Phone lines are open, by the way. 615-292-6366. You can join Brad, myself, Madison with a T, Phone Master Dre. Hey, we're here to stay. It's the 4th of July. We've never missed one of these. We'll be right back. Want to make your diesel engine cleaner and more efficient? Pittsburgh Power's Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can reduce your soot output by 60% and increase your thermal efficiency. Max Mileage keeps your engine and emission systems functioning at its best. Less soot means a longer engine and emission component life, drastically fewer regens, and better performance. Take the first step towards a cleaner, more efficient ride. Visit PittsburghPower.com and order your Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst today. Drive cleaner, drive smarter.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
We're live in Passport Studios. This is Madison with
Hey, it's Jimmy Mack here. Good to see you over there working the board. It's a great day to kind of maybe have some fireworks happen. Nothing's gone wrong yet, but who knows? I mean, with Madison,
It's early.
It's early. Come early, come often. Come to RGR, hashtag RGR, join the resistance. Some other folks have actually made an effort to go over there and join the resistance at weekends@radionemo.com. There are a few of you that have written. Trust me, if I've gotten your email, the guy who takes care of all the resistance emails will actually be in touch with you sooner rather than later with your missions. Our good friend Chowder, by the way, Brad, sent me a great biscuits and gravy food truck. So he sent me a picture of a great biscuits and gravy food truck. If you want that biscuits and gravy challenge and you're already a member of the resistance, time is running short on that. I'm going to start a new challenge sooner rather than later. Our good friend Fred Flintstone, Yabba Dabba, did the biscuits and gravy challenge. I want you to actually, make a phone call and, just say Radio Nemo forever or Dave Nemo forever or RadioNemo.com. You know the drill. You know how it works. We are really thrilled here. It's Miles back on the 4th of July. David Reynolds is actually making his way, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling over here. I want you guys to go to aths.org and find out about that amazing organization. They have taken a ride with us for a long time. David, by the way, is the president of ATHS's Three Trails chapter. He's been a member of ATHS since 1996. That's according to ATH's database. And they always appreciate David for his barbecue skills. a perfect guest for the 4th of July. By the way, his barbecue is definitively Kansas City style because he's located out there, and he graciously feeds the board and his staff the delicious barbecue. His smoked meat is the bomb. Is this true, David? Is this true? And happy 4th of July.
Yeah. Happy 4th of July to you, and thanks for having me on. Yeah, I do their board member meeting twice a year, in the spring and then in the fall. But another thing I'm famous for is I do a whole hog roast. And we have people, it's for truck-related people, friends and family, but this year was our 13th year doing a whole hog. And we have people from 10, 12 states that comes to our hog roast. A couple of years ago, we had 4 people come from England just to come to the hogs.
So this is pig in the ground, right?
No, I got a 1970 Inter Cargo Star with a 300-gallon fuel tank that I made a smoker out of.
That sounds even better.
America.
There's where the trucking comes out right there.
It's one of a kind.
Oh, my God. By the way, I have a joke for you since it's the 4th of July. What ghost continues to this day to haunt Buckingham Palace? What ghost continues to this day to haunt Buckingham Palace, David?
I don't know.
The spirit of 76.
Oh.
Yeah.
Spirit of 76.
There you go. There you go. And
that's an easy one.
I got to tell you, they used to always say that there was an outhouse behind Buckingham Palace, and every single time anybody who had constipation, had to get it out, they would go to the outhouse, and it turned out there was a picture of George Washington in the outhouse, and they said, why is it there? Because seeing George Washington scares the blank out of every Brit alive. Yeah. There you go. Let's talk about the spirit of 76. Yeah. Let's talk about that 1976 Kenworth bicentennial truck, David.
Well, back in 1976, the United States got on a big band to celebrate their 200th birthday, and everybody got in on it. And Kenworth, they wanted to build a truck to celebrate the birth of the United States. So they built red, white, and blue truck. They only built 41 of the conventionals and 88 cab overs, but they started out they was only going to build 100 of each, but they just ended up doing low production. But it was a factory. It was a company deal. You couldn't order one. They all built. Kenworth decided this is what we're going to do, and they made the motors and stuff, whatever they want to put in it. It was all factory.
Kenworth, by the way, really quickly, David, Kenworth we're thrilled that it was a Kenworth, by the way, because Kenworth, Brad Bentley is joining me this morning. He is the president of Fastport, and we actually do the Hiring Our Heroes, thing, the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence competition. The winner of that actually receives a Kenworth truck. Kenworth has been deeply invested for a long time in being a very patriotic company, very deeply invested in this country. So it seems kind of fitting that Kenworth would be the one to create that 1976 truck. Tell me about yours. Tell me about the one you got.
Mine, it's got a 350 Cummins with a 13-speed, and I think out of the 41 that was built, I think 6 of them has that combination, which mine now is a double overdrive, so it won't pull it, but if you're bobtailing, it's a 100-mile-an-hour truck.
I'm laughing because you show up here with basically the Tim Taylor version of a smoker, and now you've got a patriotic 1976 bicentennial Kenworth that can do 100 miles an hour on a bobtail. Is there anything else you should tell us about how many fireworks do you actually plan on actually blowing up on the 4th of July?
Well, I'm smoking. Our foreman at work, I work for Worldwide Steel Buildings, and the foreman, he puts on a heck of a 4th of July, and we're doing that tomorrow. And he puts on about $3,000 worth of fireworks. His fireworks are better than some little cities. But I'm smoking pork butts, and I've got 4 pork butts and 2 cases of ribs that I'm cooking in the morning for that.
Oh man, how fast do the ribs go? Because yesterday we actually bought a rack of ribs between 3 people, and it turned into a street fight, a gang warfare for that last rib out there. So how fast do your ribs go when you make them? What's the speed on the consumption?
Pretty quick. It takes me about 3 hours to cook cases of ribs, but yeah, they'll be gone in about 2 hours or so. Because we got a pretty good little crowd coming.
Okay, so it takes you 3 hours to smoke them. Do you do any what is your pre-prep work like? I mean, I know you're a Kansas City guy, so there's 5, I don't know if you know this, and this is, by the way, chefs, people who love to eat will tell you there are 5 distinctive barbecues in the United States. North Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina's got 2, East and West North Carolina, Memphis, Texas, Kansas City. What about your ribs is distinctive from ribs across the country? What do you do that makes all the difference, other than building a giant killing machine to make them?
Well, it's just it's the prep that you put in it and the rub. You know, everybody's got their own secret rubs. So, but I had a good friend. He was a professional barbecuer, and he at one time, 2000 and I think it was 20, he won world championship, but he's given me a lot of advice. I don't do competition, but I just love cooking, and the people enjoy it. That's what my satisfaction is, that they enjoy what they're eating.
All right, before we get back to the truck,
it's mostly just the rubs.
Yeah, it's the rubs that make all the difference. You notice that David has not volunteered.
I was going to say, he didn't tell us what went into his secret rub. And no good barbecue competitor will ever do that. Or their sprays, or their temperatures, or anything else.
And by the way, do you notice that Brad and I never asked? Just want to point that out really quickly, too. We never violated the sanctity of your particular recipe. We got a couple of phone calls we got to get to here. Let's get to the first one. Who do I got on the phone, guys? Who's calling in? Who's making the miracle happen?
We got Randy in Florida, baby.
Randy in Florida. Which Randy is this? Good morning, Randy.
Well, good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Oh,
recognize that voice.
Randy, would you please tell our good new friend David Reynolds, owner of a 1976 Kenworth bicentennial truck and built his own smoker, good morning and happy 4th of July.
Good morning. Happy 4th of July. And I will say, I'm going to throw in a joke here. Where did they sign the Declaration of Independence?
Since it's a joke, I'm going to ask and not be a smarty pants. Where did they sign the Declaration of Independence, Randy?
At the bottom.
Oh, my God. David.
Bad Dag Joke Friday has returned to Radio Nemo.
David, I apologize for everything. By the way, Randy, since we're being clever here, what did one American flag say to the other?
They didn't. They just waved at each other.
Oh, the mayor is on top of it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
I got to give Randy some credit here. Randy,
he's heard that one before.
yeah. Well, it's just when you see a flag wave, it's hard for them to say anything else. They just wave at each other all the time.
Understand.
Look,
especially when the wind's blowing.
Randy knows a little bit about barbecue with his background with tailgating magazines and different things. And what do you like to eat on 4th of July, Randy?
About anything.
Also true about Randy.
The grill. Anything that a grill can cook, I'm all about it. Moving from Dallas, Texas to Florida, obviously brisket on the 4th of July is wonderful, and Texas is great. But pork here in Florida, I love it. It's all good. Hamburgers, hot dogs, you name it. I'm about eating meat on the grill on the 4th.
David, you do a whole hog,
and we'll be doing
ribs?
that later this evening.
Do you cook brisket
ribs.
Too, David?
David, do you cook brisket?
Do what?
Do you cook brisket as well?
Yes, I cook brisket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm not much of a brisket person because it takes so long to cook.
It takes all day.
Yeah, it takes all day, by the way.
Yeah.
It takes
18 hours.
Low and slow.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, man.
plan on staying home for the day.
All right.
It's a process. Sure.
It is. I mean, brisket is a way of life. I'm not kidding, because you got to actually plan what it is you're either going to read or how much rays you're going to soak in on the sun if you're doing a little brisket, because you got to be aware of what's going on, while at the same time you got to have the patience. Brisket is zen. I mean, that's a pretty fair thing, right, David? I mean, you just got to kind of just block in and be like, okay, so here we go. I mean, that's just the reality of it.
So I do my smoking the old-fashioned way. I use wood, so you got to babysit it.
Mm-hmm.
So between putting wood in, I do little projects in my shop.
What kind of wood do you use, David?
I like to use oak, but I got a sawmill down here. They give me oak and hickory.
Nice.
They just give that to me, and then we got pine too. So that's about the three that I use.
David, we have a thing around here.
A whole lot of hickory.
So, David, we have a thing around here that Brad Bentley and I do, and Randy's gotten in on this action, where people fall under one or two categories: Great American or overrated. And I have to tell you, after we found out about you today, with all the kind of toys and skills that you have, dude, you are truly a great American. So I wanted to say thank you for that.
I appreciate it.
Hold on 1 second. Randy, we wanted to tell you happy 4th. We got other phone calls getting in, brother. We love you. Happy 4th to you, you brisket bamboozler.
Yeah, and congratulations, guys. Look forward to seeing you guys on the 23rd. And, happy 4th of July. It's a special day, and one everybody in our country should enjoy and celebrate.
Thank you. Our good friend Randy calling from Florida as well. David is actually talking to our listeners this morning. David Reynolds joins us. He's actually celebrating the 4th of July with his 1976, I mean, basically a bicentennial truck. David, by the way, is the president of the ATHS 3 Trails chapter and joins us this morning on the 4th of July. David, tell us about how you maintain that sucker. The truck, not the barbecue grill, because we're kind of obsessed with that too.
Well, I completely restored it back in 2000, 2001. I stripped it down. I took it to Peterbilt. And they painted it for me, but I stripped it plumb down to nothing, and it took them a month to paint it. But I don't drive it that much anymore, so but it still needs that fiberglass cracks a little bit, so it needs to be restored again. But here lately, I don't hardly drive it much anymore.
I don't blame you, man. I'd be terrified to drive that thing in the way people drive these days, man. I would be absolutely just. It'd be a sphincter factor of about 11. I'll tell you that right now on a scale of 10. Go ahead.
Yeah, they only built 41, and there's only about 20 left, so you don't want to
I hate
it out very much.
I hate to ask this question, and if you don't have an answer, it's fine. Given the fact that there are only 20 left, what is the actual value on that? I mean, like I said, I don't want you to brag or set yourself up for theft, but I mean, could you fetch a pen?
Go
ahead.
Yeah, it's what anybody's willing to pay, but it's probably up there in the high 70s or 80s, maybe even 90s.
Let me tell you something, guys. If you head on over to the ATHS's Facebook page, if you head over to my Facebook page, if you head over to the Dave Nemo Facebook page, there's a really handsome posting that the American Trucking Historical Society actually put up there that you can see of what that truck looks like. It is a beautiful piece of machinery, and it is definitely a time portal back to 1976. I wanted to ask too, how did you find it? How did you discover it?
Well,
tell me the story.
I've been looking for a truck for one quite a while, and they just don't come up for sale very often. And back then, I lived in Edwardsville, Kansas, and they had a guy. It was Shelby Elliott, and he always come up with we call them outlaw trucks. The bull hauling rigs, big motors, big bunks. And that was his specialty. He ended up with 2 of them, and I got the choice of the 2. And after that, they just don't sell very often because there's not that many of them out there, and everybody just hangs on to them.
That would be the kind of. I mean, and the thing is too, the people who find those things want those things. I mean, that's the thing. That becomes kind of a holy grail of sorts. And like I said, we've become really obsessed on this show and a lot of places with 50-year anniversaries. By the way, next year, of course, is 250, America 250. It'll also be the 50th anniversary of that truck, which is a really groovy thing and really well worth celebrating as well too.
I was thinking about when he mentioned that. I was 10 years old in 1976, and he talked about the country embraced that. And I can still remember, I grew up in a rural area, but the county seat was about 10 miles away. That was Anniston, Alabama, and they got deemed to be one of the all-American cities.
Oh, yeah.
And as a 10-year-old kid, you thought, oh, my God, I live in an all-American city. Now, I didn't know they were doing that all over the country. Didn't have the perspective for that at the time. But those signs are still there. I have seen them throughout my career. All over the United States. And we got a big one coming up with 250, as Jimmy Mack said.
David, do you remember the Freedom Train? Do you remember that in 1976?
Yep.
I was thinking about that as well, too, because I don't know what it was. When I looked at your Kenworth truck, I said, man, I don't know, it doesn't look like the Freedom Train, but it reminds me of the whole spirit of 76 and what that was like in 1976 to kind of jump in there. What do you remember about that year? I realize you're a young man, but you must have some memories of 1976, right?
Yeah, I was 22. I was working for Willis Shaw out of Elm Springs, Arkansas.
Great company.
I was just when I turned 21, I went to work for them, and it seemed like everybody was getting it. Every time you turned around, it was bicentennial this, bicentennial that. And I remember a guy, he lived in Mississippi, and he bought a cab over, and every time, whenever he pulled it in, everyone that truck, they were just, he would show off all the time, but that cab over Kenworth just was like a magnet to people. I said, "Boy, I'd like to have me one of these days." And I ended up with one.
Simple as that, right?
I have a funny story. In 1976, I remember my dad would walk around the house saying, "This country's run by a peanut farmer and the Allman Brothers," and I'm kind of okay with that right now. He would just say that around the house every once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. When you do take it out, when you do take it to shows and all that stuff, what is the upkeep like? What is it like to get it ready to take it to the shows? What kind of process? And then we got to get to a phone call here in a second. But what is the process like to kind of get it ready?
Well, it takes me a couple days just cleaning it, but I like to clean it up early of a morning, right at daylight, because it's cool. So when you wash it, the soap don't dry on it. So I just spent all day just kind of cleaning it and prepping it.
All right, we're going to go to the phones here real quick, and then I got a final question for our friend David, who joins us on the 4th of July. And by the way, thank you so much for making time on a day when you got to do a whole bunch of ribs and entertain a whole lot of people. Who do I got on the phone, Madison?
We have Bandit from Texas, and unfortunately, he's a day behind on his shipment that he's
Bandit. Bandit.
He's probably cooking some brisket. That's
He's
why.
probably cooking some brisket. What's going on, Big B? Tell David hello.
Hello, David. Well, I went to pick up a load that I went to pick up a load down here in Fort Worth to take up to Olathe, Kansas, and then grab an Olathe load to bring back to Fort Worth so we could see the fireworks tonight here in Fort Worth. And they overloaded the trailer on the axle and gross. So they had to redo the whole trailer and take product off.
Oh, God. Are you going to see any compensation? Go ahead, David.
Nick, that wasn't a problem. I would just go around the scales and keep on trucking.
1976 is a very different time, ladies and gents. Very different time.
Yeah.
Bandit, how is it going to resolve? How's this going to resolve, man?
Probably going to end up seeing fireworks over in Olathe, Kansas, instead of being down here, because unless I get my hands on a flux capacitor, I ain't making it back down here tonight.
I want to say this, but I have to back off the mic. You guys ready? Marty, you made it! Sorry, I just wanted to get that in there. I'm just very pleased about that. A little Back to the Future. Bandit, I'm so sorry about that, dude. Are you going to get any barbecue now? I mean, if you're going to have to see some fireworks in Olathe, is there any barbecue that you can get your hands on, Bandit?
Well, the way I'm coming back out of here goes right past the Cowboy truck stop and the new Truckers Paradise truck stop that they just opened up on 35 off of exit 502. So probably going to stop by the Cowboy truck stop and try to get some barbecue today. But that's on the Oklahoma side of things.
All right. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. By the way, before I let you go, because I got one more question for David, let me ask you this. Actually, let me tell you something. Don't forget that because of the Stamp Act, America licked Britain. Just wanted to say that. Thank you very much, Bandit. Be safe and be sound out there. Keep us up to date about what's going on, okay? Keep us in the loop.
All right, will do, guys.
Happy
Take
4th.
it easy and have a happy 4th.
David, I wanted in this last few moments that we have with you, and by the way, once again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for making time on what is a busy day for you to give us some time. Tell us about the Three Trails chapter. Tell us about what you guys are all about over there.
Well, we try to do stuff for the community, and like one of those pictures, well, the people that looks at the pictures, there's one picture with all brand new conventional bicentennials. That was the factory photo, and they wanted all those trucks built in June because they wanted them at the dealerships on 4th of July to start their celebration. But then you back up a little bit, there's another picture there with my truck and a American Truck Historical flag on there. So a few years back, the Boy Scouts had a jamboree at the racetrack in Kansas City, Kansas. They had 6,000 Boy Scouts that comes through the midfield, and they had all kind of stuff for them to do. And some of those Boy Scouts, we had a few trucks there, and they ended up getting their transportation badge. Yep. So we do stuff like that.
That's
but
enough.
What impressed me was them 6,000 Boy Scouts, when they fed them lunch, they run through the garages in the pit area, and they fed all them 6,000 kids. And within an hour, and when they got done, there was not one wrapper left. They cleaned that place up. So that was some pretty good boys.
Be prepared. They were prepared.
Clean up their mess.
By the way, it's the biggest.
They were.
It's the biggest food miracle since the loaves and the fishes. I'll tell you that right now, man. I got to tell you, the idea of that happening today actually makes me really proud. Proud of those boys and proud of everybody involved with that. David, we got to shuffle off this radio coil. I want you to have the happiest of 4th of Julys. I want everybody to enjoy what you're cooking. I know they will. ATHS.org. You get the final word, David.
Okay, well, I want to say one more thing about our chapter. I'm a Mason, so we did a benefit. It's a Sonic barbecue cook-off, and a Three Trails chapter put on a little truck show there. But I was a judge, but we raised $45,000 on a Saturday, and all that money went to the vets for the honor flight system. So that's what Three Trails is about.
Good on you.
I'm going to say this right now. I wasn't joking. I said Brad and I have an ongoing thing. Overrated or great American. David Reynolds is a great American. Thank you, David. Best of days to you, my friend.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, you got it. And by the way, tell Marty I said hello when you get a chance to talk to him again. David Reynolds, everybody. He is the ATHS Three Trails chapter president. As you heard, a very patriotic American like many of you guys are. You can give us a call. Although in the next interview, it's going to be Brad and I talking. We're going to ask you to let go of the throttle a little bit because a good friend of the show is going to be showing up. The Honorable Patrick Murphy is going to be on the scene. How long have you known Patrick, by the way, Brad?
Probably 15 years.
Good man, huh?
Great man.
Good man, great
American.
What is the thing? It's like, you know, the opening line of Stephen Ambrose's biography of Dwight Eisenhower is so simple. He says, Dwight Eisenhower was a good and a great man. He says the two often don't meet, so we should recognize and celebrate when that happens. They're not the same thing. There are a lot of great men who are not so good, and there are lots of good people who never aspire to or reach the heights of great. Patrick is well on his way. Very much part of the first, and a great American as well. One of my favorite people in the world. You can go to patrickjmurphy.com to find out more about him. You can find him on Facebook at Patrick Murphy PA, on Twitter, now known as X, at Patrick Murphy PA, and of course on Instagram, same deal, except after the Murphy there's a little period there, and on LinkedIn the same thing applies. Patrick Murphy period PA. We'll be talking to him for about a half an hour or so. He's talking about, a whole bunch of different stuff, as a matter of fact. I just want to kind of talk about what it means to be patriotic these days. He's an Iraq War veteran. He was elected to Congress. He's the former acting Secretary of the Army, a healthcare innovator in the public and private sectors, and a champion for veterans. And he's been actually in this sphere since the time he was 19. That's when he was inducted into the Army, and that has been part of his lifelong commitment to our nation's military and its veterans. Soldier, veteran elected to Congress, first Iraq veteran elected to Congress, and the 32nd Undersecretary of the Army. And he'll be joining us here in just a few moments. Happiest the 4th of July is here. All right, I got another one for you. I know, they're painful. What do you call a patriotic cartoonist?
I don't know.
A Yankee doodler. Oh, yeah, my friend. What does the rest of the day look like for you, Brad?
I'm going to go to the New Orleans Athletic Club. They're actually open today. I think it'll be less crowded, get a little workout in. Tonight I'm going to see the fireworks down on the river, and I'm going to Tipitina's for live music. It's free Fridays, man. You can't pass that up in New Orleans on a Friday night.
No, you can't. No, you can't. And it looks like
Master Dre's going to be there, too.
Yeah, his lady came in town, by the way. He left the car here overnight, by the way. I broke in, took everything out of it, and then put it all back in just to see if it could be done. Pretty fantastic.
Trust me, it can. I lived in the quarter.
For it can be done, by the way. Ain't nothing here worth stealing. Might as well. They're very polite down here. When they break into your car and can't find anything worth stealing, they just kind of reset the entire car. It's the New Orleans way.
That is true.
They put you through the inconvenience. They might as well reset you as well. So never leave anything valuable in your cab or in your car during the holidays. It's a really bad idea. We'll take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. Our good friend, the Honorable Patrick Murphy, is joining us. Perfect guest to have. Don't forget, we've got All Things Liberty Redux. A whole bunch of people from, the Journal of the American Revolution. It's Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Firework Friday.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
We are live from Fastport Studios in New Orleans. It's Road Gang Radio with your host, the one-of-a-kind Jimmy Mack.
One of a kind. By the way, my mom actually calls me one of a kind, but she's not being kind when she says that, by the way. Our friend that is joining us this morning, Patrick Murphy, and we gave you his bona fides before we actually went to the break. He continues to advocate and empower veterans through his work in the public and private sectors as a veteranpreneur. I love that expression, by the way. He spearheads a wide range of business interests and offers veterans the opportunity to launch their own dreams by investing in their company. There's so much else to talk about. You probably have seen him on MSNBC, CBS, the Discovery Network, and elsewhere. And by the way, on a really great note, he currently lives in Pennsylvania with his 2 children, Maggie and Jack. We are thrilled to have the Honorable Patrick Murphy, friend of Brad Bentley, friend of mine, join us on this most patriotic of days. Well, good morning to you, Congressman. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How about yourself, guys? It's great to be with you. Happy birthday, America. We look pretty good for 249.
I have to tell you, and I got to tell you, whoever they hired as the writers of the last decade have really upped the stakes around here. It's pretty terrific, man. I'm having a blast. This is a great day. I wanted to ask you one question, though. What do you call a duck who likes pyrotechnics?
I don't know.
You call him a firequacker. I just wanted to say that. Good morning, Patrick. Welcome to the party. It's good to have you, man. What are you going to... Okay, before we get to now, what are you doing with the rest of the day? I want to know what Patrick Murphy is doing with his 4th of July.
Well, you know, I'm an Army soldier at heart, right? So, you know, we get more done before 9 o'clock than most people get done all day. So I was just with 100 great Americans, the West Point lacrosse team, the Navy women's lacrosse team, a bunch of other folks here doing a beach workout in honor of the Travis Manion Foundation. Travis Manion was a Marine. He was from Bucks County, Pennsylvania, my hometown, and he went to Naval Academy, became a Marine. On his second deployment to Iraq, unfortunately, gave the ultimate sacrifice. So his sister, Ryan Manion, is a CEO of that organization. They do character building in high schools all over the country because we need to make sure these young Americans know that character that it is so incredibly important, and character is how you are when no one's looking. So start my day, getting it done. I got to keep up with these young guys like Brad, man. I see him all the time at veterans events and stuff, and I gotta make sure to have the gun show, you know, ready when I see him.
Patrick, listen, I'm so glad you brought up the Travis Manion Foundation. We haven't had a chance to catch up recently, but a couple of things that we've been working on that I'm personally excited about. We've connected the Travis Manion Foundation, and you're an ambassador for Hiring Our Heroes. You know, we go over there every fall, usually in the spring, to the European summits. It's going to be in October this year. So we're going to be hitting all the installations in Germany, going to Mildenhall over in the UK, and then we're working with the Travis Manion Foundation to actually take their honor project that they normally do on Memorial Day to Cambridge American Cemetery. And that's going to be their first time doing something outside the U.S. So honored to be involved with them. And our mutual good friend, Bo Higgins, as you know, was with Travis when he passed away. And I've been very fortunate to have Bo in my life for about the last decade down here in New Orleans where he grew up. And they have that 9/11 Heroes Run that they do in 90 cities across the country. And we, Fastport and others, help them with that in New Orleans. That'll be coming up here in September, as you know. And then next Memorial Day, we had some people from Travis Manion actually on the radio a couple of weeks ago. And for Memorial Day 2026, RadioNemo, Fastport, and others are actually going to help them at a couple of new cemeteries in the New Orleans area for their honor project. So they're doing great work out there. Man, when you said those 3 words, Travis Manion Foundation, I almost started crying this morning. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Listen, they're the embodiment of his message that character does matter. And, you know, the backstory is as his first deployment to Iraq came back and he was getting sent. And someone said, hey, well, what happens if you get injured or whatever? And he's like, listen, I was trained to be a U.S. Marine. And he goes, if it's not me, then who? And it's a really important Bible verse. And, you know, it's, as the Bible says, we all have a servant's heart. And that's why, you know, gentlemen, it's always great to be on RadioNemo with you guys. You know, you all know I'm a 3rd-generation veteran. So my grandfather, World War II, Navy in the Pacific, came back home, was a Teamster, drove a truck for Acme Supermarkets, 18-wheeler for decades. That's how the Murphy family got by. My father followed his footsteps in the Navy during the Vietnam era, also drove a truck, And then, partner with Brad, I'm third generation. I did work for Roadway, not driving, stacking the trucks. And then I joined the Army at 19, and just that kind of that work ethic really, gave me the grit and the tenacity to do what I've done and to do it every single day and show up for things like a beach workout when no one's watching. There's no cameras around, right? We're out here getting after it, contributing and trying to pay forward and bringing young Americans to let them know the story of what folks have done for us in the past. But the greatness of America in our 249 years is, more importantly, what we're going to do in the future. And that is, to live by the embodiment of the Constitution in order to form a more perfect union. And that's the preamble of our Constitution. That's what we got to do every day to make it better, our communities and our country.
Patrick, one of the things that we have, everybody's got their core constituency, and our core constituent here at Radio Nemo is the owner-operator, the independent driver. In many ways, That's what we do for a living here at Radio Nemo. We always have been an owner-operator, independent driver of an organization, which of course means that they are entrepreneurs, and many of them are veterans, and that falls into being a veteranpreneur, as you kind of refer to them as. Can you kind of unpack that, though, about what steps, because a lot of people, Fastport does a really great job of kind of getting people onboarded to a purpose-driven life outside of the military, but there are people who in their last 3 or 4 years begin saying, I want to be the master of my own fate. I want to be a small business owner when I get out of the military. You've made this kind of one of your missions as well. Can you kind of unpack that a little bit for us about what it means to be vet-friendly to yourself and vet-ready to yourself to become actually a small business owner as a veteran when you come out into the private sector?
Yeah, it's a tough gig to own your own business. Everybody knows that. It's not for the faint of heart. But the greatness of our country is that we have the number one military in the world and the number one economy in the world. And that's not our God-given right. We got to work at it every single day. And 98% of the businesses out there are small businesses. And these entrepreneurs, or if you're a veteran and then become a veteranpreneur. I look back at, some of the most iconic global brands were started by veterans. So what's the largest retailer in the world? Walmart, started by World War II veteran, Army veteran Sam Walton. Came back, started at age 41. The largest sports apparel company in the world, Nike, started by Phil Knight, Army veteran. It was him and his track coach at the University of Oregon, Bill Bowerman, who earned a Silver Star in World War II. They started Nike. And then, you look at, the largest media company, Comcast, Navy veteran, Fred Smith, who just passed away last week, U.S. Marine in Vietnam, started FedEx, Ralph Lauren, Polo, veteran, Enterprise Car and Rental, Wendy's Restaurants. I can go on and on. I won't bore you guys. But the point is, why I'm so passionate about it is, like Brad will tell you, man, we're all about solving problems. We're trying to create opportunities. So for me, being an entrepreneur, I teach this at the Wharton Business School at the University of Pennsylvania. I'm a part-time lecturer there. And, what I tell these young Americans, listen, it's hard work. It's not 9 to 5. It is stressful. You make a payroll, people putting their lives and their families, food on the table. And, there's a lot of pressures, but there's a lot of rewards too. So it comes with great risk, comes great rewards. But the reality of it is most small businesses won't make it. And that's okay. But you better have a good business plan going into it. You better say, what pains am I solving, and those type of things. Because, right now when I look at it, and Brad's heard me say this, half the veterans in World War II came back home and start doing small business. My generation of Iraq, Afghanistan veterans, it's less than 5%. So that's why, I'm a venture capitalist. I've invested with my partners over $250 million in 200 veteran-owned companies. We're very proud about that. Some of them are just kicking ass and taking names. I teach about it, part-time at the Wharton Business School. I talk about it on my show, Warrior Money, on Yahoo Finance. Or, I'm on Fox News. Like I was on Fox News yesterday talking about, pride is patriotism. I wrote this column for Substack about that, right? So it's very dynamic, but at its core, do you have the guts to put yourself out there to create a business and to work it and plan your work and then work your plan?
I want to kind of follow that up too, by the way, because, the idea that, you can even do, let's just say you do, you're successful, you do 15, 20 years in, and then you move into actual retirement. I wanted to ask your advice on behalf of many of our listeners, many of whom have just kind of joined the workforce, having left the military. It's a good idea, though, to actually get your feet wet in the private sector as an employee first before jumping in feet first? Or do you feel like there's a way to kind of jump in feet first? Or what is the recommended pattern that you would make to anybody? They come to you and they say, Honorable Patrick Murphy, I need some help here. I want to start my business. What steps should I take now that I've left the military to get to that destination?
Yeah, and I would say, it is hard to go right into it, right? Because, again, yeah, you can take small business loans and stuff like that, but, it's important to put that sweat equity in, but you can usually do it as a side gig first. So I do tell people transitions are really tough, and Brad and I are out there, every day because there's 200,000 active troops to become veterans. And so, I don't say, hey, go start a small business, go start a small business. What I say is, hey, maybe get a job, a day job, and then if you have this passion, go do it, and then work it on the side, for a time, because then you're still putting food on the table, and you're not putting all your eggs in that one basket. But if you've been working for decades or something like that, this issue, then go for it. But, I would say, probably ease your way into it. Just don't jump in and always learn. And even these corporate jobs or small company jobs, you're going to learn a ton from it. And then you can learn that stuff and then apply it to your own business, as you create it. But at the end of the day, when you create a business, it is about capitalism, right? So it is, are you bringing revenue in? Are you selling product? Are you solving pains? It's not just because you have a good idea, but are you going to have customers that are going to see, hey, maybe that is a good idea and I want to buy it.
I'm going to tell you a really great story with my father, Army veteran. He's now a little long in the tooth, although he's moving a little better these days than he was a couple of years ago. I take him grocery shopping. We were at Trader Joe's, and there was an older gentleman who was actually rigging up our groceries. And my dad was wearing his Vietnam-era veteran hat, and the guy says, Army, and he goes, yeah. He says, me too. And he says, what you doing here? And he said, well, this is my gig that pays for my printing shop. And it was really kind of moving. He said, I've got my own business going. He said, but in order to kind of, make up the gap and make sure that my kids have what they need, I work here. And then I get up in the mornings and go work at the print shop and then work an evening shift. That's kind of the pattern, right? I mean, that's the kind of commitment you have to make. It's an around-the-clock deal when you first get started doing your own business, correct?
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I tell people. You have to have that grit and that tenacity. And it is not a 9-to-5 job. So just like driving a truck isn't, right? And so those owner-operators are doing the same thing. Like, it's easy to fall into the ranks and work for, someone. But, when becoming an owner-operator, that's when you're running your small business. And then maybe you can get, build up a little fleet. And that's how you grow. But you got to take, crawl, walk, run analogy. You can't just go start trying to run. You're going to trip and fall most of the time, right? And when most small businesses fail, it's smart to do it like that printer did, and that's what I try and let people know, and to pivot as well when need be. Like, yes, you might have a vision, you might have, this plan, but it's just like when I was in Iraq in combat, right? You can have a plan, you can have an operations order, but when you get punched in the nose, that plan might change a little bit, right? So it's like, you got to be ready to pivot a little bit, and so you succeed and continue the march.
Patrick, speaking of pivoting, I want to give you a chance to talk a little bit about the previous administration had started this action plan that became something known as Task Force Movement, which you have chaired. Kind of recap for our listeners what TFM has done for the trucking industry. And with the change in the economy recently, some new executive orders are out, maybe some of the other industries you're looking to do things with. Because I do know, and a shout out to our mutual good friend Liz Belcaster, the next in-person meeting for Task Force Movement is actually going to be down here in New Orleans on July 23rd. And we're going to be happy to host them and let them join in all the fun with RadioNemo and Fastport that night.
Yeah, listen, and I think most Americans agree with us. They don't care if it's a Democrat idea or Republican idea. Is it moving the ball forward on behalf of our communities and our country? And so, Task Force Movement is a public-private partnership initiative where we're trying to recruit young Americans, veterans, other folks to go into the transportation industry, including trucking, including maritime. And I know there's a lot of work to do there. I know, Brad, I know you at Passport is working their tail off because we need to make sure we're doing the shipbuilding and other things to keep our country strong and our Navy, the number one Navy in the world. But Task Force Movement, we focus on 3 industries. It's transportation, it's healthcare, and it's cyber. Why? Because we're 80,000 truck drivers short, and that's that last mile. We got to make sure that people understand that driving a truck is a family-sustaining profession. The fact is that most truck drivers, like my father, like my grandfather, were home for dinner most nights. Most aren't over-the-road truckers. So, and the pay scale there and the things that you can do there and how important that is. So that's why the paying we're doing that. We raised over $6 million in these public-private partnerships. We had the first one that drive for 500 scholarships, and these are scholarships for young Americans to get their CDL license. So that was widely successful. We're doing it now for cybersecurity to get their certifications. They don't necessarily need a 4 years college degree. They just need these cyber, certifications. And then last but not least, in healthcare, we're about 1 million nurses and healthcare professionals short. We got to do a better job at making sure we're taking care of the generation that's getting older, and letting them know that, yes, there's a lot of burnout in the healthcare field, et cetera, but it's a great profession to live. As I said earlier, what the Bible talks about is that having a servant's heart and, giving to others, and you can really give it every day, if you're a nurse or nurse practitioner or physician assistant or a doctor.
Yeah, and I appreciate that recap, Patrick. I'm excited about a project that's kind of on the front burner, too, for Task Force Movement right now. That's this new trucking academy, some training that's going to take place up in the state of New Jersey in conjunction with one of your great partners, the Dixon Center. And I know Teresa Watson out there with the Minority Professional Trucking Association. And I think we're going to have a lot of good content and updates for that in a couple of weeks down here. So excited to be moving forward, and we're honored to be a part of that as well.
Yeah. And that's really important because most folks don't understand the opportunities that are out there. Like, when I did this radio show each week for Yahoo Finance called Warrior Money, I talked about leveraging the opportunities that you have. If you serve in the military, leverage the GI Bill, so you don't have to go into debt. You don't have to get a student loan, right? You can get that paid for. You get your books paid for. You get housing allowance. Use that as leverage from the jump during that transition period. Or the VA home loan, right? Leverage the VA home loan. You don't have to put the 20% down. And so there's just opportunities out there. And, if you want to go and in a transportation field, especially in the trucking, there's scholarships out there that you don't have to spend the $10,000 to get your commercial driver's license. Get your CDL on via scholarship through Task Force Movement, and you can find out more at taskforcemovement.org. But Brad, you've been a phenomenal, leader in that. I was just with the former governor of New Jersey, Jim McGreevey, who was with us in Newark that day, and then we were in Newark and then Jersey City and Elizabethtown. So we've been doing a lot of stuff with the ports up there, with the trucking, and there's a lot more work that we got to do. We can't boil the ocean, but we can sure get after it every single day.
We're joined this morning, by the way, in case you're just joining us, we are actually live on the 4th of July. A lot of other trucking platforms are taking the day off. We don't do that around here. We believe in letting freedom ring. Patrick J. Murphy, the Honorable Patrick J. Murphy, joins us this morning, as does Brad Bentley, the president of Fastport. Brad has another question for you, Patrick.
Yes, it's really more of a comment. I'm so glad you brought up the benefits, because that's one of the things that Fastport's run across. We are the Department of Labor's industry intermediary for transportation. So we put a lot of people into registered apprenticeship programs, and one of the benefits to that veteran, if they go to work for a company that has registered apprenticeships, they can leverage that monthly housing allowance that you mentioned, and that's money in their pocket. And that helps the companies from a retention standpoint. And it's one of those things that not a lot of people know is out there, and they haven't utilized all of their GI Bill. And it's a no-brainer from that standpoint, and that's really been the secret sauce for us, the great work that Dave Harrison and his team do. And Jamie Pace on our side is probably the best-known expert. Other intermediaries, other companies are always reaching out to us about how other companies and industries can leverage that monthly housing allowance. We're very proud of that.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and it's not, when you're focused on your day job as a U.S. military professional, you're not really thinking about the next step. You're not thinking about the job after that. You're not thinking about leveraging the GI Bill. It's important to think, when we call left of boom, before you leave, thinking about it months, if not years ahead of time, that because everyone's going to leave at some point, right? And when you leave, what are the opportunities that are out there? What industry you want to go into? What geographic part of the country do you want to live in that's competitive, that you get a family-sustaining wage, those type of things. And so, Brad, I appreciate you because I know you're out there, really working on behalf of our men and women in uniform and their families. And it's incredibly important, especially when, the pain point of right now there's a 24% unemployment rate with military spouses. So, for the RadioNemo listeners out there, when you think about that, wow, like most American families are dual income families, but our military families, 24% of those spouses are looking for work and can't get jobs. So, we got to do a better job as a nation. This isn't a whole of government approach. Like, oh, well, what's the military doing? DOD, VA, Department of Labor. No, man. This is a whole of nation approach, coming together to do what we can to those who've sacrificed so much for all of us.
By the way, it makes me very proud of my father now, because when he spoke at Anniston, when I received the Patriot Award, we actually asked him to speak, and he wouldn't talk about his own service. He pivoted to my mom, who, while she didn't serve, she was his spouse and had 3 sons in Bethesda, Maryland, when all that was going on, and he really kind of focused on her. We got a phone call coming in for both you guys. It's John Fry is giving us a call on the 4th of July. Wants to talk to the Honorable Patrick Murphy and our good friend Brad Bentley. Hey, John, what's happening, brother?
Hey, happy 249th, guys.
Thank you, John. Thank you. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. You're talking about hog roast, waiting for you guys to come out so we can pick our own hog, you know what I mean?
Patrick, every time I talk to John, this is the exchange. Hey, Jimmy Mack, you got to come out to Texas and we'll shoot some hogs. Well, I got to get my guns from California. What are you talking about? I got a gun for you. That's exactly the exchange every time we talk. Happy 4th to you, John. Good to have you. What's on your mind, man?
Just listening. Congratulations on the new platform. Think it's awesome. Patrick, it's always a pleasure to hear you, and appreciate all you're doing for the industry. I think our paths first crossed probably back about 2016. I think you came down to Fort Hood. I was with a carrier, had a truck driving school, and you come down and visited that, and we put you in the truck there or whatever, and then we just kind of been crossing paths ever since then. And as you know, if you know Brad, then you probably know everybody. So Brad does so much for the industry and with the all the different programs. So kudos.
John, thanks, man. You're a great American, buddy. It was great to see you, and you took care of me when I was down at Fort Hood, when I was helping run the Army in the Pentagon as the Undersecretary of the Army. And we have crossed paths. Listen, if you know Brad Bentley, that guy knows more. He's like the most political person I ever met that's not a politician. I mean, he knows everybody. He's kissing babies. I mean, people love him because he has a big heart, and he's trying to help people all the time, and he's giving them good advice and giving them good opportunities. And John, I know you're doing the same thing, for these young Americans. And I appreciate you. I appreciate this industry that really bends over backward. Is one of the most patriotic industries, the trucking industry and transportation. And I will tell you, the Murphy family wouldn't be where they were. I joined the Army in 19, but I had that work ethic, that row house mentality that was instilled in me by my grandfather, my mom and dad, and my brother and sister served. My brother served 2 deployments in the Air Force. My sister serves as a public school teacher, right? But, what we all do together is incredibly impactful and changes lives. And John, I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate all that you do. And, I'm your battle buddy, brother. If there's anything I do to be helpful to you or your teammates, you let us know.
Well, we certainly appreciate it. And just for the record, we know that, and it doesn't go unnoticed. Brad, even though this is a 249th, I think it was 2 years ago, we were in the tunnels of Cu Chi, and we celebrated the Marine Corps birthday in the tunnel. And we got the 250th coming up November 10th, Brad, so just put that on your radar. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing you and Jimmy and the rest of the crew on the 23rd.
Can't wait to see you, John. Love you, brother.
And by the way, everybody out there needs to know it's 249 today for the good old USA. It's 250 for Washington taking command. In this month, and just before this month is when General Washington took over the whole enchilada, and he did it by keeping his mouth shut and handling himself with absolute honor. So it all kind of begins with George Washington's decision to raise a regiment and take it on up to Boston to try to relieve those folks up there. John, it's great to hear from you. Happy 4th of July, my friend.
Same to y'all.
That's, of course, John Fry.
Hey, can I just mention something, Jimmy, if you don't mind?
Please.
I always bust John and my Marine buddies' chops because I say, what Marine stands for? Muscles are required, intelligence not essential. And John and the those Marines, they give me a hard time because I was Army. I was a U.S. paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne Division. They give me a hard time. They say, Murph, you know what Army stands for? I say, no, what's that? They go, aren't ready to be Marine yet. I said, yeah, right. I was like, listen, us land forces, the Marines and the Army, we got to band together. We bust each other's chops like brothers and sisters. But I tell you, I'd run through a wall for John and my brothers and sisters. And we have a good time bust each other's chops. But it's all for good cause. And it is important that people forget that the Army, Navy, Marine Corps were started before the 4th of July, that our military was ahead of the charge before our country did that Declaration of Independence. And we had a phenomenal leader in General George Washington. And, you know, it wasn't all peaches and cream. You know, they had a lot of setbacks. They had a lot of, you know, that went through in Valley Forge. The fact that we, on Christmas Eve, you know, that surprise attack, you know, in Trenton from Washington's Crossing. And that's right near where I live, you know, permanently, right there on that Delaware River. And I'll tell you, you know, we owe it to that generation, our forefathers, to make sure that we're citizens of this great nation, that we're moving the ball forward on behalf of our communities and country. And it's little things. It's little things. You see someone in uniform say, thank you, sir, ma'am, for your service. You see some police officer, thank you, sir, ma'am, for your service. You know, you're courteous on the road. You're doing what's necessary. You know, and I will tell you, you know, I was driving a truck once. I was 9 years old. I was going down to Maryland, a quick hop down and back.
That's peak 70s, by the way, Patrick. That is peak 70s, because I can tell you, driving a truck at 9 is something else, dude. Go on, son.
Yeah. No, yeah. And so I was 9, and I was driving. I was passenger, and I'll tell you. And I never forget, you know, all these kids driving by, and the kids in the back seats, and they're doing to my dad, you know, do the horn. And that's it. I said, Dad, you ever get tired? He goes, I love this job. I love it. Like, I love, like, you know, and you just give them a smile, you know, and that's what America is, man. Listen, we bicker, we fight. It's what politics is. It is what it is. But on July 4th of all days, it's like Christmas and New Year, right? We all come together. We celebrate our great nation. And we are so blessed. And as President Ronald Reagan once said, we are the shining city on the hill. That we're not perfect, but people look up to us because we have values. Because, you know, even when we get in fights overseas, yeah, we kick ass, we take names, but we don't try to take their treasure. We don't take their land. We do it because we're trying to do the right thing for this world and not let people be oppressed, and to make sure that we're keeping our families safe here at home.
Patrick, we got to let you go because we got a whole bunch of other people showing up here, and the fact that you gave us this much time on the 4th of July means the world to us. I have one more thing to tell everybody. I want to tell you this, Patrick. My dad and my brother, who is a Marine, watched the Army-Navy game together, and my brother stopped cheering for Navy eventually because one time he jumped up, got in my dad's face, and my dad went, "Oh, it's good to finally admit that you're in the Navy, isn't it?"
I love it.
Patrick, thank you so much, my friend. We are, like I said, honored to have the Honorable Patrick J. Murphy. You can find him at patrickjmurphy.com. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, boys. Have a great day. Happy 4th. Happy birthday, America.
Thanks, Patrick.
Happy birthday, America. All things liberty is what's coming up here next. We are talking with the Journal of the American Revolution. Lots of great stuff headed your way. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Hey, go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 1997, getting you out of the ditch and back on the road.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're riding shotgun once again with Jimmy Mack and Brad Bentley.
You are such a fan of American history, Brad. I've got a guy for you. We've got a whole bunch of folks for you this morning, as a matter of fact. Sean McGee, by the way, no longer subjects of the British king, the political transformation of royal subjects to Republican citizens, 1774 to 1776. It's terrific, by the way, and it's up my alley, by the way. I love how identities are forged. I love how people become something. The process of becoming is infinitely fascinating to me. I also got a chance to listen to a podcast that he was a part of at a place that we are actually friends with. He was actually over at, I think it was the Museum of the American Revolution over in Philadelphia. He did an Adventures in Theater History, Philadelphia, episode 98, Curtains Up on Cato, which turned out to be one of George Washington's favorite plays. And then his latest publication, One Great People, John Fenno's Public Crusade for an American National Identity. Do you sense a theme that is building in here? I don't know if you know this, but when Beaumarchais wrote The Marriage of Figaro, The Barber of Seville, the famous Barber of Seville, which is the first play, somebody said, what did he think of the play? And Napoleon said, it's the revolution in motion. And so much of what Sean writes about, what he is interested in, and he can correct me and tell me if I'm wrong, but it is literally about the becoming of an American in motion. And we are thrilled to welcome Sean McGee this morning to, by the way, a big contributor to All Things Liberty. Great to have you, Sean. Welcome aboard. He, by the way, is, he's got a PhD from Temple University, and we are thrilled to have him. We'll get into your bona fides, but happy 4th of July to you, by the way.
You as well. Happy birthday, United States.
Good to have you. Where would you like to begin there? I mean, I'm here with the president of Fastport, Brad Bentley. We're over here in the city of New Orleans, which has its own steeped history of America, but not the main action. We get into the conversation later with Andrew Jackson. But can we kind of talk a little bit about your obsession with American identity, and I mean that in a very positive way, about how we go from being royal subjects to essentially Republican citizens?
Yeah, I feel that the book that I wrote is an origin story, and it's really difficult to pinpoint, when exactly an American identity takes root. And I remember years ago reading through actually Abraham Lincoln's first inaugural address, where he, and I'll paraphrase here, but he gives the American people the benefit of his understanding of the origin of the United States, and he doesn't locate the beginnings of the American people with the ratification of the Constitution, nor does he recognize the Articles of Confederation, nor does he even recognize the Declaration as the origins of the American people. And he says that the American people started much earlier. They're represented in the First Continental Congress's Articles of Association, which ultimately is what I wrote the book on. And so there is a really compelling argument to be made that we begin to see a proto-national spirit or ethos develop around the Articles and what the Articles were asking for American Whigs during that time of crisis after the Coercive Acts were passed in 1774.
Yeah, and so much of that about becoming, the idea is that people, in order to become something, this is a big exercise, by the way, they make people who are becoming artists of any sort. If you go to any sort of program to kind of study to become an artist, which I think is kind of strange, but they do encourage people to write manifestos, to actually lay out in one way or another who they are and what they are about. And I know you're familiar with Bernard Bailyn's book, To Begin the World Anew, which what I thought of as I kind of read your thing, too, about how identities are forged in communitas. And the idea of so much of this is an ongoing conversation of people borrowing from other people. It's a genuinely, you could make a case that more than any other nation before it, it is one of the most collaborative efforts in world history to forge an identity. A lot more people get a say in what they are going to become than ever have been allowed before. Is that fair?
Yeah, I agree with that, yes.
So can you kind of unpack that, what we become? So let's kind of talk about that for our listeners today, how we go about the business of becoming. Who were we before, and how do we then transform into us? How do we do it?
Yeah, it's quite complicated, but I'll try to give the simplified version here. It seems to me, now this is my interpretation of the evidence after 4-year deep dive into the archives. It seems to me that American colonists were incredibly happy belonging to the political architecture of the British Empire up until 1774. And one of the reasons why is because American colonists were enjoying the liberty that was afforded them by the British Constitution. They were afforded the protection of the most powerful navy in the world. They were afforded the protection of the most powerful army in the world, and they were at liberty to write their own charters or colonial constitutions, if you will. And what we have is a series of identities rather than a singular identity, right? So the political culture, perhaps in Virginia, was a little different than the political culture in Massachusetts, and the political culture in a place like Boston is going to be a little different than the political culture in Springfield, which is that they're still in the same colony, but they're counties away. And there was a real reward in this, right? And so American colonists gloried in being British and having the protection of the British king because it afforded them so much autonomy. Now, we have to remember that no one in colonial America, or virtually no one in colonial America, had the experience of seeing like a royal procession, right? Of seeing the king, of seeing the actual court, of feeling the power of the aristocracy. There were titles in the British Empire, but there weren't any titled men or true hereditary aristocrats in the colonies. And so the starting point would be enjoying much of the bounty of the British Empire, but without really feeling the awesome authority of the aristocracy and of the crown. And when Parliament begins to I guess you could use the word interfere with local affairs, whether that be through taxation or legislation. That's really the starting point. Right in 1764, 1765, we begin to see the Sugar Act and the Stamp Act passed as a means by which to, pay for the roughly 10,000 soldiers that were left on the western frontier after the French and Indian War. And when Americans begin to feel the power of Parliament to do things and that interferes with local leadership, we begin to see, a pretty impressive and remarkable sort of cohesion around resistance that will only grow over the next decade. I think that's a good starting point there.
Yeah, I think it is too. And there's a sense of this is interesting. What is brutal about this is the fact that it's the slap in the face. It's the sudden realization that what you thought you were, you're not. And by the way, I'm always willing to be corrected if I'm wrong here, but it seems like in 1774 in particular, oh yeah, I know you thought you were full citizens with full rights. Guess what? You're not. Was there that sense of, are you kidding me? That moment where you think you're part of the club, and then it's like, no, you're not. You don't have a say in this. You're going to do what you get told. Was there a sense of betrayal? Because that's really what sets off trauma. That's what sets off revolution, is that a people feel betrayed. Is that it?
Yeah, I think you're capturing the spirit of it there, right? And it happens in a microcosm, right? Because we have to remember, most Americans that are like sort of familiar with the revolutionary process are obviously familiar with the mantra "no taxation without representation." And of course, there's a lot of anger over property being extracted against the will of Americans, because no American can vote for any member of Parliament, right? There's an element of political accountability that ties into this story, and if you're being taxed by a local representative, you always reserve the right to vote out of office that local representative. But if you don't have the power to vote for anyone in or out of office, then that's arbitrary taxation. But let me bring this to speed where I want to get. The Coercive Acts crisis was something different, right? So the taxes outraged everyone, and we have resistance to the Stamp Act, we have resistance to the Townsend Act, we have resistance to the Tea Act, right? That's 1764, 1765, all the way up to 1773. But after the Boston Tea Party happens on December 16th, 1773, something truly astonishing happens. And this is the part of the story that's usually not told. The Coercive Acts, or the Intolerable Acts, they're the same thing, that was a series of punitive legislation that was not designed to extract revenue from any colonist, right? This is something far more dangerous than taxation without representation. This is legislation without representation. So this is perhaps even in a more acute crisis than resistance to taxation. The closing down the Boston port threatened the economic livelihood of the state of the colony of Massachusetts. The new and improved Quartering Act, made people in Massachusetts responsible for publicly supporting the King's troops, whom they didn't want there to begin with. The Massachusetts Government Act, with the stroke of a pen, wiped out local democratic government in Massachusetts, and the so-called Murder Act allowed certain British officials to specifically be tried not by a jury of their peers, but out of the colony of Massachusetts and potentially even in England. So with just a few bills, what we see happen is Massachusetts is effectively erased. Political culture is effectively erased. Democratic politics are essentially erased, and a military dictator is effectively put in place in Massachusetts, Lieutenant General Thomas Gage. And the remarkable thing is, I don't think anyone was prepared for how quickly the rest of colonial British North America got behind Massachusetts in general, but Boston in particular.
It's interesting, too, because, as far down as Georgia, people are like, wait a minute, hold on 1 second there, which, by the way, those are incredibly different cultures. Anybody knows anything about the Deep South in the colonial period, it ain't the same world as Boston. I also want to point out to our listeners, I just love this stat. Over half the residents of Boston were under the age of 18, which meant essentially you were cracking down on this radical college campus. And it was literally, and this is the question I have to ask you, and maybe this isn't your area, but it seems to me that part of the problem was the place was such a hotbed for activity, such a hotbed for radical thought and discussion, that the British were trying to get ahead of it and were already behind and essentially lit the fuse on what was already a powder keg. Is that a fair assessment? Once again, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think, again, you've got your finger on the pulse. We have to be a bit sympathetic to the British High Command. They're always, this is a 4 mile per hour world that we're dealing with, right? And news travels very slowly. So it seems there was a great article, I forget the name of it, by the late great historian John Murren from Princeton, where he effectively drew out, like, Parliament seems to always be reacting to things that happened 6 months ago. And so they were always 6 months behind. So whatever was going on at the moment, they weren't reacting to, because they were reacting to something that happened, 6 months ago.
It's interesting, too, because Brad and I have been talking about this, and as a person who's moved from what I call a corporate entity to a more of an independent place, I'll tell you the ability to maneuver when you're not a vast bureaucratic system makes things a whole lot easier. And it feels like that even though the colonists did not have the might of the British Empire on their side, because they had more independent thinkers and much less strictures, even though they had their own forms of government, that there was a certain maneuverability when these things 6 months late arrived. They actually had what I would call kind of evasive measures in place and were able to kind of start moving, that the ability to kind of think on their feet, but also the ability of not being hemmed in by strictures at the level the British military was, gave them one of the few advantages they had against British might. Once again, I'm just asking, I really am.
No, that seems right. The communication in the colonies wasn't great either, and that's what I think makes this story like a standout. When people in like St. John's Parish in Georgia, which is one of the more radical parishes in that colony, when they find out what happens in Boston, they immediately mobilize. They immediately condemn what's going on with what Parliament decided to pass to punish Bostonians for the Tea Party. We see the same thing happening in South Carolina, Westmoreland County in Virginia. It's a grassroots uprising. Local leaders were outraged, and I think rightly so, because Massachusetts is the one of the wealthiest colonies. It's a major seaport town. A lot of commerce, a lot of revenue is generated for the empire out of that space. And if the crown can sort of economically crush Boston, this is really a story of what's next, right? Just like the stamp tax, if they can tax us a penny, they can tax us $1. If they can tax us $1, they can tax us, until we don't have any property left. If they can, crush Boston, what's to stop them from crushing New York next? What's to stop them from crushing Perth Amboy in New Jersey, or pick a port, right? And so there's this real fear. And it's that fear that's going to sort of really animate a lot of fear and anger and outrage. And I think you said a moment ago a sense of betrayal. I think that's accurate as well. And there is a very rapid grassroots resistance movement that develops. And as I outline in the book, they draft all these local resistance movements. They're sympathetic with Boston, and they also demand a gathering of what they call the Grand Continental Congress.
By the way, there really is a sense, too, here that plays out, and this goes back to the idea of Americans becoming Americans. At this moment, it's at this moment of maximum danger, which is what you've outlined here, is a moment where people often figure out who they are pretty quickly when everything that they have is suddenly at stake. And that seems to be the argument of 1774 to 1776. We don't have time. If we don't respond to this quickly, then we're going to find ourselves unable to stop what happens next. And so there is like this bull rush in regards to kind of forging an identity. We've got to do this, because if we don't stand for something, we'll certainly get all kind of trampled over. If we don't hang together, we will certainly all hang apart separately. Is that kind of the basic foundation of it? So now we've been pushed against the wall. So how do we go about, in this origin story, in this superhero story, in this alley where Bruce Wayne's parents have been gunned down, how do we become Batman?
These local resistance movements, they create what I call in the book a lexicon of resistance. And if you were to take the time to sort of just read through, from county by county, town by town, pick a handful of colonies, the language is remarkably consistent. The things that they're concerned with are remarkably consistent. And one of the major motivating factors for local resistance is the idea that for generations, the American political culture was as such that no future generation had fewer rights than the present generation. The language is they want to pass liberty on inviolate to their posterity. That means in whole, like they want everything that they have, or more, hopefully more, passed on to the next generation. And if they sit by and allow Boston's port to be closed, and allow Boston's charter to be wiped out, and allow a military dictator to determine whether or not their democratically elected assemblies can meet, that's not passing liberty on inviolate to the next generation. And so that is what liberty means, right, in like Elizabeth, New Jersey, and like St. Andrew Parish in Georgia. They might not be identical, but they both agree that they work for their local spaces, and they want the right. So it becomes the obligation of the present generation to protect the liberties for the next generation. And so again, there's not a single American identity just yet. And I don't think that there is one now, and I think that's really the beauty of the experiment, right? Is like this sort of local autonomy with a national umbrella, and I think that's sort of what the Continental Congress provides, is a sort of a coordinating committee for the many local resistance movements.
It's interesting too, because we can make a case that the American identity is it ain't that. I mean, there's a way you can kind of say that our Constitution is based on the fact that the government can't do that. And there seems to be a sense of we don't know what we are and we're still figuring it out, but what we aren't is a military dictatorship. What we aren't is the coercive acts. And it almost is kind of ironic that the coercive acts become the coercive act that drives Americans into their own identity. In case you guys are just joining us, Sean David McGee joins us. He's a PhD from Temple University. He's the author of No Longer Subjects of the British King, The Political Transformation of Royal Subjects to Republican Citizens. He also is an educator in the Philadelphia metropolitan area, an adjunct professor of history at Moore College of Art and Design. The Declaration of Independence, then, in terms of your vision of this, becomes kind of the apotheosis, the kind of the peak point of all of this. Like, okay, we got an idea now, and so much of the Declaration, I ask, does it fall under my idea of we ain't that? That's not what we are, and we're going to choose a different path.
Yeah, I think the Declaration has community building all over it. I mean, the language is never I, right? The language is always like we, right? When it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which has connected them with another, right? We hold these truths to be self-evident. The governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, right? There's community built into the language of the Declaration. And as far as I can tell, the Declaration is many things, but it's three things at the very least. There are three dimensions. One, it's an announcement to the global community that there's a new nation among the powers of the earth. It's effectively a birth certificate. Two, it's a mission statement, right? It's a mission statement of the new American state. It effectively outlines the moral and ethical character of Americans, and it legitimizes private pursuits of happiness. So we have a birth certificate or announcement to the global community. We have a mission statement or the moral and ethical character. And it's also a rationale for the need of an independent America, right? It's effectively revealing, it's really a sort of an impeachment, if you will, of George III. It's a list of grievances, and they're not light grievances. They're actually pretty powerful. So, yeah, the Declaration of Independence is a singular document for sure, but it announces to the global community that there's a new nation. It announces to the global community why there's a new nation, and it reveals to the global community who Americans are at their core.
And by the way, I want to follow this up, and this is me just having a little bit of fun with my words and with your words as well. We talked about that depth of betrayal. So basically what you're suggesting here, and like I said, you can tell me that's not what I'm suggesting at all, the depth of the betrayal the king has actually engaged in of the powers that he has been afforded have essentially rendered the idea of a monarchy null. That his betrayal is so deep, he has actually annihilated his own position.
Oh, yeah. Like there's historiographical debate among scholars about whether or not the Declaration reveals Jefferson's embrace and Congress's support of classical liberalism or classical republicanism. And that's certainly a worthwhile pursuit. But one thing that unites both of those positions is classical liberals and classical Republicans were rabidly anti-monarchical. The king has revealed himself to be a true tyrant. I mean, let's just walk through some of the things that they're complaining about, right? Because we get so hung up on taxes, and the Declaration obviously is concerned about taxes. But the king, according to the Declaration of Independence, has abdicated the throne when it comes to protecting British North Americans. He's inviting an expanded local rule or local government for the vanquished French, right? He is allowing Hessian, what they call mercenaries, to come and kill Americans. He's allowing the British Army to destroy and rape and pillage. He's allowing the British Navy to stop trade and effectively deny people access to medicine and food and supplies. This is about military destruction. This is about the denial of a trial by jury of the peers of the vicinage, right? The destruction of free trade, the denial of self-government. Everything that is in the coronation oath that the king is expected to do for his subjects has been turned on its head. The world is upside down.
He has rendered his office moot. is essentially what he's done. And and that's another conversation I'd love to have with you at some point about the idea of the psychology of King George III. The idea that since he couldn't exert that kind of power over the people in Great Britain, looking to be a tyrant, he actually found a really great kind of place to practice that craft. He tried it on the colonists as well. I mean, because he never could have gotten away with the stuff he was doing over in the colonies if he had tried it in Britain, right?
Well, there's like, I mean, just when he announces, so George III, like he got a pass for quite some time, but I think that historians recognize now that George III was sort of once a sort of hands-off monarch, right? He was pretty young when he came to the throne. He's 20 or 22 in 1760 when his grandfather dies, George II. But he pretty early on with the American crisis, he flips a switch. And he declares colonists in a state of rebellion, and he's utterly hands-on. He's so hands-on that he is on top of asking Catherine of Russia if he can rent some of her army to put down to subdue Americans in British North America. And there's like some sort of little diplomatic embarrassment that goes on there. He never ends up getting Russian support, but he's looking in the Hessian states, right? And he announces before anybody knows, before there's any real conversation, that he's struck a deal with a bunch of the Hessian princes for Germanic support. And this outrages people in England, right? So it's not just Americans. They're people they're British subjects living in in Old England are outraged by the idea that the king is going to resort to hiring bloodthirsty mercenaries. Again, they're not mercenaries, but they're auxiliary soldiers. But at any rate, in the popular imagination, like the king has gone so far as to hire hired guns to suppress and oppress fellow British subjects across the Atlantic Ocean. So even in Old England, the king doesn't have complete support for this. But
happy 4th of July, by the way, Sean. We've got to take off. Sean David McGee has joined us this morning, and we're so pleased that he is our first guest up from All Things Liberty and the Journal of the American Revolution. My friend, you are welcome back anytime. Go enjoy a great 4th of July. I was going to ask you what you're doing, but we literally out of time. Happy 4th.
Happy 4th. Thank you so much.
You got it, man. Brad Bentley and I will continue our conversation on the other side of this. It's Breaker Back Talk is what I got coming at me right now, don't I, Dre? Is that what's happening?
No, sir, you got Nancy.
Oh, because you brought up the idea of talking to 3.5 during Breaker. I was like, oh, that's crazy. I didn't know it was Accelerate. Nancy Spanish, by the way, friend of the show. Been on a couple of times on Revolution Road. Is going to be joining us. I love Nancy Spanish. Just the best.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
In trucking, financial security and retirement isn't a guaranteed destination. That's why Truckers Wealth is here. A financial hub designed for you, Truckers Wealth combines expert advice and tailored solutions. Tax-free wealth plans grow your nest egg. Guaranteed income retirement accounts provide stability, and no market risk accounts protect your investments. That's hard-earned money, a steady stream of income, reliable growth. That's a retirement. That's a destination worth investing in. That's Truckers Wealth. Truckers-wealth.com. Experts dedicated to your success.
Yeah, baby, this is hour 3 coming at you. This is live from Fastport Studios, Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Brad Billy.
Before I get to friend of the show, Nancy Spanhouse, I want to say that we got a whole bunch of folks listening over on the Tube of You and the Book of Face. Touchdown Tara, who'll be joining us later, says good morning, happy 4th to everybody. Our good friend Trucker Bosun says Washington commissioned the first naval submarine as well, USS Turtle. Turtles everywhere this morning. By the way, it's good to see Doodah Man and all of our other friends kind of jumping into the conversation, making themselves heard, making themselves known. Happy 4th of July to everybody. 3.5, we will talk to you during Breaker Back Talk when our good friend the pterodactyl actually arrives on the scene. Touchdown Pterodactyl Turtle will be here. Cut some great content, by the way. Don't know if you saw that, Brad. Got a good video going over there with our good friend the Turtle, making that happen as well. Fun stuff, by the way. We'll continue to come up with some great content headed your way. All of it part of RadioNemo.com, where you can hear the show as well over on 365 and on the City of Audacity as well, too. Nancy, by the way, Nancy Spanhouse is a public historian who, in her own words, has spent the last 50 years trying to rescue what she considers the true American revolutionary principles. She began in political economy with Alexander Hamilton and published Hamilton versus Wall Street in 2019. I love that book, by the way. I love that book. It's another re-understanding of that particular great American. Her second book took on the issue of slavery, arguing that Hamilton's industrialization program was a key to ending the slavery situation, the institution, without a civil war. And her third, just published 3 months ago, directly addresses the 1760 to 1787 revolutionary period, challenging citizens to take a new and deeper look at what the revolution is all about. I think that she actually couples very nicely with what Sean was talking about. Hey, Nancy, welcome back. It's good to have you again. Happy 4th.
Oh, happy 4th to you. Yeah, I saw you had Sean on first. You know, as you probably know, I have a speech by Sean in my book. And actually got this idea or congealed this idea of subject to citizen, you know, with inspired by him in part, you know, by what he said went on in the First Continental Congress.
And
it's very
it worked out perfectly because, you know, Sean looks at that cauldron, that 74 to 76 cauldron, but you take a bigger view. You actually look at 1760 to 1787 because that is the long enculturation. That is the long process of becoming. And of course, we continue to become, to form that more perfect union as we talk about. But can you give our listeners a sense of what it is Americans need to know about their revolution? To go right to the subtitle of the title. How do we move from subject to citizen? Take us through it.
Well, I think that the first thing we do is we really recognize that we've taken a very shallow approach and taken a lot for granted in terms of what our revolution was intended to do. The revolution was not the same as the Revolutionary War. When the war was over, we still had a lot of work to do, as Benjamin Rush, one of our founding fathers, said right before the Constitutional Convention. So, and people were relative to the rest of the world, they were informed by having done a lot of reading and thought about what's involved in good governance, as you would say today. What they would say is a government that puts the welfare of its population first. They actually argued that the king was illegitimate because he was not putting the welfare of the population first. So the book goes through the build-up, you know, of long-term grievances like economic grievances, and then other hot-button issues. For example, this question of taxes, which, in fact, I had a friend who really emphasized this point. Americans did pay taxes. In fact, they wanted to pay the taxes to pay their governor because they wanted to have some control over what that governor was going to do. And when the British decided to put the Stamp Act on, specifically to pay to police them, to pay for the army here, which was more troops than had been here during the French and Indian War, and began to use that to fund the administration of smuggling laws and other kinds of, and the courts and the governorships. They said, this is tyranny, and we're not going to go along with this. So, but then you get to the question of, well, how do you establish institutions which make those changes? We go from a situation where we are freeing ourselves from an oppressive government to having a government that works for the general welfare of the population. And those ideas that go into that, there are a couple extensive articles in this book. It's really it's 22 different essays, mostly by me, but Sean and my husband get a couple licks in there. And
Speaking of the Stamp Act, I'm sorry, I couldn't let that stand. I'm sorry. Go ahead, continue.
Go ahead.
No, I just was saying, speaking of the Stamp Act, he got his licks in there. I just wanted to make sure that pun got included in this conversation. Go ahead, Nancy. Thank you.
Well, do you want me to repeat that? Did that go too fast?
No, Nancy. I was making the joke. He said your husband got his licks in, and I was making a joke about the Stamp Act.
Okay, I guess I'm a little slow on the uptick this morning.
Hey, come on!
It's a holiday.
You got up early on a holiday to join us on Revolution Road. Of course, we're all a little slow. Nancy, I wanted to ask you a question to kind of go back just for a second to kind of dig in, because you said a lot of interesting stuff that you just unpacked, and we talked a little bit about this with Sean, but there's maybe a way you can deepen this. Can we make the argument that so much of who we become is about what we never want to happen again? Is that so much of our political documentation, so much of what we kind of codify as law is based on those terrible experiences that happened towards the end of British rule? The idea that it's like, how do we ensure not only do the British never do this to us again, but how we as a country never fall into the trap of dealing with quartered soldiers, dealing with with kind of plenipotentiary decisions when it comes to the raising of revenue against us, to shutting down our trade routes. How much of who we are is based on what we don't want to be? Make sense?
I think to a lot of people that is the view. They are looking at what they don't want to happen again. But my implicit argument, and it's not a preachy book, right? It's not like I lay out a clear thesis and then, logically prove it, right? I'm poking holes in some of the things that people take for granted, and I'm trying to challenge people to think in a slightly different way about what we were trying to do. A citizen at the time, to go from a subject to a citizen is a much deeper question. These people had an idea of citizenship which went back to Cicero, right? To the idea of connecting your commitment to the general welfare of your society with your own personal one. They weren't necessarily at odds. And unfortunately, some of the tendency of many people who supported the revolution was that they simply it was a libertarian view. It didn't really include the welfare of anybody but me, myself, and I, right? And I tell people that if they don't read anything else in this book of the longer articles, they should read my reprint of Abraham Lincoln in 1838, where he says how do we save our republic? Because there gives a very thought-provoking, modern analysis that you can agree with parts of and not agree with other parts of, but it's definitely worth thinking about, of what sustained our republic for, at that time, about 50 years, and what was necessary to continue to sustain our republic for the good and welfare of the entire population.
I'm actually going to take a little detour here into our listeners, many of whom are over-the-road independent truck drivers. And there is an award that is given out every year. Dave Nemo and my co-host from time to time, from the last 2 hours of this show on a regular basis, Lindsay Lawler, are responsible for picking the winners. It's called the Citizen Driver Award. And what they're looking for is they're not looking for people who have 4 million safe driving miles. They need to have that as well. That needs to be foundational. They need to be a completely qualified, competent business owner or great employee who drives safely on the road, who makes money for the company and all that kind of stuff. What they're really looking for, Nancy, and it's really cool, is looking for citizens. They're looking for people who are Little League coaches, people who are involved in Big Brother, Big Sister programs, people who are volunteer firemen, people who do EMT work, all the other stuff too. And it seems to me that part of what you're arguing in that essay that you're talking about is that, the libertarian view means keep driving safely, drive safely so you can make more money, take care of you and yours, and cash in your check and go home. And by the way, that can make a very good employee. What these people are looking for when they pick the winner is people who are very connected and understand that their driving and their embrace of their communities makes them a better citizen driver. And so this is kind of the struggle that you're looking at, that the complexity of citizenship, talking about it through the filter of Cicero, the idea that, go back to John Donne's quote, "No man is an island," and the idea that they really, many of the founding fathers are deeply invested in the idea of even the smallest sharecropper, even the smallest farmer, the smallest craftsman, having a direct connection to their fellow citizens and understanding that in protecting their rights, they're protecting the rights of all. Is that kind of what we're talking about?
That's very interesting that you give that reward. I congratulate you on that.
Well, thank you. And it's the hardest decision they have to make. By the way, it is an agony. You ask Dave and Lindsay, and they hate it because the last 10 are just extraordinary.
They're all deserving.
They got to pick 3, Nancy. It's agonizing for them at the end. So,
right.
Is that what you're getting at?
Well, it's a little more than that, because I think people have to be also, it seems impossible to them because people are individuals find, I'm so stacked up with my things to do in my life that I couldn't possibly think about how the country should be run, right? Or, what our economic system should be at the top. But our revolution came out of people who were definitely thinking about that. They were thinking about it from of connecting their own welfare with how the government institutions were going to promote or go against that, and learning something about government, which doesn't mean that everybody should run for office or, sit at the polls or something like that, but it means being informed. Read a very interesting article not too long ago about cultural shifts in the United States, from the idea that from a period which really was hit a high point at the end of the 19th century, I think, where people were totally energized with debates about how the economy should be organized, to the period of this article argued that the period of the 1920s, when we became a consumer society, and what you were interested in was, what you could buy, whether your truck was flashier than their truck. I don't know. What did you get the best deal? A consumer society, something that not what you contribute, but what you get for a buck, right? And it's a totally different relationship to your fellow citizens. And I think that's slightly more directly what I'm after.
Yeah, and it's interesting too that you would pick the 20s. That that the thing that you were reading and referring to would pick the 20s. We're going to go all over. This is not just about the American Revolution, but the ongoing American Revolution. You make a case that part of the reason the 20s happens is the messianic urge of the Wilson administration, which of course then kind of culminates in our entry into World War I, which, by the way, I looked at that history. We should have been involved in World War I. The Kaiser was a bad dude, and there's a lot of reasons for us to get involved. That being said, there were a lot of Americans who ended up getting incredibly exhausted, because that's the thing, too, is that the kind of citizenship you're calling for and the kind of citizenship that the Founding Fathers, many of them, were deeply invested in, the Ciceronian model of it is, I always say this is America. Put your big girl pants on, put your big boy pants on, and get involved. But that really can be exhausting, can it not, Nancy? I mean, the idea that...
Oh, absolutely. It can be exhausting.
Kicking the ass, right? Go ahead.
So what? I mean,
I'm with you.
You've got... you've got a future to think about. As far as I know, I mean, you, Jimmy, you've done a lot of history work. Maybe you know better. But as far as I know, we're the only constitution in the world that actually makes a commitment for our posterity. That one of your judgment parameters for what your policies of the government should be is that it's good for the people who come after you, right? Which, by the way, is totally the opposite of what the complicated character Thomas Jefferson thought. He thought, we should start with a clean slate every 25 years. And other founding fathers thought that was quite irresponsible. You have to set up institutions which are actually going to produce good, even when people don't automatically come to that conclusion to do it on their own.
It's interesting too, Nancy, because the intellectual heft of the argument that gets this country going that may be the greatest institution that we have founded here. And that's why I always worry about when anybody shows up, and I always make the joke, P.J. O'Rourke, God rest his soul, once said that he was always very wary of anyone who actually wanted to call the police. And what he meant by that was of what he would call it stasis, and the idea that what Jefferson and Hamilton in particular engage in early on in the Republic. And by the way, I agree with you in regards to the posterity approach. The idea is that because our Constitution also leaves room to amend and change,
absolutely,
that's the open door. That's the one that says you can get rid of some of this stuff and you can add some stuff as well. Now, it takes a big mechanism to do it, and we should have a conversation about that as well, too, at some point. But part of what I think the posterity is the argument, is the fact that we figure out really quickly that Washington doesn't eliminate his enemies, that Jefferson, when he assumes power, doesn't begin a long-term strategy to eradicate any Hamiltonian thinkers. He might not like them, and he might make life difficult for them, but with the exception of Aaron Burr, nobody's looking to give anybody the business in the early Republic and basically establish themselves as the only true system of governance. Is that fair?
Well, on the whole, it's fair.
Well, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we all have our moments. We have our moments.
For example, you probably are aware Jefferson was quite determined that Hamiltonian economics not be taught at the University of Virginia, right?
Oh yeah.
So that's doesn't really go together with this whole freedom of speech idea. But but in terms of totally wiping the slate clean, no, not at all. And he was prevented from doing that actually by Gallatin.
Who you have written extensively about, by the way, and I think in many ways you are one of the people who's actually really helped kind of bring Americans awareness of Gallatin, by the way. And by the way, Thomas Jefferson had an odd habit of like saying, what is good for thee is not always good for me, and therefore I actually have no problem with a very proactive, overreaching federal government when it comes to purchasing a large plot of land from Napoleon for $15 million.
Yeah, right. I don't have a problem when it's what I want to do. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, or when it opens up land for my constituents, the dudes that like me, those farmers, man, if I can get them some more land, I am more than happy to embrace Hamiltonian methodologies. More than happy to jump into the game, right?
And certainly to spend the money that was accumulated under the Hamiltonian policies, which, I mean, it wouldn't have, without the credit policies of Hamilton, we wouldn't have had the credit to be able to
Nancy,
actually carry out that purchase.
Nancy, are you telling me this country has a 250-year tradition of one party actually basically cleaning up the books and making things right, and then the other party who rails against all of that kind of stuff coming in and spending that money? I'm shocked. I'm stunned. I'm sorry. Let's get back to your book, though. Like I said, we've covered a couple of things here, though. I'd like to keep talking about the idea of from subject to citizen, because I feel like today we've had this really great moment. We had on the former Undersecretary of the Navy, Patrick Murphy, who has of Army. I'm sorry, I said Navy, didn't I?
You did.
I did. Shame on me. Former Undersecretary of the Army. He would kill me if he was in fact listening, but he's on the beach right now with his son flexing. But basically, he talks about the idea of that all the time. It's a big passion project for him of getting veterans involved both in the public and private sectors vigorously. Calls them veteranpreneurs. And so much of Hamilton's vision of the country, while there was a big bank and while there was a bureaucracy and all that kind of stuff, he really was a small business friend, correct? I mean, there really was a vision of helping people getting going. He wanted an activist government to help people get going.
In fact, one of the experts on Hamiltonian economics, this guy Richard Silla, excellent illustrated biography of Hamilton, by the way, points out that his Society for Useful Manufacturers, the organization which became Paterson, New Jersey, that this was actually a multi-industrial thing, and that they provided credit for startups, right, for small guys, right? So it wasn't like your Lowell, Massachusetts, where you had a family fortune when somebody looking for to set up a company town. You did provide the basis for people to actually start this operation. Contrary to what most people think about Hamilton under these circumstances, but Jefferson. Lincoln, followed through on Hamilton. That friend also pointed out correctly, I think, that to a large extent, Lincoln did what Hamilton would have wanted to do.
Yeah, you can, you've argued that, by the way, that Lincoln, in many ways, is kind of the fruition of the Hamiltonian view of government, and the Republican Party of 1854, 1856, the one that springs into life. It figures itself out by the time it gets to 1860 and becomes, in many ways, the vision of what Hamilton had. Nancy, really quickly, I wanted to let you know that along with enjoying the conversation we're having with you this morning, a lot of our listeners are actually talking about the donuts that they're trying to avoid to eat. And so, speaking of things to eat, they really are, by the way. They literally are online saying, we're really enjoying this conversation, and then they get into the sidebar about literally the Clearwater, Minnesota restaurant at the fuel stop. If you can make it past the pastry counter, there's a lot of great stuff to eat in the restaurant. What are you having? What are you doing for 4th of July? We're almost out of time. So what are you doing for the 4th? What are you going to do?
Well, I'm at a family reunion with my husband and son. So we're in Detroit, and we are going to have a barbecue. We're celebrating the wedding of one of my husband's nephews, and it's going to be a lot of conversation. These are all people who are very involved in a citizen way. I may not agree with everything they're involved in, but, you know, at least they are willing to discuss it. You know, they're not about to say, you know, politics and economics are off the agenda. Because, I mean, the thing is that I'm sorry I don't have an audiobook for probably very popular with your constituency.
Oh, yeah.
But
I got one. By the way, I have one listener, Nancy. He literally has 600 audiobooks in his queue. He's actually listened to 600 audiobooks in his queue. If you ever want me to read it for you, I get you some voices.
It's so expensive. It's so expensive. I'm not sure that I can actually do that. So, but if people don't, but the one thing I really take issue with is this idea that, well, people don't read anymore, so we should just adapt to their new, shorter attention span.
No, not true. People are reading just fine, yeah.
This is just, I say, well, if that's the case, we're sunk, because you're not going to have a viable country if people decide that they aren't going to improve their knowledge and their commitment to knowledge, which is one of the fundamental things all the way from Washington forward. And that's what we'll be doing. In fact, you know, I'll be selling books to my relatives. I sell them to my doctors. I sell them to my relatives. Because, I mean, I can tell you, I have a very serious form of cancer at the moment. But when people say, well, what can I do for you? And I said, well, you can buy a book.
Well, good gosh almighty.
Better yet, you could read it.
By the way, I actually will buy 2 copies today, I promise you, and I will give one to my father and one to my brother. I got to cut you loose, Nancy, because we're out of time. I want everybody to keep on reading at AmericanSystemNow.com, by the way. Nancy, love you. It is so good to have you back.
Oh, I really enjoy talking to you, Jimmy. Really do. Okay. So you have a wonderful 4th.
You too as well. May the 4th be with Nancy always, because she, by the way, Brad, is a great American. We're going to take a quick break here, come back. Brad will have some comments on the other side. I got some really good news about something else we talked about. Nancy reminded me I wanted to share it with you and our listeners. We'll take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Gary Eckelbarger is joining us. Barger, by the way. I said that wrong because I was thinking about burgers. We'll be right back. Go to ShadyRays.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Yep, you're hearing that right. We're live on 4th of July. Coming on down to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Brad Bentley hanging out with you.
Hey, speaking of Brad Bentley, we're at the Fastport Studios, and that means Fastport. They've been solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people for quite some time. From registered apprenticeship to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. A lot of our listeners don't know this, and I didn't want to talk about it until we got some clarity on it. So, you know, my niece Kate, I showed you pictures, Dre, right? Yeah. Absolutely beautiful young woman. So proud of her in so many ways. She's a teacher over in Florida. Her husband-to-be, her fiance, they just got engaged, man. Just a big old party and all that. And right after that, they found out that she had a serious form of cancer on her ear. And they were very deeply concerned that it had spread. Yeah. And I had shared that with you, Brad. I shared that with Dre and a couple of other people. We didn't share that on the air. I'm sharing it now because this morning I woke up with a text from my sister. They got it out, and the test turned out that she's cancer-free.
Oh, that's beautiful.
They're going to need reconstructive surgery on her ear, but given how much of literally finding that out literally a day and a half, 2 days after having your engagement party with all your friends was a very, very touch-and-go moment. And we are just absolutely delighted over here. What a beautiful young woman moving forward to a wonderful life. And our best wishes to Nancy as well, who, by the way, what a sport, huh? I mean, going through all of that, walking into the lion's den of a political argument with her family and friends, and going through that and still making time for us. What a great lady.
Yeah, she was fascinating, and she touched on something about Lowell, Massachusetts, which I felt a little irony there, since that's where I was living before moving to New Orleans. That's where the original corporate headquarters for Fastport is. But it would be fascinating to me if she comes back on the air just to have an episode about Lowell. There is a 1 mile of these brick structures that were all textile mills back in the day on the Merrimack River. A lot of those have been repurposed now for office space. There's a museum there, amphitheater, a lot of really cool stuff that's been built there. But all of those families she mentions with that generational wealth, some of those mansions are still right there on the water as well. So Lowell, Mass would be a good subject for her to come back on just to talk about that.
I'm going to pick on Nancy for just 1 minute before we bring Gary Eckel-Barger in here to talk with us. By the way, he's a groovy dude. My favorite thing about Gary, by the way, no links or socials. You can go to Amazon for his books, which I think is outstanding, by the way.
Straight up.
Best bio ever.
Best bio ever. He's got a great bio, though, by the way. We'll get to that in a second here. I'm going to pick on Nancy a little bit because she's terrific and a genuine friend of the show. I've always said I wish I had 10 minutes before I started talking to Nancy to talk to Nancy before we got on the air, because you can always hear it with Nancy. She's an absent-minded professor in another life. And it takes her about 5 to 7 minutes, and then the engine turns over.
Yeah. It's like a crescendo.
It's like the engine turns over on Nancy. And you're like, oh, man, this guy's got something going on. Mm-hmm. This guy's got something going on, too. Mm-hmm. Gary, by the way, is an award-winning author of 10 books and more than 36 articles. What have you done with your life, guys?
Nothing.
Drive millions of miles in trucks, by the way. That's good enough, too. Monographs and essays about 18th and 19th century personalities and events, as well as several appearances on The Span of Sea, Book TV, covering his book topics. He was born and raised 10 miles up the river from Niagara Falls. Eckel-Barger obtained an MS at the University of Wisconsin and has lived in Virginia for over 30 years. His most recent work, Volume 2 of George Washington's Momentous Year, is published through Westholme and will be released in the middle of July if it's not already out. We're just going to be talking about the 4th of July here, Brad. The first two 4th of July celebrations in America of 1777 and 1778, with a particular focus on a particular founding father. Hey, Gary, welcome aboard. Happy 4th of July, man.
Oh, happy Independence Day to you, Jimmy. Thanks for having me back.
Oh, you got it, brother. And Brad Bentley of Fastport, who is the reason we have a brand new spanking studio over in the city of New Orleans. And we're at the historic Degas House. No connection to the Revolution there, but a big connection to the history of New Orleans and the history of French Impressionist painting. A lot of history rolling around us today. First of all, before we get to the conversation, let's ask you, what are you doing for the 4th of July? I always ask the All Things Liberty crowd what they're doing for the 4th. What's happening with you?
Well, this year I'm low-keying it. I'm staying at home. I live about 15 miles from D.C., so I'm going to make plans for the 250th, obviously, for the big events that are planned around there. So today will be low-key.
Yeah, I'm actually going to probably after this do a couple of physical activities and then literally go back to my mom and dad's house and make chili hot dogs and watch baseball all day. That is the extent of my 4th of July, because that's the great thing about the 4th of July. Do it the way you want to do it. Brad's got something for you, too.
Yeah, my daughter lives in Washington, D.C., and her favorite part about today is that they make the metro free for everybody. Getting to it from all those events, you know.
Yeah, it makes it makes a big difference. Now we're talking about 4th of July celebrations, and the greatest thing about the 4th of July is, unlike a lot of other celebrations, you get to do it as you want to do it. So we thought we'd talk about. We've been talking origin stories all morning. This is a great thing too, to talk about the public celebration of the 4th and what it meant to Americans. But in particular, you want to talk about the big GW himself, correct?
Yeah, a little bit about what was going on in the country and with GW as well, because it just so happens that the first chapter of my 2-volume work is on the 4th of July, 1777, and the very last chapter of Volume 2 is about the 4th of July, 1778. So it's a fitting day to talk about that.
I think so too. So tell me what tell our listeners, by the way, because I've actually dove into a lot of. I love all the stuff over there, the stuff that you write. A lot of it's really fun and engaging. Can you kind of give our listeners a sense of, that it wasn't just John Adams' vision of the 4th of July? Can you give us a macro vision of 1777 and to some degree 78 about what it was that went down, how we actually unfurled the flags back then?
Well, for 1777, I always found this interesting because when John Adams wrote about presciently about how the anniversary of independence should be celebrated with pomps and parade and bonfires and illuminations going from one end of the continent to the other, he was speaking about July 2nd, because he wrote the letter on July 3rd before the written Declaration of Independence was presented and adopted by Congress. So, but on July 2nd was the verbal adoption of Virginia Delegate Richard Henry Lee's resolution for independence. So the big question in 77 is that I always thought was how it was America going to celebrate it on the 2nd of July, as John Adams predicted would occur, or would it occur on the 4th? And it happened on the 4th. And it wasn't a congressional decree like a day of Thanksgiving. It was all organic. Cities on their own planned that day. So obviously Americans like the written declaration as to mark their birthday rather than the verbal declaration of July 2nd. So that's what I was really astounded to see, is that universally and independently, ironically, these independent states celebrated the 4th of July, and all the big cities did that. But it wasn't, some of them weren't well planned. For example, Philadelphia made its decision just 2 days before the 4th of July to celebrate in 1777 because we were in the middle of a war, right? And it was a war that was only a couple of years old. Nobody knew it was going to last for several more years. And it was clearly an undecided predicament for America at that time, yet they still marked this day with several cities having huge events like militia firing 13-gun salutes. And if you go all the way down to Charleston, I found accounts where the forts protecting Charleston actually fired a 76 cannon salute to America, followed by the 13-gun salute by the militia. And, of course, all these are also followed by 13 toasts being offered to various American-related activities at that time, and for the independence of the United States, perpetual. And that's how the independence was celebrated in 1777. And I found accounts going all the way from Charleston, South Carolina, all the way up the coast to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So I'm assuming just about every single state had some place in the state having some kind of a very public event that day. What was unusual about all this is, since you told me, as you mentioned, I was thinking more about Washington on this. He didn't recognize July 4th, 1777 as Independence Day at all. I saw no mention of it in his correspondence. I saw no letters talking about it. His staff that was with him at that time, he's in Morristown, New Jersey, encamped with about 8,000 Continental soldiers. Most of his army was there, but not all of it. And he makes no mention of it at all. It's like the day passed him by. Even though the year before, he had, by the request of Congress, had the Declaration read to his troops when he was stationed in New York. And that was on July 9th, so in 1776. But maybe the message didn't get to him about July 4th. He never thought July 4th was a very warm day for him, because that day, 23 years earlier, he had to surrender his troops to the French at Fort Necessity. So he always thinks of the 3rd of July as a great anniversary when his Virginia regiment during the 7 Years' War put out a stalwart defense at Fort Necessity, but he had to surrender on July 4th. So July 4th was not a very memorable day for him to celebrate. That might have been part of the reason, but I think the real reason was he was so consumed with his adversary that going from New York to wherever, he was either going to go north to support an army, British army descending from Canada, or he was going to threaten Philadelphia, or he was going to go much further, maybe even to Charleston. So I think Washington was way too consumed with that in 1777 to even think about independence.
It's interesting, too, because our good friend Peter Stark, the event you talked about, the ignominious July 4th for him, and for him alone, because, like you said, they put up a very valiant defense, just a point where it just can't be sustained. That of course, gets covered in our friend Peter Stark's book, Young Washington. But what's also interesting here is I keep thinking about, I hate quoting Churchill during the American Revolution conversation, but he had a famous phrase where he said, "Forward until the whole task is done." And it seems to me that you're kind of alluding to the fact that Washington's like, great, you have your pomp, you have your circumstances, I've got bigger things on my mind, and so do my men. And it's interesting, too, because something else about Washington that a lot of people know is that Washington was very, very acutely aware of ceremony. I mean, after all, St. Patrick's Day, given the number of Irish that he actually had in his command, he would make a point of that. He was always very, very aware of what his men needed in regards to celebration and memorial and all that. So this is an active decision. This isn't just a matter of, oh, yeah, that, I forgot. Could you make a case that Washington's like, yeah, we're not doing that until we're done here? I mean, is that the case you're kind of making?
I'm actually going to say no to that, because he celebrated the next year and the task wasn't done yet either. But there was a whole different circumstance to it. I have no idea to this day. He never mentioned why he doesn't recognize it, and there's even no mention that he's received any information about other cities celebrating at that time. But you're right, he is one that realizes the importance of the pomp of these kind of celebrations. In fact, just when it came to French recognition, when they were at Valley Forge, they had a huge celebration in May of 1778. So it's not like the events aren't important to him. I really think I actually do think the day just escaped him on celebrating it on the 4th.
He had a lot on his plate in 77. I mean, let's be really honest.
He did.
There was a lot of stuff going on there. And like I said, it's interesting, too, because so many of the things that Washington celebrates are less about Washington, who often eschewed that kind of thing. A lot of that was very calculated. And by the way, that's not a bad calculation to make. So much of what Washington would celebrate or call attention to was deliberately meant to kind of allow those under his command. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Gary. I have no problem with that. To make sure that the people, he was always very, very clever and very, very smart in how he kind of recognized the contribution of others. He got a lot of glory, but he wasn't, the great thing is that there wasn't enough mustard to cover the hot dog that was Washington is actually a very false statement. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. In fact, a great example of that is going for after the 4th of July in 1777. His department, the Middle Department, was in the midst of the Philadelphia campaign, while the Northern Department, which is all 6 departments, are under his overall control. But the Northern Department is led by General Horatio Gates. And when they have a great victory in the Saratoga campaign, not the final one, but the one right before it, Washington made sure that his men, after he received the news of it, that through general orders, that they had a huge festive event in their encampment to celebrate that. But he also uses these things to pit his men against their other American brethren fighting in other departments, saying, look how successful they are, you can be successful as well. And he always tended to issue that kind of elan-stirring statements in his general orders to get the troops roused up for their upcoming battle that would be happening shortly after these events.
Can you give us more of and like I said, we've already kind of touched it, but can you give us more of an in-depth look, kind of a micro read, as it were, of the 4th of July of 1778, to really kind of dig in of the events surrounding it? And by the way, if you want to then pivot out of there and talk about if there were any particular events, because, man, you're tracking a lot of events here. It's 13 different events. I got a question about that number 13 in a second. By the way, guys, I do know it's the number of colonies, so you all can breathe easy. But can you kind of talk about the specifics of that particular 1778 in the most detail you can, and then we'll pivot to some other stuff.
Okay, so 1778 is going to be a antithetical for Washington compared to 77. And as I refuted you before, he is going to celebrate this in a war that's going to last 5 more years, and he has no idea about that at the time. And I always think that that's the most amazing thing about America during the Revolutionary War, is they're fighting against the one of the most successful, maybe one of the best armies, but clearly the most successful army on the face of the earth, the British Army. And the outcome is not, especially in 1777, was not inevitable that it was going to work in America's favor. In fact, if you were a betting man, you might still be betting against it. 78, that all changes. And this is, Washington has had if I can quote the title of my book, a very momentous year, because he has gone through the Philadelphia campaign, the 6-month encampment at Valley Forge, and then has just completed a New Jersey campaign that we call the Monmouth campaign, marked by the Battle of Monmouth, just 6 days before the 4th of July. So the 4th of July is going to be a special event for Washington in 1778. And what we need to realize is his headquarters now are back in New Jersey. This time it's on the Raritan River across from where Rutgers University is today. And he's just 20 miles south of where his headquarters were in 77. But in that year, he's traveled well over 700 miles to get back there again. And that even includes some areas like Valley Forge, where he basically was in the same position for about 6 months. So he's had some very active campaigns in the on season, more than the off season. But by 78, he's going to celebrate it. And the main reason for that is what just happened 6 days before. He now has a well-trained army, courtesy of Baron de Steuben at Valley Forge. And they've just had a huge, as I mentioned before, a huge celebration of what was the most important event leading up to that, and that was the French recognition, the Treaty of Amity and Commerce, that led to this great celebration at Valley Forge on May 6th. So Washington wants to test his army against the British, who had been occupying Philadelphia since September of 77. They will leave in June of 78 to march across New Jersey, the Crown Force Army under Henry Clinton. And they're roughly about 18 to 19,000 soldiers in that army, and a lot of camp followers. And they're cutting across New Jersey, and Washington chases it down. And it leads to the Battle of Monmouth on June 28th, a day in battle history that neared about 100 degrees in the day. And even though there was a rough start for the Army, when Washington's second in command didn't have really good control of the troops. And when Washington gets on the battlefield, he sees all of them retreating before his eyes. His presence and his decisions turn that retreat into a victory by putting his guys up on the hills, boarding back any attempt by the British to test out his position, and then the thrill of the Americans to see the Redcoats turning their back to them and leaving the battlefield, for Washington to claim his sixth victory as Army commander in the field in 11 Revolutionary War contests, was for him a cause to celebrate, because he looked at July 4th, 1778 as an exclamation point. It was the end of that great year, but it was also the beginning of what he would consider, even though he doesn't write this, you can come to this conclusion, and I certainly do, that he looked at this as the beginning of the end of the British Army dominating in America, that America was going to win its independence primarily because the French have joined them. But Washington has also realized that he now has an army train that can go toe-to-toe with the best troops in the world, which makes them some of the best troops in the world. And as long as Washington was commanding them in person on the battlefield, he felt that they were never going to be defeated again. So I think that's how he treated the 4th of July in 1778. And I can follow up with talking about exactly how they celebrated that day, but I will say that the event that they celebrated was so memorable to the troops that I found at least 5 pension applications by soldiers 50 years later that marked the 4th of July on the Raritan River in their pension applications, and putting it on the same hierarchy as a great battle, which is really interesting that they're including that in their pension applications. And in a couple of them, they say the day that we celebrated independence and our great victory at Monmouth.
I'll tell you this, by the way, I can't even imagine how delighted a 20-year-old kid from France must have been during all of this, because for people who don't know, just to kind of give people a sense of this, the Marquis de Lafayette actually had joined the American cause on his own, millionaire and orphan that he was, on July 31st of 1777. So I can't even imagine. I mean, the idea of making the announcement of French full involvement must have delighted that young man who looked up to Washington as a father figure. It sounds like almost bedlam, the idea that you go into the field with this army, and for the first time, it's kind of, I hate to make the comparison to a college football coach, Brad, but it's kind of like when you take over a program and you're a good coach, but your first year you go 1-10, your second year you go 4-7, and then the engine turns over. And this is kind of it literally, everything seems to take 3 years. You know what I'm saying? We go from 1776 to 77, and then in 78, it's almost like the engine turns over and everything begins to go right for the program or the process. Is that a fair assessment? Once again, it's okay if you tell me no. I'm learning.
Well, with Lafayette, I mean, Lafayette is, I just have a little bit different take on Lafayette than his biographers. I don't think Washington considered him the son that the biographers always like to claim about Lafayette, because really they had a big falling out early when Lafayette joined the Army, because Washington wasn't expecting him to be really asking for a field command. But when Lafayette sacrifices himself with his enthusiasm at the first battle he's engaged in at Brandywine, and winters with the Army at Valley Forge, by that time he and Washington had clearly become very, very close. And then your assessment that you bring up from that point on, I think, is valid and apt. And we should note that he was commissioned in 77 at the age of 19. He turns 20
September
6 weeks
6th.
later in September.
Yeah.
But he's still, I think, clearly to this day, he's still the youngest appointed or commissioned Major General in the United States of America. And I don't think that's ever going to be topped.
Nope.
Yeah, and by the way, when people want to pick on the French for other things later on, I always say, hey, baby, Lafayette, man, Lafayette. That's the truth. But let's talk about that celebration really quickly, and then we'll get to other stuff. Like I said, if people are actually claiming, well, I was at both Monmouth and the celebration after, it must have been even by Washington, even Washington must have considered it a grand celebration. What did that look like?
Yeah. Well, this is picture it this way. Washington is on the northeast side of the Raritan River at a headquarters elevated on ground that can oversee to the other side about a mile and a half away. And there's one bridge that crosses the Raritan at that stage. It's called Raritan Landing. There's a bridge there. And his troops are also on his side of the river for the most part. The artillery's on what was then the Brunswick side. Today it's New Brunswick, and it's where Rutgers University is now. And he through general orders on the day before, he has laid out the event and how they're going to celebrate it starting in the late afternoon. So this was at least verbally presented to the troops. And the most important thing to realize is they've already practiced this 2 months before with the Great Valley Forge celebration. Most of these guys were the same troops, except for some new recruits that came in between that time. And so in the afternoon, at the appointed time, which started about 3 in the afternoon, the infantry from the northeast side of the Raritan crossed the bridge and worked its way for a total of about a 2-mile march and aligned in two columns facing the river. In other words, facing toward Washington's headquarters on the other side, so facing basically to the east. And those lines of troops, it's 17,000 troops, interspersed between brigades with cannon. And one of those lines is, they're not equal length. One's about 9,000, the other's about 8,000. Each of those lines is about 2 miles long, if you can imagine something like that. And then Washington, at the appointed time, with his staff, will do a crescent-shaped ride over that bridge and down to the Army, and they will pass through the Army in a formal recognition of it. And Washington is on his beautiful and majestic dappled Arabian horse called Blueskin, and his staff is in tow, and that includes people like Hamilton and Lawrence of the musical fame now. And he rides from one end of the line and then picks up the second line and rides the other side of it in the formal parade fashion, and then returns to his headquarters to watch the event that follows. And at the designated time, they engage in what's called a feu de joie. That's the French term for fire of joy, where a running fire, like falling dominoes, will start from the right end of the line facing toward the river, so the line furthest to the south, or the end of the line furthest to the south, and work its way northward. Then it picks up in the second row behind it and works its way down from north to south. And it's just the most impressive thing to see the line of musketry fire interspersed with artillery firing between each of the brigades that are set up, running up and down. And it's just this remarkable feu de joie, as they call it. And one of the members at headquarters described it as marvelous beyond description, and his account ended up in the local newspapers. But clearly, Washington never talked about the day, but it had to be one of the most thrilling days of his life, because as I said, this marked the big turning point. You know, the exclamation point to the end of that momentous year, and the beginning of what he thought was America's onward march to eventually victory over the Crown forces and pure independence from that point on. But he must have been thrilled to see it. In fact, 23 miles away, I'm going to say, as the British were leaving New Jersey to cross over to New York, they could hear it.
By the way, Gary, we got to let you go. Unbelievable. You ate the time alive, and I'm so glad you did, by the way. Yeah, I can't even imagine this. I mean, this is like one of the most spectacular things in U.S. history, and more people need to know about it. The Fire of Joy, by the way. Gary, you actually brought a lot of fire of joy to our show today. I can't tell you how much we thank you. Go have the quiet 4th of July you're looking to have as you get ready for the big one next year. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Jimmy. Nice to be on the show.
Oh, man. Happy 4th to you. Happy 4th to Brad Bentley. Happy 4th to our friend Phone Master Dre. And, of course, Madison with a T. By the way, our good friend Lindsay Law will be dropping in as Tara arrives on the scene. Lean and mean. Touchdown, Tara. Tara the Turtle. Pterodactyl Tara. Tara T. Go to ShadyRays.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
You know Sap
The
Brothers
mission of
don't
Reeds
beat any
Across America.
competitors' advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Oh, it's tea time, baby, on Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios in the beautiful Degas House. And Jimmy, take it away yet again.
Touchdown, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, touchdown, Tara, no flags on the play. Holding, Bruins, forget about it. That's my favorite Keith Jackson call. Wait a minute, flag on the play, holding, Bruins, forget about it. And on the next play, UCLA scored again, and he went, touchdown, UCLA, no flags. No flags on the field because Tara, the touchdown, the turtle herself, always over on the chat, always over on the Book of Face. Ubiquitous, Tara. Tara everywhere all at once joins us this morning. Happy as the 4th of July. Not a bad way to spend the 4th of July, I got to tell you, in the company of friends, huh, T?
Yes, absolutely. The show this morning has been amazing. So many friends, new, old. Happy 4th of July. I'm happy to be here.
Tara, I want to check on you this morning. We talked last night. You were doing one of my least favorite things on the planet, which was dealing with a move. So you're recovering from that today? How's it going?
Yes, I spent all day yesterday unpacking, redecorating. We actually just moved back into our camper after being evicted by the city at my parents' front yard, and now we are back in our camper on our property. I'm literally looking at my pond right now. I am so excited, and yeah, it's been a process, but I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I got to share a quick story. I was talking to Brad Klepper with Driver's Legal Plan, and we got in this whole thing about moving. You were kind of the catalyst for that last night. And I thought he had a brilliant strategy. I think back to my time when I was your age. And if you ever had a pickup truck, all your buddies would hit you up for being helping them with the move. And he had a brilliant strategy because he was one of the few people in the state of Oklahoma that never bought a truck. So he never got asked to do that. So something to keep in the back of your mind.
Keep that in your back pocket.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. How are you, Touchdown? And by the way, Nemo is in the building. He's shaking hands with Brad Bentley as we speak right now.
Oh, wow. Good morning, Dave.
Well, David's waving at everybody. He's just going to sit
Dave.
down and kind of sit in the background and, maybe jump in here in a minute. Okay, so, by the way, the story continues. The online contribution continues, as it were. Let's hear what's going on, Tara. Tell us what's happening.
Absolutely. Yeah. This week marked our first ever rollout of Reels for our guest lineup. We did it every single day. I sent an email out a couple of weeks ago and I was like, guys, I have this idea. I want to make Reels for the post. And you guys you ran with it. You made it your own. They were so unique and true to your personalities. Dave and Jimmy in the studio. Lindsay took us to the Country Music Hall of Fame, super on brand for her. Dre and Madison brought magic from the Degas house, and I recorded right from my property in front of my pond, and each had its own vibe. But I have to be honest, I think the winners this week, not that it's a competition or anything, were definitely Dre and Madison. If you have not seen their reel, it was from Wednesday's promo. Do yourself a favor and go check it out on any of our pages at RadioNemo Online. It was hilarious and beautifully shot.
Nicely done. Absolutely nicely done. I was so impressed by it when she asked me about it point blank. When she asked me about it, she said, "Can we be a little more creative?" I said, "You do what you got to do." I said, "Nobody's stopping anybody from doing anything around here." I've been itching to kind of get into that creativity too. As you well know, I'm a little exhausted after the shows.
Yes.
We're all kind of scrambling around, but I'm like, absolutely go for it. I wasn't ready though for how good it would actually be. And the
I don't think our commenters and listeners were either. They were like, I didn't know what to expect. I have a couple of comments here as well. Our very own Donna Howe commented and said, I'm watching you on repeat. Chowder dropped in and said, looks fun, peeps. I may have to call in for a Chowder firework war story. We know that happened. Chowder is so random. I love Chowder. And Scott C. commented, this was a super cool promo idea. Whoever thought of this is a genius. And while it was my idea to do the reels, Dre and Madison absolutely killed the execution. Unlimited gold stars for them.
Yeah, just brilliant. Go ahead, Dre.
Sorry to jump in, but it's a good time whenever you can throw some ideas at each other, but at the same time just being directed at one point. Because I'm like, hey, I got this, I got that. But she was like, all right, well, we're going to do this, and we're going to go over here. And I'm like, yes, ma'am. Tell me where to go. I'm just an actress.
Yeah, it was really quality stuff. Really quickly, before we get to any more comments, our good friend Steve has just jumped in. Good morning, my fellow constituents. As we celebrate today, let's remember our founding fathers as we reflect on the founding principles of this very nation. For not the Constitution, where would we be? And our good friend Trucker Boson gives you a shout-out, says, good morning, Tara. The Paranormal Pie Man has been, basically grieving on the tube of you about too many subscriptions. He got rid of all his extra ones, and he's now got $100 whacked off. Dre, do I got a 3.5 or do I got a Lindsay Lawler on the phone?
Man, I'm going to tell you in 1 second once I figure out all the buttons. Man, we don't have a 3.5 and we don't have a Lindsay yet. But I have a Chris in Minnesota who wants to talk hamburgers and fireworks.
Hey, Chris in Minnesota with hamburgers and fireworks. What's going on?
Let's get it, buddy.
Yeah, well, what's going on? How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. By the way, Dave, tell Chris good morning.
Good morning, my friend. Happy 4th to everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Happy 4th. Thank you.
What's on the hamburger and blow things up real good docket?
Well, I was going to say, I was going to call in yesterday, but I was busy with work and everything. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't cuss that way. I'm sorry.
Family show.
Family show. Go on.
People, do not mix your fireworks into your hamburgers. It'll be a very explosive outcome if you do that.
Oh, man. Where does it come out?
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Continue. Go on. Go. Oh, by the way, I have a firework. I have a firework joke for you. You ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Why did the bottle rocket go to the barber?
No idea.
To trim his bangs. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's a dad joke.
Yeah.
Give me a burger with lettuce, tomatoes, onion, and hold the gunpowder.
Yeah, hold the gun. By the way,
Right.
can you imagine if you mixed in gunpowder into not a flat top but like a grill and put gunpowder in the burger? I mean, would anything happen?
It's like remember the Hot Rocks, the Pop Rocks, the candy back in the 70s?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would it have that kind of effect?
I don't know. Go ahead and try it.
what if you
and
just
have
talk-
Madison with her camera on hand when you do.
Yeah, somebody else try that. I'm not going to try that.
I've seen some bullets thrown into a campfire one time. Is that the same?
Oh.
That is literally, whoever did that literally is the driver of the bus from Stupidville.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
full stop. Full stop.
My brother Jason, hey man, how you doing? You doing good?
Yeah, by the way, I have no room to talk since I have brothers who turn bunk beds into turnbuckles. 4Art will really get this. How many people actually had bunk beds in their room, and because we had like 4 of us in a room, we actually turned the bunk beds, the end of them, into turnbuckles. And everybody who knows if you know what a turnbuckle
Off
is.
the top rope.
Off the top turnbuckle. Oh, he hit him with the solar plexus shot. Yeah, so I've got no room to talk about stupid. I mean, I literally have been the dispatcher of the bus from Stupidville. Go ahead.
Jimmy, what's the quote I'm going to say from Step Brothers?
Oh.
So much room for activities.
So much room for activity. So much room for. By the way, I'm a firm believer that Step Brothers should now be a complete 4th of July must-see TV. The Catalina wine mixer, folks. All right, Chris. This is Chris, this is your phone call. It's Tara's segment, but it's your phone call. What's happening?
Well, I just wanted to let you guys know that I really appreciate you being on air on the 4th of July. You know, if I could get on Facebook and all the other social medias, I would be commenting as well, but I got to go out here and do my thing, you know?
Of course.
Sure.
We
understand
We
that.
understand, brother. You make your phone calls. You listen to your stuff. We're on the Heart of I. We're on the Book of Face. We're on the Tube of You. We're actually over at RadioNemo.com. Plenty of ways to listen, but you ain't got to talk. All you got to do is listen.
Chris, going back to the actual old original Road Gang days,
Yeah.
got a call from a guy who told me, and this is the truth too. He said, every time, and this is back in like 1976. He says, it costs me about $25 every time I call you because I got to stop, find a phone at a rest area that works, and then put money, because we didn't have a toll-free number when we started. That came on.
Right.
We
Charlie Douglas is a
earned our
skinflint.
toll-free. Yeah, well, we earned our toll-free number. I mean, it was an 800 number, the original, the OC, the OG of cell phone of toll-free phones. But so the lines of communication have just exploded, which is where we are right now. Speaking of the 4th
Happy
of July
4th of
and
July,
fireworks,
the explosion,
Yeah.
absolutely. By the way,
I love this new format, guys. It's absolutely
me too.
phenomenal. You guys have done a great job so far. Keep up the good work.
They sure have.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And by the way, before you get out of here, Chris, a battery and a firework were both arrested. The first one was charged. The second one was lit off. Yeah.
It's never going to end.
No, it isn't. By the way, I've learned recently that that Titan, which is one of Saturn's moons, has more oil than any place on the planet Earth. Sounds like Titan could use some freedom, folks.
So 2,000 years from now, somebody's going to find that joke book and say one of two things. Did people really think batteries could talk at that time?
You have a point, Dave.
By the way, I'm going to say this too, that one muffin is in an oven with another muffin, and one muffin turns to the other and says, "Man, it's sure hot in here." You know what the other muffin says? "Oh my God, a talking muffin."
That was good. I'll give you that one.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, folks. And by the way, there is red, white, and blue icing waiting for both, by the way. Chris, we're going to let you shuffle off this radio coil. We got another phone call coming in here. Who do we got?
Oh, man, you said his name, and he came, and you don't even have to say it twice. 3.5's here.
3.5. A great American.
Great American.
Of course, now that we're on the platforms, 3.5, if you don't mind.
3.5, yeah, it's a 3.5.
What are you going to be for?
Go on, 3.5.
I got that.
I'm never going to be 4, I'll tell you that.
Oh, not even on this date?
No.
Happy 4th of July, gang.
Thank you.
I'm having a
Happy
great time
4th.
listening to you. I'm having a great time listening to you as I drive across country.
Oh, fantastic. How far across are you at the moment?
Well, I'm coming up on Needles, California, out of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Heading over to Walton.
Nice. Are you planning on having half a hot dog today?
Happened.
Ooh.
Oh,
Signal's
3.5.
not good.
Yeah,
No,
you're
no.
dying on
Let's
it.
try it one more
Don't
time.
give up. Don't give up.
We're gonna actually pick him up.
I was out in Needles once, but I couldn't stick around.
Oh my God.
Oh, there you go.
True story. True story.
Yeah, my God. Did you find the haystack?
Ah, man, you could beat me to it.
I'm
God.
sorry, dude. You got to be quicker out here.
I'm just a producer, man.
I know. You got to. He was focused on buttons. He's like, I got to get to the button, but I also got to get to the joke. What's happening here? And I just stole it.
What channel?
I just stole it. Ba-bang! It's the Catalina wine mixer, guys. By the way, 3.5. I have a favor to ask you and everybody listening right now.
Yes.
This is really important. I want people, either now or after the show at some point, to post about the fact that we were open for business on the 4th of July, and to let people know, since all of our guests today, including our truck driving guest with the Spirit of 76 and Patrick Murphy, we're all talking about origin stories, that I want you to tell people, because you guys are now there. 927 of you are subscribed on YouTube, which means, and this delights Tara's heart, we are now 73 away from 1,000. You guys can all say, as Earl and Joe Noble, who are joining us, can say, you were there when? Mm-hmm. This is the origin story right now. Mm-hmm. And I think it's now about time everybody listening today, in the next hour, or even now, post that something big is happening over here and more people need to check it out. I think we're now at the point where you all can claim that you have the bootleg tape from the American Legion, and nobody else can make that claim. You can now say, I was there when this whole thing got started. Can you do that for me?
You bet.
See, I knew that guy would come through.
I knew it.
3.5 is actually a perfect 10. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What are you doing with your fourth, man? What's happening?
Well, I'm tell you, I'm hauling a '66 Chevy pickup out of the Eaton Canyon fire over to Kentucky to a guy who has a 5 and 7-year-old son, and he's got 9 years to fix it up for these kids to start driving it to high school.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
How bad is it?
And well, it's not bad. I got it running, and I put new tires and brakes on it, so I got it to go, and I got it to stop. But, it's a wood line bed, and this guy's in construction, so he can build his own bed. And the wiring, I redid the wiring from the cab back to the taillights and stuff. So that's all working.
So was there some type of, when you said fire, I'm thinking the truck had some fire damage. No fire damage on the truck.
The Eaton Canyon fire in California, that burned out the Eaton
right.
and all that.
Oh, yeah, I know it really well.
Yeah, Jimmy Mack knows it very well.
Right. But this car was only, half burned for this vehicle. So anyhow, I'm making sure it goes to a good home.
Fantastic.
That's
wow.
fantastic.
That's awesome.
3.5, you're the best, dude. You are the best. Okay, we got to shuffle off your radio coil,
Okay,
but I want
buddy.
you to have a great fourth.
Love
Please,
listening to y'all.
thank you, man. Take care of that for us, by the way. This is where we really begin the process. Today is Independence Day. Really quickly, by the way, before we kind of move on back to breaker back talk, and we're going to keep on trying to see if we can get Lindsay into the game over here. I had a vision of this, Dave, when we began talking about this process, even before we left the old platform. My hope was, had we done things in a sane manner as opposed to somehow in a miraculous way getting on the air in 6 weeks, I actually had laid out a plan to get us on the air for the 4th of July and declare it Independence Day from our old location.
Right.
Today's Independence Day, guys. Today is the day where we really have begun to work out the kinks, have really kind of gotten a format down here and all this stuff. It's so important for you guys to get out there and now begin to spread the word. For those people who are members of the Resistance, for those people who are members of Road Gang Radio and Nemo Nation, to really begin to spread the word. Begin telling people something special is happening over here. We got a phone call, by the way. Who is it?
Oh, man, the partner in crime himself, the cigar-smoking man. Marshall is in Kansas, headed to California, has a suggestion for
I
us.
heard it in a love song. It can't be wrong. Marshall Tucker Platter joins us. What's going on, man?
Whoa, Blackwater.
Good morning.
Happy 4th of July. Since I now can say I was there when, I want to make a suggestion for the show.
Please.
Instead of using pivot and yelling pivot every time somebody says it, since this is a trucking show, why don't we try something like, we're going to change lanes, or we're going to shift gears now instead of pivot. That brings it back to trucking.
We can do it, by the way. And by the way,
I love it.
we can use pivot as an ignition point into changing lane. Pivot, change lanes. We can actually do the shift there, too, as well. I think that's a great get. And by the way, the reason we use pivot is it's one of Lindsay and her father's favorite episodes of Friends. But, man, we can certainly pivot into a lane change or a gear shift. I kind of like that. That's kind of groovy. That's groovy, Marshall.
Jake break.
What are you doing for the 4th, man? We talked a little bit about it yesterday, but are you on target to make your targets?
I am headed to California. I will be out there. Well, I'm 1,300 miles away from where I want to stop in California in Redlands, and I'll spend Sunday night there in Redlands, and I'm going to go on to my delivery Monday morning. But I want to stop in Redlands. I have a friend out there owns a shop, and I can securely park my truck at his shop, and we can go out and have a cocktail or two Sunday night there. So that's the game plan.
By the way, just to give you a heads up about the pivot comment, the Paranormal Pie Man said that darn couch in that darn apartment building. He gets it too. And by the way, I love the idea of combining pivot with a gear shift, combining pivot with a lane shift. I think it's a great. So when Lindsay screams pivot, I can go lane shift. That might be a fun way of kind of playing
Love
that
it.
in there. Marshall, it's good to hear from you, man. Happiest the 4th of July to you, you old building and loan. Nice to hear your voice.
Well, I've been going back and checking in on a couple of the shows that I missed. You know, that's the great thing about this platform. I really
Boy,
like it,
yes.
you know. And I plan to make a reel involving the show. So when I get that put together, I'll let you know and you can check it out.
Oh, Tara hates all of that. Tara hates everything.
Hang up.
That's her bag, man. She's gonna love that, dude. She's gonna absolutely love that. Gonna get a big old kick out of it as well, man. So thank you, Marshall. We got to get back to breaker back talk, but be safe and happy 4th.
Happy 4th to all of you. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Tara, there's so much more to talk about. We do have Dave here, which means other things can continue. Go on.
I don't even know where to begin, honestly. There's so many things I have on my list. There's so many comments coming in. Just one quick back to the reel from Dre and Madison. Paranormal Pie Man, as he's always in the live chat, also chatted and said that hamburger bit was hilarious. And yes, I heard that the bite was supposed to be graceful. It did not go that way.
Who cares?
It was perfect.
She likes onions.
By the way, Tara. So Gary Graff, who we had for the 80s and 90s,
Yes.
501 essential albums, et cetera, ad nauseum. His publicist wrote Claire, Lindsay, and I to say that they never got a chance to listen on the weekend shows. She got a chance to listen. His publicist got a chance to listen and just loved the show. Also made the comment one of her favorite things about it was in the background. Go ahead and scream it.
What?
Gary Graff.
Gary Graff!
Just loved that, by the way. Thought that was the funniest thing she ever heard in her life. The Peanut Gallery, as we often
I
call
love the
Phone
Peanut
Master
Gallery.
Dre. The Peanut Gallery, the reality. Okay, go on.
So, Jimmy, you did a reel and Dave did a reel as well of you guys in the studio, kind of like a just finished the show vibe. I really like that. Mr. B&G Challenge himself commented, Jimmy, weekends off looks good on you. You look a lot less stressed.
A lot of
Do you
people,
concur?
a lot of people have said that to me. Our good friend Courtney George, another great American, who will be down here for July 23rd. I don't know if I told you this. Diver driver Dave Tara reached out to me. He is going to be here on July the 23rd.
Really?
That is incredible.
And he wanted to know what the dress code was. And Brad very nicely pointed out this morning, if you don't wear shorts unless you are in jeans and a very comfortable T-shirt or pullover, you're out of your mind, guys. It's the 23rd of July in the city of New Orleans. Come on, man. Get on top of that, by the way. I am very relaxed. Courtney George pointed that out to me, and Rebecca Brewster and Polly Trotter, who I also talked to from Attree and Bennett as well, made comments that my certain high-octane intensity has seemed to go down. Isn't it funny when they put you in a position where you can be the person you want to be, how much easier it is to be that person? So yes, to answer the question, absolutely, I concur. Go on.
So I did my reel, and I said I promised shout-outs in my reel. So I'm going to quickly go through them. I don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to go Doodah Man, 4-Aught. My mom dropped a bunch of patriotic stars. They're vacationing in Upper Peninsula of Michigan right now, so shout-out to my parents. Shout-out again, Scott Cooper. All of you guys, thank you for all of those and for the shout-outs. But I want to get into a little bit of a, let's say, this or that game. Are you guys ready?
Go on.
Okay, so we're going to go through 4th of July, this or that. So let's go first. Burger or hot dog? Everyone weigh in the chat if you're able to. If it's safe to do so, listeners, drop your answers in the chat. Play along.
Hot dog. Dave, what are you doing? Hamburger or hot dog? Choice, 4th of July.
Burger.
Burger. Go on.
Same. Burger, yes. So into the condiments. Ketchup or mustard? Do we have any ketchup lovers, mustard haters? What are we doing?
Well, by the way, I'm not a ketchup guy at all, but there is no universe where Dirty Harry and I ever put ketchup on a hot dog.
I am with you on that bus.
Yeah, absolutely. What about ketchup for your hamburger, Dave?
No.
He's a big no. There you go. Are you a mustard guy?
Really?
Yes.
I'm a mustard hater.
Mustard
I'm a
and
weirdo,
mayonnaise.
and I like mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Mayonnaise on things is my thing.
Hey, a nice little thin layer of mayonnaise on a hamburger bun can be a spectacular lubricant for the situation.
So good.
I got no problem with that.
So good.
Mayonnaise on a hot dog, communism.
Absolutely.
Ooh, okay, I might be
Absolutely,
a communist.
comrade.
Oh, come on.
Absolutely.
By the way, Paranormal Pie Man says spicy brown mustard, and Bruce Almighty says mustard and
Ooh.
hamburger. What do you got, Dre?
Terry,
Yeah.
you know what I like to do with my buns and mayo?
No, stop. Don't.
No, man, I like to put
Dre?
it on there and put it right on the flat top. Guys, y'all need church. You know what I'm saying? Y'all all need church. Listen to more Pastor John. But yeah, I like to put that on the flat top. And that's a little
Love it,
sear
yeah.
on it. Toast them up. Toast my buns, sister.
Oh, my God.
Toast your buns.
Yeah.
I love it.
Go on.
Dre out.
Go on. So, fireworks show or bonfire? So, kind of like that public scene, or more of that serene bonfire in the country. What are we feeling?
Bonfire. And by the way, how about horseradish sauce? That, of course, is from our good friend Trucker Bosun. I have no problem with horseradish. Horseradish on a hot dog is quality stuff. Wouldn't put it on a hamburger. Not me. I get it, but I wouldn't do it. That's it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go on, please. Continue.
No, you are good. You're good. So, parade or backyard barbecue? Kind of the same vibe, but parade a little more patriotic. But are we going to do parade or backyard barbecue?
Ooh, boy, that's a good one. I would say parade.
I would go with the backyard barbecue
it too.
because I'm a true patriot. True patriot. You're going to sense an ongoing theme
I'm a
here.
curbside patriot.
You know, it's like you guys want to wave at people. I want to sit back there completely secure in my patriotism.
Take an Uber to the parade route.
Communist.
Bruce Almighty says fireworks show. I agree. I love a good fireworks show, but I don't know. A bonfire in the country just is so serene. I love it.
Well, you know, a bonfire in the country is just, you know what is really great? A bonfire on the beach. To me, how about a bonfire on the beach with some dude missing 3 fingers launching fireworks? I think that's pretty awesome, by the way.
Or playing the banjo with 3
Yes.
fingers.
Every year on my birthday, Tara and Jimmy, I go to we go rent a pit off the beach right down the road from my house, and we get together and we do a little bonfire down there.
See?
In September.
Dre,
I love it.
Andre Thibodeau, great American. Dave and Tara.
Great American.
Dave and Tara, communists. Pinkos.
Just
Pinkos.
because of the mayonnaise?
Well, the mayonnaise on the hot dog makes you come.
Oh, no, mayonnaise on a hot dog. That is, whoa.
I don't know who hurt
suddenly
you.
you're a patriot, Dave? Suddenly you want to just wrap
I said
yourself in
that
the
earlier.
flag? Okay.
I would never put mayonnaise on a
Just
hot
don't put
dog.
stuff in his ice cream, all right? Don't put any
No
chunks
chunks.
in it. Yeah.
No chunks.
No chunks in Dave's ice cream.
Which, by the way,
No
once
mayonnaise milkshakes.
yeah, no mayonnaise milkshakes. By the way, no mayonnaise milkshakes.
Do you know that you know, okay, where do you keep your mayonnaise, Tara?
Oh, no.
Dave,
I don't know.
Dave,
This
this isn't
may
that
make
kind
me
of
comment.
party, man.
Are you about to judge her if she keeps it on the
Do
shelf
you,
or in the?
do you refrigerate it or not?
I do refrigerate it. Is
Good
that-
for you.
Is that
No, that makes you an American, dude. What are you talking about,
It
dude?
also
Refrigerating
spoils.
mayonnaise. You don't refrigerate mustard, but mayonnaise you refrigerate, dude.
Oh, I refrigerate mustard and mayonnaise.
You're communist.
But you don't have to refrigerate real mayonnaise.
Do you realize how problematic you are to so many other Americans out there right now?
Man, we got to get to our next guest, guys.
Dave is now in
Oh.
front of the House Un-American Activities Committee here.
1 minute left.
Have you ever? Thank you. 1 minute.
Wow.
I know we got to nothing. By the way, Steve wrote backyard barbecue and Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Whoa. Robert's Western World.
Let me tell you.
Lower Broad, Nashville, a hot dog and a Pabst.
Let me tell you something, man. Heineken, F that. Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yes.
America.
Yeah.
America. By the way, Paranormal Pie Man says I put mayonnaise on the roof because why not? I'm really not sure what he's getting at there, but I'm excited to be a part.
eggs up there.
I got to tell you, something's going on. He actually wrote JK, not for J.K. Rowling. This isn't a Harry Potter situation. This is a just kidding moment here on Road Gang Radio. Tara, we're running out of time here. You get the final
Oh
word.
my gosh.
Go on.
Hey, thanks for having me. Freaky, feisty, flinty, fun, fast, freedom, filled, 4th of July. Friday, Turtle is out. Thank you for having me. Have the best 4th.
Oh, thank you, my dear. And by the way, what did the lightning say to the fireworks?
What did the lightning say to the fireworks?
You stole my thunder. All right,
Oh,
we're going
my-
to get out of here, by the way. Here comes
I'm
the
out.
music. Get out, Tara. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Dave, I got to do a little interview here. I'm going to be talking with Jane Hampton Cook, by the way, has been on the show before as an author, historian, and former White House webmaster. She's the author of 20 books, mostly about American history. Jane lives with her hubby and their children in Virginia. Her new book is for children called Why the 4th of July. It's geared for ages 8 and up. We'll be back on the other side of this. Hey, man, it's the 4th of July. Fire it up, fire up the grill, fire up the fireworks, fire up your imagination. Let freedom ring, because it never knocks.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Do you want to get the most out of your diesel engine? With Pittsburgh Power's max mileage fuel catalyst, you'll experience extended engine life, fewer regenerations, and a smoother, quieter engine every time you hit the road. Their advanced formula reduces wear and tear, helps you maximize performance, and get the most mileage out of your parts. Don't settle for less. Unlock the full potential of your vehicle with max mileage fuel catalyst. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
One more segment before we get to good old Oida's segment right after that. This is Road Gang Radio live with Jimmy Mack, and I think Brad's going to be back in here, so welcome.
Big thanks to Dave Nemo for dropping in for what he likes to call, famously, the fun and games of the old Road Gang Radio. We got a chance to recapture that. Big thanks to Touchdown Pterodactyl Turtle for making room for us this morning. And big thanks to all of you guys. 3.5, thank you for that amazing phone call. A lot of you guys with those calls have just been terrific this morning. Please get the word out, by the way. Something big is brewing down here in the city of New Orleans, in the Crescent City. We have seen an accelerative growth on our listenership and the friends along the way. You now can say you were there then. You're the last part of that story on this 4th of July, this Independence Day. We're so thrilled that all of you guys could join us. Get the word out there. Today, make it a mission to go out there on the social media, whatever platform you choose, and just post a link to our website. Post a link to our Facebook page. Post a link to our YouTube channel. Do all of that stuff and tell people that something big is brewing and you were there first. And now we need that second wave of supporters, which, by the way, I don't know if you know this, OIDA is free and clear. Our friends from OIDA, landline comes to an end today. And speaking of OIDA, a big reminder that we are replaying yesterday's podcast, Trucking with OIDA. A great conversation, by the way, with Colin Long. We did that on purpose, by the way. That was all part of the design. All of that was part of the design to really remind you that what happened in Washington, D.C. over the last week and a half, what happened in Washington, D.C. over the last week and a half was a big deal from the Trump administration and DOT Secretary Sean Duffy. They have basically announced the Truckers' Bill of Rights. And it's my hope that they will use this model in their other departments, because that model really speaks towards citizens being directly involved in their government. Very excited about that. And Colin Long will talk about that with Ashley and Scott for a replay of what played yesterday. If you missed it then, you can hear it now while you make your way down the road. Now, Dre, I know we got Jane on standby here as well. Do we have a Lindsay LaRue yet in the house?
Oh man, I'm gonna cue her in now because I can't wait any longer.
We can't wait any longer. So we're going to have.
We sure do.
We got a Lindsay LaRue in the house. We'll be talking to our good friend Jane, who's been on the show before, just here in a minute on the 4th of July. But man, we can't have a 4th of July without having Lindsay in the house. I mean, it's your show.
You can't keep me away.
It's our
Hard
show.
as you try, you can't keep me away. I claw my way back in.
Good morning to you and happy 4th of July, my favorite holiday of the year. Welcome to it.
Me too. My favorite as well. Happy 4th to you guys. We just got back. Jimmy was so cute. We're in Wellfleet, rather, not in, but on. Oh, Seamus says in. It's in? Oh, it is in. I stand corrected. We are in Wellfleet, Cape Cod, on the Cape in Wellfleet. Okay, now I've got it correct from a Wellfletian. So we are on the Cape in Wellfleet. We just got back. Jim was adorable from the small town local 4th of July parade. They start off with old-timey cars. Freya's favorite car in the old-timey car parade was the minivan that somehow snuck its way in. That's what stood out to her. And then all the good morning, BB the King as well. I hear you.
Hey, that's going to come in handy for the softball that you talked about yesterday with her little league team. So you might as well gravitate to those minivans now.
Yeah, let go of the trucks and the cool cars that you guys drive because here come the minivans, man. Here they come.
Yeah, she wants a minivan. I said you can have one when you're 16, and then I thought about it. I'm like, that means you're the party mobile. So I don't know. We'll think about that. We got some time. Anyway, it's beautiful here. It's a beautiful day. It was really nice to watch the kid. I mean, it's everything you want. It's the ambulances and the local EMTs. We're on the Cape, so it's all the political signs and Save the Turtles and One Love, Rastafarian, and all the things. So it was beautiful. They threw candy. We took the dog. We were as cliche American as we could be. It was pretty beautiful.
Are there fireworks on the back end of that tonight, Lindsay?
Yes, absolutely. Of course. You
Fantastic.
can't have the 4th of July without fireworks.
That's a beautiful backdrop up there too.
Oh, it's amazing.
Well, and we're going to go to the beach and the parade in the morning, beach in the afternoon, fireworks at night. I don't know how to write anything even better.
Yeah, and by the way, you guys heard where Dean Croak is going to be celebrating, right? Manchester by the Sea.
Yeah.
So there's
nice.
a lot of people who are really just kind of soaking in some amazing stuff. Lindsay, you gotta hang out with us for a little bit here. I wanted to introduce you to Jane Hampton Cook. She's joining us this morning. She's been on the show before. She's a friend of the show. She's an author. She's a historian and a former White House webmaster. She's written nearly 20 books, guys, and the majority of which have been about American history. She currently lives with her husband and children in Virginia. Her new book, by the way, Lindsay, which you might want to get for Freya, is called Why the 4th of July. It's geared for age 8 and up, but you've got a girl, which means essentially she's 8 and up. And this book shows children why the 4th of July is the nation's birthday and not other important dates in history. Good morning to you, Jane. It's good to have you. Welcome back. Happy 4th of July. Thank you for making the time. As you can tell, we have a lot of fun here.
That's right. Thank you for inviting me and for, this special day. And I was enjoying hearing your conversation about your plans for fireworks and all that kind of stuff. So this is a great day.
What are you guys going to do, by the way, before we kind of dig into why the 4th of July? Because it's all we've been talking about this morning. We've had a whole bunch of historians on before you as well who have been talking about the same thing. We actually talked about Washington celebration of the 4th in 1778 earlier on. But tell us what you guys are doing today. I mean, you've got a loving family and a great life. So what's happening for you on this wonderful day?
Well, we're going to go see fireworks. We're still debating where we're going to go. We've got a couple ideas in mind. And, we may go hit a car show out in Culpeper, Virginia. My youngest son loves cars, so I think we're leaning in that direction to go there. So.
By the way, cars are much on my mind. My godson was given a Dodge yesterday, and I mean he was given the awesome sauce. I mean and he came over to show his grandparents as a good grandson, and I'm like, and I can't think of a young man who deserves it more. What kind of cars does your kids like?
He likes Hondas. He can tell you. He reads U.S. News and World Report. He's 11. And he has memorized a lot of data about cars, so he can tell you. He goes up to people and asks them, what car do you have? And then he'll just tell them all about their car. So it's kind of his superpower. So anyway, the only time it's embarrassing is when he tells them how much he knows it costs. So that's the only time it's not good. to ask someone about their car.
Actually,
they'll tell you how much they paid for it.
He,
So anyway.
he, by the way, should listen over here because we got a lot of people who would appreciate having that knowledge because we got a lot of truck drivers who are, many of them are gearheads who will be absolutely down for what he has to say. Let's talk about this book, by the way. And Brad, who of course is the president of Fastport, is with us this morning. And my co-host, Lindsay Lawler, has graciously, as you heard, given up her family time, as you have, to kind of jump in here and join the conversation. We'll have a couple of questions for you. But let's talk about, at the core, what you are hoping to accomplish, because this book is for kids, and it's a really wonderful kind of addition to any family who is patriotic, a chance to really give them a chance to explain why the 4th of July.
Well, I just wanted to point out, there was an effort a few years ago to reassign the nation's birth to another date, and I wanted to just clearly point out why July 4th is our birthday. And it could have been, the day in the 1500s when America was first put on a map. It could have been when people came here to settle in, at Plymouth or at Jamestown. And so I go through some of those other things, and the pictures have kid versions of the people in the pictures. So the kids are doing the action. But then I show you at the end that it's July 4th because that's the day that we declared independence from England through the Declaration of Independence. And I noticed in the newspapers back then, they didn't even use the phrase United States of America until July 4th. So it was truly the birth, of the country, of a new name. And then there's a big cake at the end, and it talks a little bit about how America's birthday, 250th, is going to be next year.
And that's really kind of fun, too, because it kind of basically sets this up for what's to come. And I want to talk a little bit about the decision to have the kids actually as the principals in the illustrations, because it really gives it a sense, it gives it a feel that what we're looking at is almost one of those when we all were growing up, and by the way, you and Lindsay, of course, are much younger than Brad and I, but when we were all growing up, much, there really is a sense of that pageant that people used to have. I remember in 1976, I was actually old enough to be paraded on stage. By the way, you guys are talking to a guy who actually was third place finisher for the citywide bicentennial art competition of all the parochial schools in New Orleans. Thank you very much.
What'd you do for your art project?
I made a diorama of the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere with shoe boxes and construction paper, and used a 3-color palette. The kids that beat me cheated. I'm just going to say that. No, they didn't. Theirs was terrific as well. But you chose to use children in these images. Can you talk a little bit about what your decision behind that was?
Well, I really thought it would help children connect to the pictures, to see other children. And in my series, which is called Revolutionary Readers for America's 250th, there are a lot of pictures in the other books in this series and a lot of different types of kids, in terms of physical appearance and different things that they're doing. And so that's why, like, they've got King James, looks like a little boy with a crown on his head. And that's to just try to take what I know is a little bit grown-up material and use it as an engaging tool. I even have a young version of Ben Franklin to talk about him, and so and George Washington the same. But the kids do grow up, so that by the end of the book they are a little bit older. But I have a picture of John Quincy Adams and his mother Abigail and their role. They played a very important role in the nation's founding because John Adams was a huge proponent of declaring independence, and he was there before he got to that point more than a lot of people faster. He was ready to declare independence a few years earlier than they actually did. But this is just, we've got such a special occasion coming up next year, and there are going to be a lot of opportunities to do different events and activities, and I just want kids to remember this, like you remember the bicentennial. I want it to be memorable, and I just didn't see books in this category on Amazon that were about patriotism, that were about the flag. And so I thought I could fill in and give a need, meet a need, I should say, by this book. And you get a little bit of information about different things, and it culminates in July 4th.
Lindsay, by the way, this is a piece of information you didn't know about me, along with that 1976 gigantic victory of which I was robbed. I also want to point out that the first Scholastic Book Services book I ever bought, Lindsay, was Sam the Minuteman. And I realized that you made me think about that. I was looking through all this work. I actually thought about that wonderful book about this little boy who actually marches off to Concord in Lexington with his dad, and he's wounded in the first encounter, and then gets his wound taken care of, and then rallies to that. But you're right. I haven't seen a lot of that. Lindsay, do you get a chance with Freya to have? Are there any books like this that you can think of, or is this kind of fills the need for Freya as well to give them a bedtime story about America?
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of this. We haven't personally really gotten there yet, but I was thinking about it, knowing that you're going to be on talking about this book today, and thinking about just watching my daughter this morning. You know, she's 6, by the way. So watching her this morning with the parade, and thinking about, and maybe this is a good question for you to answer, you know, how we sort of balance out. I mean, I joke all the time when we watch the shows. I'm like, listen, kids back in the day were fighting war at 12 years old, and we're figuring out if you got enough candy in your bag at the parade today. You know, like joking about that. But, you know, finding those ways to balance history and respect for what we've grown and we've created and nurtured here in our country, while also, you know, being able to evolve and see what's next and celebrate just the joys of being a kid and having fun. So what's your take on balancing, you know, sort of those two perspectives of honor what's come, but also celebrate what's to come?
Well, I think, you know, just presenting some of the basic facts, you know, identifying people. You were talking about Paul Revere. He's in my book. He played an important role. There was a Black Minuteman named Peter Salem who fought at the Battle of Concord. And I've talked about his story a lot because people aren't as familiar with him. But I think, you know, when you use story, that's really what people remember, are the stories. We remember the story of Paul Revere and his ride. And then we celebrate, and we have these great pictures of people around a cake or people on the beach with fireworks, children, and that shows you the emotion and the joy of people reacting to the sacrifices that people made, before us. George Washington called us the unborn millions to come, and he wanted, to pass along freedom to each generation. And they chose the colors red, white, and blue have meanings. So red means valor, white means purity and innocence, and then blue means vigilance, perseverance, and justice. And so when I look at the words innocence, I really think I've seen letters from George Washington where he tells his men, you were fighting for the innocent women and children in your lives. And that was very purposeful, that's what they were doing it for. And I think that's something, to remember, and yet bring it back to, the fun with the candy at the parade. I think that's all important because it helps children understand without being too heavy, and that you don't want it to be too heavy. And like my book, My American Flag, it rhymes, and it's for 6-year-olds. And it rhymes, but it just shows you, oh, I see the flag at the school, at the bus, all around town. And it's a familiarity of there's 13 stripes, there's 50 stars, and each star represents a state. And just those basics just to help people know what they're seeing, because the flag has outlived us, right? We want that flag to keep enduring after we're gone. And so that's another thing that makes the flag special, is that we're not the only ones who have looked at that flag. It was the people who came before us who have given us this gift.
Yeah,
Let me just ask you this quick follow-up, Jim, if that's okay.
That's
as
okay.
Well. And it was lovely this morning. There were veterans passing out flags for all the kids to hold. So, and my daughter knows she can recite the pledge, and she knows the anthem, and I love those things. And she sees me, her mom, sing the anthem at events. And so, to your point of just making that without pushing something, just making it a part of their lives. But then my question: so my daughter is adopted, and she's from the Marshall Islands. She's American born, but also has that duality in culture, So I guess just on another a tip for the children that were born here, but then their heritage is from another place, also being able out to balance that and showing you this is what America is really made of, and this is why it's special that we love all and celebrate, but we're here to honor and evolve, right? How do you maybe talk to
Yeah.
children and that would be of that situation?
Well, the book that I wrote called The Pledge to the Flag, which is it's a level 3 book, I think second or third grade. But that book tells the story of how the influx of immigrants in the late 1800s helped inspire the pledge, because Francis Bellamy realized that there were kids in the schools that didn't know much about America because they had just come here from Italy or somewhere else in Europe, or all the Ireland, and that he used the pledge as a way to unite the children, really, because he did a campaign where children across the country in their schools said the Pledge of Allegiance at 9 o'clock in the morning at the same time on a certain date. And that's what launched the Pledge of Allegiance. And in the book, I have pictures of children coming from different places, arriving at Ellis Island, seeing the Statue of Liberty, and that why are people coming? They're coming because we have freedom. They want to experience that, and that we still see that. We still see people who want to come, and that's part of the fabric of who we are. It's always been that way. There's always been new people coming and making a contribution.
By the way, guys, we're going to run out of time here, so I want to make a little bit of room for Jane to talk about being an on-camera scholar with the new movie, The American Miracle, which you can find at AmericanMiracleMovie.com. Before we let you get back to your family and your friends and your fun, Jane, just give us a little preview and taste of what people can expect if they head over to AmericanMiracleMovie.com.
Well, it's a movie that was in theaters a few weeks ago, but now you can work to get it. You can see it in groups, and you can go on, and it's free, and find out how to do that at AmericanMiracleMovie.com. But it looks at the hand of providence and the different miracles that took place in our nation's founding. So, for example, on July 4th, 1826, both Thomas Jefferson and John Adams died on the same day, and it was the 50th anniversary of the nation. And there were people who really believed that was providential, that was the hand of God. And so it looks at a lot of that pattern that we see. There was a fog that saved the Continental Army. It just sort of appeared out of nowhere, and it protected them as they retreated. So things like that. And there's scholars, and then there's reenactments. And it'll be streaming in September 8th or 9th. So look out for it. Go look at the fun clips. Kevin Sorbo plays the younger Jefferson. Pat Boone is in this movie. He plays the older Jefferson. And, it was one of the best projects I've ever been a part of. And the filmmakers are great. And sometimes you can't always say that at the end of a long event, long making of something, but this is really special. And we are excited to share it with Americans.
And we are excited to have you on. We got to do some wrap up here and to kind of wish all of our friends out there on the road a happy 4th of July. But Jane, it's good to have you back. Continued success in your future. American Miracle Movie. And of course, you can go to the main action at janecook.com, where a lot of that great stuff and a lot of that great content is available. By the way, Lindsay, I think we have a hashtag balance here. Anybody that can give their kids a good time while still encouraging them to basically read trade journals on cars is all right by our listeners. Thank you, Jane.
That's what it's all about.
Happy 4th of
right there, baby.
Happy 4th of July, Jane. Thank you so much.
4th of July. Thank you so much.
Great lineup today, by the way. Our good friend Brad Bentley continues with us here, as does Lindsay Lawler. Guys, I want you to head over to fastport.com or the nationalapprenticeships.org. In many ways, it'll let you know what it is our friends at Fastport do. They solve America's toughest recruiting and workfforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, as opposed to just friendliness. You can learn more at fastport.com. And as we upgrade the equipment over here, don't forget it's our friends at Fastport that made it possible. We talked a little bit about the rest of your day, Lindsay, but I've been thinking about you this whole morning, and Brad and I have been talking to a lot of folks. We've been really talking origin stories this morning. I don't know how much of it you caught, but origin stories have been kind of the whole core of this, haven't they? I mean, it's where we come from.
Jim, it's almost like everything that we've been talking about over the years of working together is it's all finally starting just to fall into the seams seamlessly. Origin stories we're an origin story. RadioNemo's an origin story. Dave Nemo Passport it's like all our dreams are coming true. Talk about it, and it will continue to be a part of your life, I guess.
A lot of things are really kind of coming together here, and as you know, another friend of the show, our good friend Kimberly Kay, who we've had on for Hot as Hell Tours, actually will be playing the music over here. They've left a little space at the microphone for you on the 23rd, left a little space for Dave on the drums, and anybody else that brings down, and she openly said it, anybody brings down their cigar box guitar or their strings or anything else, they will make room for you in a place at the table. Brad's in.
That means you, Matt Beach.
That means Matt Beach. If you're listening, you have to get in the act. But I don't know if you were listening, Lindsay. Our good friend John Fry called. Did you hear that one?
Yeah.
He jumped into the
He's
conversation.
not going to miss out on the party. I know John Fry. He'd
Great
be
American.
Like, I'm not missing out on this.
Another great American. Okay, so what are you guys feeling? This is a random thing, but how do y'all feel about corn on the cob on the 4th of July? Are you a big fan of it, Lindsay?
Well, I'd say yes, except for our friend's dog ate a corn on the cob that fell on the floor in a hole the other day and had to end up in the emergency vet. So we're steering clear of the corn on the cob from here on out. But in general, yes, it feels like, hey, we're barbecuing, we're all American, but we're like kind of trying to be healthy, even though corn makes you poop corn. So I don't know. You go. Your take, Brad Pitley.
I like it, but you have to put the skewers in the end. Of course, I slather it with butter and a lot of spices, so the health factor is definitely gone. But
the health factor.
Big fan of grilled corn on the cob.
Grilled corn on the cob. I will tell you this about corn on the cob, too. Of all the vegetables or fruits you could possibly eat, corn is maybe the worst. I'm just going to put that out there, but it's still better than a piece of candy.
51% for bourbon corn. Top ingredient. So I disagree with that one.
Okay.
Corn makes whiskey. Don't forget that.
Oh, understandable. Go ahead. Quick pro tip from Lindsay.
Go ahead. There was a Lindsay. Sing it.
Rain makes corn, corn makes me poop corn. That comes from my friend Ryan. Okay, and then side note is that from my Brazilian friend, what you do, boil your corn in milk for a little, may I say maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Boil your corn in milk and then put it out on the grill.
Oh, you're going to love this, Lindsay. Speaking of Brazil, we have one of the top bartenders in the world. Gabriel Santana is coming over from Sao Paulo, Brazil, to do a pop-up bar at our event here at the Degas House on July 23rd. Can't wait for that. Jimmy Max, he's been there. I've been there. Can't wait to see Gabriel again.
He's our kind of people, too, Lindsay, by the way. Lindsay Lawler is our kind of people. Brad Brentley is our kind of people. You, by the way, all of our listeners out there in Road Gang Radio Land are our kind of people. And I'm very pleased that we could actually do this show today. It's important, by the way. Other platforms were closed for business. I get it. They want to spend time with their families. We're spending time with our families. Lindsay's my family.
Those aren't our people.
Brad is my family. Dre is my family. Madison is my family. Dave Nemo. And by the way, Dave, I'm going to get a new microphone in the next couple of hours. I'm getting a new microphone. I'm getting one of those big, sexy cannons that you and Dave have. No more little tiny patootie, thing going on here.
I have it too.
Oh, you have a great one. You have a great microphone. You have a howitzer, dude.
Yeah,
that thing
I treated myself.
You
treat yourself.
Treat yourself to a nice new microphone. Treat yourself.
Treat yourself.
But I really want to kind of keep emphasizing this before OIDA gets here on the scene. We're replaying the Colin Long conversation with Ashley and Scott as well. There's other stuff on that topic. But I really want to remind people that today is the day to really get out there on the Book of Face, on the LinkedIn, on all those other platforms, and really jump in over there and make that miracle happen. Let people know that something big is going down here. It's you guys that are going to make this platform happen. It's the fact that you can see it in the chat rooms, Lindsay. You can see it. It is just remarkable what's happening over there, right? Did I lose a Lindsay Lou?
She's busy reading the chat.
I'm here. You cut up for 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that chat room is like a game changer for the show. Has it not been? I mean, I love it.
Yeah, it shows the connectiveness that we're having. It gives our listeners a chance to, we've always said this, Jim, we've always said our listeners are what makes us happen, and we know that, yada, yada, but now it shows them that we actually meant that. They get to feel like they're a part of the chat. They're getting to ask our guests the questions. They're getting to tell us what they want on next. And so, yeah, it feels like, is anybody out there? The answer is yes, it turns out.
Lindsay, I had someone send me a message when you were on there earlier talking about the minivans. Lady named Jessica Wendling, great American, by the way, said the only thing better than minivans in the 4th of July parade is lawnmower racing. I thought that was awesome.
Oh, my God. Did y'all?
That's George Jones. George Jones got a DUI on a lawnmower, so everybody just remember that and be careful.
Don't ever forget, by the way, that the most sane movie David Lynch ever made is called The Straight Story, about a guy that got on a lawnmower and drove all the way to see his dying brother. Lawnmowers are America. Okay, that's it. We're out. That's it, guys. This has been the 4th of July edition
America.
of
Love you guys.
Love you
Love
too,
you too,
Lindsay.
Lindsay.
Thank you for making the time, by the way, with all the crazy stuff going on over there. We got a lot of great stuff headed your way next week. We'll be keeping you guys on the in-flight. On Sunday, Dave will drop his content for you, let you know what's coming up on Nemo Nation. Once again, 10-plus guests. 10-plus guests on that Monday, telling you what you need to know from last week, what you need to know from the week to come, and where you can find it. And then Road Gang Radio takes over the road from Tuesday until Friday. RadioNemo.com is where you should go. Hashtag RGR. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Brad, for taking the ride the whole week.
Absolutely.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The shockwaves from last week's announcement from the USDOT continue. From hours of service reform to truck parking progress and more, we explore how the moves could spell big changes for the trucking industry. Plus, a nuclear verdict gets overturned, cargo thieves are licking their chops this holiday weekend, and more as we usher in a brand new episode of Trucking with OIDA. Welcome to the show. Scott Thompson here.
Ashley Blackford here.
We've got a good one today, Ashley. Here in just a little bit, we're going to speak with Colin Long, OIDA Director of Government Affairs, about that big announcement out of the USDOT last week.
He's been giddy this week. He's so excited.
I was going to say, of all of the people that were kind of reacting to this news, I think Colin was the most excited.
Perhaps the most excited, for sure.
It was like a top secret operation first was underway, as we heard.
Yeah, we got nothing from him.
We got
tried,
nothing. We heard something was coming. We didn't know what it was. Colin did, but he
wasn't.
Loose lips sink ships kind of mentality, I guess. But anyway, we're going to speak with Colin about that and kind of what it all means. And we're also going to, a little bit later, explore how OIDA kind of helped this thing along and make these things happen. And we're going to also make sure we emphasize this is not the end of the road. This is a win. But it's not it's not the end of the game.
We're not putting our feet up yet.
Yes, yeah, much more to do, obviously, on a lot of these issues. But that should be a good conversation. Looking forward to that. Before that, though, we've got some news to cover.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned the 9 initiatives, which I think has kind of been the focus for us, I know. But DOT actually made another announcement last week. They're launching an audit into state-issued non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses. I guess I'm curious. They did this last week. Was it strategic that they did it in the same time? Or maybe they were just getting all their announcements out before a short week. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about the timing necessarily, but I will say when I was at Matt's back in March, I guess it was, FMCSA had a number of, they have their little seminars, or not seminars, but their
Yeah.
presentations that they kind of talk to people. At every single one that I went to, when they had a Q&A, or even when they didn't have a Q&A, somebody would stand up and ask about this issue, non-domiciled CDLs, and what FMCSA was going to do about it. And the folks that were there, really new into the job, a couple months, had essentially said, hey, hold on, we're looking at this issue. It's something that we're considering and trying to figure out how to address it. So in terms of timing, I would assume that they had listened to what people were saying there and are doing something here. But Transportation Secretary Duffy, in that announcement that you mentioned there, did say that he believes the trucking licensing system is being exploited. Again, that is something that I know a lot of truck drivers have been voicing their concerns about. So what this does, it essentially directs FMCSA to conduct a compliance review of states that are issuing these non-domiciled CDLs. Again, these are CDLs that are issued by a state to someone who is not a resident of that state. So there is some concern there that there may be some shenanigans going on, or maybe it's not, maybe not due diligence on some of these things.
My question to that, is there obviously, yes, people are probably abusing this because we're doing this, but why would someone need to get their CDL in a state that they aren't a resident in, or why would they?
That's a good question, and I think part of it is the place where they're operating, right? But again, I think the idea of this is that they're slipping maybe under the radar of some of these federal requirements and federal standards, and they're not being followed on the state level. So this audit is going to be the first step toward figuring out what's going on there, who's abusing the system. Are people abusing the system? And I think they're going to find out that probably there is some of that there. And
for sure.
What they do about that will be the next step that they take.
No pun intended, but we got some big news out of Texas.
Everything's bigger in
Texas.
Yeah, right. Dallas Cowboy fan over there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. This, I think, is a perfect example of, the semi-truck always getting the blame in a situation where, this kind of seemed obvious that it shouldn't get the blame, but this has been going on. This Werner verdict got overturned, but this has been a pretty big case.
Yeah, this was in connection with a 2014 crash, tragedy there. We had a 7-year-old killed, I think 3 others seriously injured. One child has permanent injuries, so a tragedy all around. But what happened after that was a jury awarded, or I guess ruled against Werner for about $100 million in a verdict there. Knowing at the time that the truck driver was really, this is like a wrong place, wrong time type of situation. It was a pickup truck that lost control on Interstate 20. They crossed the median. They hit this semi that, again, wrong place, wrong time. The truck driver, law enforcement said the truck driver did nothing wrong. There was nothing they could have done differently to, avoid this situation. Still, the jury did find that Werner was liable. They found them guilty despite doing nothing wrong. What we had recently here is the Texas Supreme Court looked at this case and essentially agreed with law enforcement and said, they didn't do anything wrong. The truck driver didn't. Werner didn't do anything wrong here. They couldn't have done anything differently, so they overturned the verdict. The question, I think, moving forward here is when we look at nuclear verdicts and we look at, again, like you said, the truck driver always seeming to have the
blame,
finger being pointed at them. Is this going to hopefully, maybe change some of these things in these states with tort reform or what have you in terms of looking at fault? And again, we know these carriers get, targeted and motor carriers get targeted because of the high insurance and the potential high paydays. So this is something, honestly, that's encouraging, I think, to see that the Supreme Court in Texas there looked at the situation, said, this is not right. What are we doing? And overturned it. So, I'll be curious to see how this may affect other cases down the line and if it's brought up again, which I assume it will be.
Yeah. Cross-border freight is down. We're kind of seeing the impact of the global tariffs in the cross-border freight numbers. Bureau of Transportation Statistics, they released the April numbers, right?
Yeah, April, down 9% across the board, largest decline since June of 2020. And as we both can remember, what was going on in June of 2020, that was a weird time for sure. The pandemic, obviously. Even U.S.-Mexico freight, which had been booming for quite a while now, was down 3.5% in April. Canadian freight was down 16%. And as you mentioned there, the timing kind of coincides with the Trump administration's tariffs going into effect. Economists who are out there, and I know Landline Magazine, our colleagues down there, have talked with quite a few as well. They're essentially saying that the uncertainty that's out there about the tariff situation is starting to have an effect there. We did see quite a bit of front loading to start the year as people kind of anticipated that the tariffs might be put into effect. So a lot of that freight has already come over in advance of this idea here. And looking forward, July 9th, President Trump had set that deadline for tariffs essentially going into full effect. He, I think, said the other day that will not be extended. So July 9th is going to be our next deadline day, our next day to look at next week to see, again, how this is going to affect everything out there. And a lot of questions are swirling about that. So we'll keep an eye on it.
I know we talked last week about the I-40 North Carolina-Tennessee border.
Yep.
We have an update on that.
Yeah, that stretch of roadway, same stretch that was shut down because of Hurricane Helene last year, did reopen. It was closed, I think, middle of June. It took about a week for repairs to be made there. But it's back open, one lane each direction at last check. Is what we're looking at there. So speeds, I think 35 miles per hour is the speed limit there. So it'll still be slow going, but at least there is a way to get around that other than the detours. Just a reminder to the National Park Service, reminding commercial drivers to stay off US 441 because it's not built for heavier vehicles. But some good news there, and we'll see, I'm sure they'll get that clear pretty soon.
Yeah. We've got the 4th of July coming up tomorrow.
Yeah. You got big plans?
Just your classic, barbecue,
Fireworks
swimming.
in the driveway?
You guys say grilling over here, don't you?
Grilling, yeah.
Grilling.
What do you say?
Barbecuing.
Barbecuing. People say barbecuing.
Okay, all
yeah.
right.
Grilling, barbecuing, yeah.
Just hanging out with the fam. What about you?
Yeah, we're gonna shoot some fireworks off. I think in the driveway. My son wants to do it.
Burning money.
Burning money, literally, quite literally burning money.
Literally burning
shooting
money.
it into the sky. Yeah. So we'll do a little bit of that. We'll do some. I think we'll do some grilling or barbecuing, as you might say as well. But for sure. We'd like to hear from you, too. We've mentioned the hotline a few times, 1-800-324-6856 if you want to talk about July 4th plans, you want to talk about non-domiciled CDLs, whatever may be on your mind, we'd like to hear from you. So give us a call when you can, and we'll try to get on the show. In the meantime, Colin Long of OID's Washington, D.C. office is up next, so stick around. Welcome back, and we are joined on the line by Colin Long of the OIDA's Washington, D.C. office. Colin, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. You got big plans for the 4th?
The 4th of July is one of the few holidays I remain in Washington, D.C. rather than go somewhere else because of all the holidays, it's probably the best one to be located in the nation's capital. So I plan to not do much of anything. I'm going to stay put.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, what is it like there?
Yeah. Well, we have a great fireworks display. And I happen to live on Capitol Hill, which is kind of like small town USA, believe it or not. And there's some block parties and everybody sticks around and it's got a good community vibe. And then we all watch the fireworks from our roofs or parked. And the neighbors tend to set off some of their own displays. So it turns out to be quite an event. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, it's been like a war zone in my neighborhood for the past few days with fireworks already going off.
Dog is panicked.
Yeah, that's always the rub, isn't it?
Yeah.
Speaking of Washington, D.C., Colin, we have been talking this past week about those 9 initiatives announced by Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. All 9 right in line with issues you've been fighting for or against in some cases here. Huge win for the association, an even bigger win, I think, for truckers. I think it's safe to say that. How high did you jump when you caught wind of this news coming down the pike?
Yeah, we're so conditioned in Washington to get a little bit of sour with the sweet. So when I was hearing the 9 rattled off in order, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, and when it never did, I think I was kind of beside myself, because it's not often where you come up with this list of priorities and an administration says, yeah, we can work on all of those. And that's really what happened. And I'm not one to brag, but on this one, I think I'm going to brag on behalf of OOIDA.
Please do. Yeah.
I mean, we've been advocating for, strongly advocating for 8 of these 9 items. The 9th being improvements to the driver resource page on FMCSA's website, which of course we're not going to object to. That's great as well. I wish we would have thought of that ourselves. But by and large, I mean, this reads like a list of OOIDA priorities that folks have been hearing for several years now. I mean, a lot of these items have been on the list of priorities since I came to OOIDA. So it's great to see movement on all of them. And I just want to be clear. I mean, we are celebrating. We are spiking the football in the end zone on this. But there's still work to be done on all these issues. There's only so much the administration can do within their regulatory boundaries to push the ball forward on a lot of these topics. We need Congress to backfill what the administration just isn't authorized to do. And I'm not saying they haven't gone to the ends of the earth to try and solve some of these issues. They certainly have. But we still have that requirement that Congress come in and take action to really deliver the grand slam we're looking for. But don't get me wrong, this is certainly a 3-run homer.
I was going to mix metaphors there, because I was going to say you can't dance in the end zone for too long, because it's a win, but the game's still going on at this point, right?
Here I am, a soccer player and soccer fan, making football and baseball references.
We'll get a soccer reference in here. We got some time. Don't worry.
I'm curious, how did you first catch wind of this? I know when we heard there might be an announcement, we were thinking one of these topics there might be some movement on them. We certainly didn't expect 9.
Yeah, and we weren't necessarily expecting these 9 either. I think having been in close contact, close communication with the administration about a few of these issues, we kind of got the impression something was bubbling up. But when they actually reached out and said, here's what we're planning to do, we were very pleasantly surprised that the list was as extensive as it is. And I mean, there's some things on here that are pretty specific to what OOIDA has been pushing for. Data queue reform, NCCDB modernization. Those are things that no other organization in Washington have kind of gone to that granular level to advocate on behalf of. So those I look at and I think those are quintessentially OOIDA victories. But let's not forget the fact that there are things in here like the speed limiter mandate withdrawal of the rulemaking. We certainly weren't alone in advocating for that, but without OOIDA, that wouldn't get done. We were by and large the leading voice to pull back on the speed limiter mandate. And within our industry, we were certainly champions, while other folks were muddying the waters and making things less clear for the administration. OOIDA's been saying loud and clear for years now, pull that back entirely. The Trump administration did it in their first term, and now they're coming back and burying it again. So the list is great. We are thrilled by the list. I mean, I could have given them a couple more things.
Yeah,
Don't
sure.
look a gift horse in the mouth. This is quite a horse. We're very pleased with what's going on.
And we do want to ask you that, I think, here in a little bit, as to what else, if there were another 9 things that came out, what would be on that list? But you can think about that for a moment. But the fact that this all came together, I mean, in terms of like Washington, D.C. time, this came together like in a flash, right? It's been about 5 months, I think, since this administration took office in late January. What does that tell you, right? That these changes, these 9 initiatives were put out there in a relatively short amount of time. I would imagine it tells you a few things about maybe the direction of where things are going.
Yeah, and I've kind of got 2 answers to this. One is we can't forget that the Trump administration, during its first 4 years, was on top of some of these things. I mentioned speed limiters, hours of service. If you remember, back in the first Trump term, they granted some requests that we had submitted for flexibility. They just couldn't go as far as we wanted to because they lacked the data to do it. Now they're coming back and saying, all right, well, that 3-hour pause that OOIDA pitched, let's actually run a pilot and see how it affects safety and see how it benefits drivers, and then we can potentially move forward with the rulemaking. Same goes for the split sleeper berth pilot program. So they're coming back to the things they couldn't accomplish in the first term, probably due to the pace of Washington, D.C., and they're trying to complete those initiatives. But at the same time, I mean, I look at things like data queue reform, NCCDB modernization, double brokering. If you recall, these are all items that Louis, our vice president, testified before Congress about this year. So between January and now, Louis spoke in the Senate about these topics, spoke in the House about these topics, and I think the administration was watching closely. Plus, you know, we've been advocating for these issues within FMCSA and with the Department of Transportation since they took power in January. So it's not like these are new items for them. And I think the overall bold approach to regulatory matters that this administration has taken, this lines up pretty well with that. They're doing things a little bit differently, and I think that this urgency that they have and their ability to pick up where they left off has resulted in some quick action. And don't get me wrong, I mean, there's still things we're going to be pushing for. Our work is not done, and our work is not done within this administration. There are other things we want to see them accomplish in the next couple of years. But what a way to start!
Yeah,
these
for sure.
Initiatives are pretty awesome.
Yeah, no, take that victory lap because you've earned it and the association's earned it. And again, I think, you know, we've talked about this is actually a bigger win for truck drivers because these are the things that are going to affect them on a daily basis. You mentioned Louis talking about these things on Capitol Hill. Actually, later on in the show, we're going to kind of listen to some of those things that Louis had talked about. These very issues that you mentioned here.
We have the receipts.
Yeah, exactly. We have the receipts.
Plenty.
Again, 9 initiatives. I think as I look at the list, you know, some of them kind of stand out a little bit more to me, just I think in terms of impact on the greatest number of people. Is there one issue on here that maybe excited you more than another or surprised you? I'm just trying to imagine you as that list is kind of coming out and you're seeing it, you know, which one kind of had your eyes popping out of your head?
You know, I'm a sucker for the speed limiter mandate being rescinded just because that has driven me crazy for years. And no matter how hard we advocate, and we've made progress on the speed limiter mandate, we've been just waiting for a breakthrough. And I think this is our breakthrough. And I actually think this goes great lengths. I mean, here, let's boil this down. The speed limiter mandate is off the agenda for the next 3.5 years. I think truckers can breathe a sigh of relief, and they hopefully can say, thank you, OIDA, for delivering that victory.
Yeah.
But it also sets us up really well on Capitol Hill to prevent any future administrations from imposing the speed limit mandate as well. Don't forget, we have bills in both the House and the Senate that say DOT will not move forward with speed limit mandates. So in order to do so under future administrations or future Congresses, it has to take an act of Congress to do it. And let's not forget, I mean, that's how we ended up with ELDs. The ELD mandate is something that Congress, in their infinite wisdom, thought would improve safety. So it's not unheard of that a future Congress will come back and tell a future administration to move forward with a speed limiter mandate. But this, coupled with hopefully activity on Capitol Hill, will make that extremely difficult. And I think that's the type of victory that our members expect from OIDA. And I think that's the type of victory they've been looking for a number of years, because this speed limiter mandate has been real frustrating. And I think, if I'm being honest, and if our members are being honest, I think they'll agree with me that we put enough stink on the speed limiter mandate that the Biden administration was never going to move forward.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between never moving forward and actually rescinding the rulemaking. And actually rescinding the rulemaking gives us power on Capitol Hill to come in and say, all right, let's bury this thing once and for all. So we've gotten a great victory on speed limiters that I am very much proud of our team, proud of our work as a coalition, bringing others in to fight this. Because if you remember, I mean, some of the safety advocacy groups, some large carriers and their organizations in Washington were pushing for these things. Frankly, that's how we ended up with an ELD mandate, and we weren't going to let that happen again with speed limiters. So we really went to great lengths to put together a coalition led by OIDA to fight this, and now we've hit the jackpot with the Trump administration pulling back on it and setting us up for success on Capitol Hill, hopefully in the form of a highway bill later this year.
You missed 2 opportunities there, Colin. You could have said you had a free shot on goal, and could have brought your soccer thing in there, and you hit it. And then also fightingfortruckers.com is the place to go, right, if you want to push these bills ahead. We've got one in the Senate, one in the House, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've reached out to our champions in the House and the Senate and said, hey, guys, look what the administration did. Hopefully this energizes you to make sure this gets included in the highway bill, and they are right there with us. So
Yeah.
We have high hopes for that, and we've got really significant players pushing for it in the form of Representative Burkeen and Senator Daines in the House and the
Yep.
Senate. Hopefully they're able to get this done. I think we took one step closer to that reality with this announcement last week.
Can I ask you about these pilot programs related to hours of service? Because when I look at the list, this is one that I think has, I guess, quite a bit of potential maybe for kind of changing mindsets and changing maybe where we're going here, right? Because we've got one pilot program that would allow truckers to pause their clock for up to 3 hours. The second would allow additional split sleeper berth options, including 6-4 and 5-5 splits. When I see that, I see some promise, or I see some potential. What do you see?
I agree. I think the Trump administration would have done that if they had the data to support it 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever it was. I think they're coming back and trying to finish the work that they weren't capable of getting done in the last administration just because they ran out of time. So we applaud them for that. And I want to reinforce the fact that this type of flexibility is being proposed by drivers. I mean, it's coming from drivers. They told us, hey, what about a 3-hour pause to let us handle traffic, or if we need to take a nap, or any sort of issue that would arise that would prevent them from being able to complete all their work within 14 hours. The root of these proposals and the root of this progress is firmly on the backs of truckers. I mean, they're the reason we're getting this. The amount of comments the administration received during the first effort to provide flexibility in hours of service was overwhelming. That I think the administration came back and they said, we have firm ground to move forward on this because the truckers have our back, and we certainly do. And I mean, this is not a total victory yet. I mean, they are moving towards a victory, but if you're reading the tea leaves, they're moving in the right direction, and they clearly want to go steps further to provide flexibility to drivers, which we certainly welcome. And we're going to work with them over the next 3.5 years to get this done. And hopefully the pilot program will demonstrate that, what we've been saying all along, giving drivers control and more flexibility is a solution to improving safety. It's not going to deter from safety. For far too long, I mean, you've been hearing me say this for years, folks in Washington, D.C. haven't been treating truckers like the experts they are in highway safety. And finally, I think they have been elevated to that level where a trucker can come in and say, here's an idea of ways to improve safety that gives me more control and flexibility. And then we have an administration saying, let's try that because clearly everything else isn't working. I shouldn't laugh.
Yeah.
But we've tried the equipment. We've tried the mandates. We've tried the technology. It's not working. Let's give truckers the power to make decisions knowing that they have safety as one of their core principles because it benefits their own well-being, but also their business.
For sure.
Now, I know Scott asked you earlier to be kind of thinking about this. Thinking of a wish list, what else would you like to see?
Broker transparency. Our petition for broker transparency is still working its way through the regulatory process. And frankly, I think if you remember, the Trump administration reopened the public comment period when they took over in January. So that kind of delayed things. I don't think they were prepared to move on broker transparency last week with this announcement, but it's certainly still a priority for us. We applaud them for taking double brokering seriously, but we also want to see broker transparency. And that's something that will remain a regulatory priority for us over the next 3.5 years, probably longer than that, unless the administration does move forward with our recommendations and our petition. But I think that's something we will continue to discuss with them moving forward.
Well, and they're listening. I mean, I think that's pretty clear from what we saw last week, which is encouraging. And as you pointed out, truck drivers out there continue to reach out to your lawmakers and anyone who will listen basically about these issues and many others as well. Colin, we congratulate you again and your colleagues there in the Washington, D.C. office for all your hard work. And it takes a team, though. It takes everyone at AWIDA and all of our members to get this done. So I will share the victory lap with everyone. I was going to say, that's your post-game press conference there. There's no I in team, Colin. That's right. But there is an I in Colin. Colin, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good. Thank you.
That was Colin Long of OIDA's Washington, D.C. office. Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. We just finished, Ashley, that great talk with Colin Long, who is, I think, quite literally over the moon about the movement we're seeing there at the U.S. Department of Transportation.
And as he pointed out, I mean, these are issues OOIDA has been bringing up for years.
Yes.
And as promised, we, of course, have the receipts. We're going to take a look back at the ways in which the association has been pushing on these very issues.
It shouldn't have come as too big a shock. It's late May in Austin, Texas, and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is just getting done with a news conference announcing stricter enforcement of English proficiency standards. Shortly after that, he's inside the OIDA tour truck telling us the move is merely the first step of many he has planned for the benefit of the trucking industry.
And I would just tell you to stay tuned because we're working through it and trying to be smart. And but by the way, I do appreciate the comments and feedback because it's not just a complaint. Oftentimes, I'll get ideas on why don't you do it this way? Why don't you think about it like this from the industry? And I think that's really important. People who don't just bitch about a problem will also go, here's a way I think you could solve this problem as well, which I appreciate.
We didn't have to stay tuned for all that long. About a month after that trip to Austin, Secretary Duffy and the USDOT announcing 9 initiatives aimed at improving your lives on the road. 9 initiatives that the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been advocating for, in some cases for years or even decades. And as Ashley said, we brought the receipts.
Take, for example, truck parking. Only 1 spot for every 11 trucks leaves many forced to park on the side of highways or to ignore their hours of service, something OOIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh detailed during a March hearing in the U.S. House.
This has been a problem my entire career, and it's kind of crisis stage now. Lots of folks out there, I know they see these big warehouses and gas stations and all these different places where drivers can park, or they think that drivers can park, I guess would be the better statement. Unfortunately, a lot of these places and businesses do not allow this. Some, it's who owns the land, it's the real estate company. Some is just policy. I have drivers who go to places, they sit there for 6-8 hours waiting to get unloaded. They run out of hours, and then the place where they deliver kick them off the property, tell them they have to leave. They'll explain, and I've had this happen to myself. I'm out of hours. There's nowhere else I can't drive. Well, we don't know what to tell you because you're not parking here. So this is a real problem, and this is why we need parking.
The USDOT announced $275 million in grant funding to expand truck parking availability to help meet that need. $180 million of that will go to the I-4 corridor in Florida to add 917 new truck parking spaces. The money is a good start, but it'll take an act of Congress to get real momentum. Back in 2020, OOIDA helped Representative Mike Bost of Illinois craft the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, which includes $755 million to expand truck parking nationwide. At last check, that bill has 41 co-sponsors from both sides of the aisle. In the Senate, Senator Cynthia Lummis is leading the charge in a similar bill, which has yet to be reintroduced during this session of Congress.
While the lack of available truck parking remains a constant pain in the backside of drivers, the prospect of yet another mandate has been a recurring one in recent years. Floated by the Obama administration in 2016 and then again by the Biden administration 5 years later, this idea of putting a speed limiter mandate into effect keeps popping up, but the Trump administration has shelved the issue once again. OOIDA's message has been firm and clear from the start, and Pew delivered it to lawmakers on Capitol Hill time and time again. This exchange is from a hearing in the House in 2023.
For one, it's going to create a speed differential across the country, and which, as someone who's driven truck, I lived in a state that had split speed limit for years and years and years. It does create unsafety. It creates lots more interactions between trucks and cars. First of all, it creates a lot of upset other car drivers. I'm sure we've all taken a trip somewhere across this country and got behind a couple of trucks. It takes 8 or 10 miles to pass one past the other, and a lot of times those trucks are speed limited. There is all kinds of research and studies out there that show that when traffic all travels the same speed, it's much safer for everyone, all the motoring public.
The speed limiter issue may be dead for now, but it can always be revived. That is, unless Congress acts. 2 bills in both chambers of Congress right now would prohibit FMCSA from pushing a speed limiter mandate forward again.
While limiting a truck's speed has been a concern, so has a limit on flexibility for a driver to decide whether it's safe for them to be on the road. The DOT is now calling for a pair of pilot programs. One would allow truckers to pause their clock for up to 3 hours, while the other would allow additional split sleeper berth options like 6-4 or 5-5 splits, something Pew asked for during a House hearing back in March and took the opportunity to plug a bill that would give truckers the right to overtime pay.
More flexibility in hours of service would be very helpful, and also an elimination of a rule, and that's the elimination of the overtime exemption for driver pay, because that was put in like 1938. I think it's a little dated. Truckers should be paid for all the time that they work. They give away 20, 30 hours a week plus. Probably that would do better at managing speeds and a lot of other safety-related things that we talk about here and rules that we try to make. But a lot of these things we don't like to do because they're hard.
Modifications to the 14-hour limit went into effect in 2020. OOIDA has been calling for changes to the way drivers can operate ever since.
If you run into a problem on the road with coercion or fraud or generally unsafe practices, who do you call? It's supposed to be the National Consumer Complaint Database, but the system has its flaws. Aside from the clunky name, which advertises no ties to trucking, OOIDA has long maintained that the database is unresponsive to complaints.
Congress must also use its oversight to ensure existing programs can help prevent fraud are better prioritized. This includes improving FMCSA's National Consumer Complaint Database, or NCCDB, which OOIDA has advocated for years.
Transportation Secretary Duffy has now promised an overhaul as part of this new initiative. What that looks like remains to be seen.
The agency is also looking at data queue and how it operates. For years, OOIDA has been advocating for reform. Louis Pugh testified in March that this system is supposed to provide carriers and drivers a fair way to challenge potentially incorrect citations or FMCSA data. However, not only is this not done in a timely manner, those challenges are oftentimes determined by the same person who issued the initial violation, which creates a conflict of interest. The agency announced grant funding to ensure proper due process for drivers with a goal of impartiality, timeliness, and fairness of the data review process.
Two quick ones now as part of this new initiative. First, changes are coming to FMCSA's driver resource page, which is designed to provide truck drivers with important information about many of OOIDA's core issues, such as entry-level driver training. The agency planning to upgrade its digital tools to provide better support for drivers and to make the tools mobile accessible. And second, the rumors you may have heard about plans to scrap the pre-2000 engine exemption for electronic logging devices. Forget about those. The USDOT said in a release that the exemption will remain in place, despite what you may have heard.
The ongoing issue of double brokering was addressed in the 9 initiatives. The agency says it's renewed its focus on unlawful double brokering, something Pugh detailed back in March at a hearing.
Several OIDA members have lost their entire business after falling prey to the single case of freight fraud. This is not a hyperbole. It only takes one scam to completely ruin a small trucking business. The first step Congress must take to improve this condition is passing Senate Bill 337, which is a bipartisan legislation introduced by Senators Fisher and Duckworth. This bill, which is supported by a wide variety of industry stakeholders, gives the Federal Motor Carrier Administration the authority to level civil penalties against fraudsters. It also requires brokers to register with a physical address. This is something carriers have had to do for years, and it's a minor change that could have a major impact on protecting motor carriers.
And finally, a blanket statement here, a goal more than anything else, really, to eliminate needless regulations in the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulations Handbook and anywhere else they may exist. Secretary Duffy made clear that this is a priority for him and the Trump administration moving forward. And as he pointed out to us during that conversation in Austin in May, he's looking for feedback whenever and wherever he can get it.
Your industry has a friend in DOT. I look forward to partnerships. And again, I think we come up with great ideas, but I do think, from industry, great ideas percolate there as well. And so when those ideas come up, it's a two-way street. You should share them with us. So just don't comment on our ideas. Share your ideas, share best practices, share ideas with us on what you think we should be thinking about. Or if we're thinking about something and you think, yeah, I'm happy you're thinking about it, but if you just thought about it a little bit differently, you'd be far more successful. That's the partnership that actually gives us better results.
Scott, we'll definitely be following these initiatives. There's a lot to dig into, but definitely over the weeks, the months, and I'm sure years to come, we'll be following this closely.
And more to come, too. I think this is, again, just the first step in big plans that they have. So we'll continue to monitor this and see where it leads us, but encouraging stuff all around, I think, for the most part. And with that, we've got to take a very, very, very quick break, but Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
Welcome back. As we wind down and head into the 4th of July, we got a few things to chat about. With a long weekend ahead, there's a few things going on, including a little bit of relief at the pumps.
Yeah, this couldn't... I sound like I'm obsessed or
yes,
kind of fixated on fuel prices.
More than the average person, probably.
Maybe. Well, yeah, I suppose maybe. But yeah, good news, I think, from the Energy Information Administration. They put out their weekly report. The most recent one for diesel, which had been spiking, I think 32 cents or something like that over the previous 3 weeks, actually went down last week by about a nickel to $3.72 a gallon. Where I think we're seeing some relief there from some of the tensions that have been eased a little bit in the Middle East. Obviously, they are still there. But this is, I think, a byproduct of that to a degree. The thing I think that matters for a lot of Americans who are spending this holiday weekend traveling is that gas prices also went down by about
Yeah.
the same amount,
That's
by about a
welcome, I'm
nickel.
sure.
Yeah, 3.16 a gallon is the average there. So good news as we approach this holiday weekend. I know a lot of people are going to be on the road.
Yeah.
I imagine they're going to be pretty packed this year with everything going on. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
always
usually
good when that goes down before a holiday as opposed to the other direction, for
Yeah,
sure.
a
Yeah.
busy travel holiday is
Yeah,
that.
good news there.
Of course, a long weekend, lots of fun to be had. However, not the time to let your guard down. CargoNet, we usually hear from them when a long weekend is approaching because theft goes up during those. One thing that I had read about this that I thought was interesting is July 1st and 3rd are actually the highest days of theft
For cargo theft.
for cargo theft
Okay.
because they get what they want, but then the trailer's sitting for the whole long weekend. And so it's
Right.
even harder to know when when things got stolen and whatnot.
Yeah,
Which I
because if
thought
they
was
hit it,
interesting.
they hit it at the beginning.
Yeah,
It's going to be
it's
sitting
gonna
there for a
sit
few
there.
days, and they're long gone. And those products, whatever they may have stolen, are probably long gone by that point too. So
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, CargoNet always puts these alerts out, and I think they've gotten more and more not alarmist, but more and more intense. I think over the past few years, especially as we've seen cargo
Yeah,
theft
kind of
rates
rise and
rise is like
Yeah.
the mild way to put it. They've been like skyrocketing. I
Yeah.
can't remember the percentages. I don't have them in front of me.
They've definitely
But
gone up.
yeah, they've gone up
And it's
massively.
you
Yeah.
think like whenever I hear someone's like vehicle got stolen, I'm like, well, was the door unlocked? Was the keys in it? Some of these situations with these thefts, like there have been some protections in place, but I mean these thieves they're good.
There's only so much you can do,
Yeah.
you know. I mean, if someone's determined to get in, they're probably going to find a way in if they have the time to do it. Obviously,
Yeah.
you know, they say, back up to a loading dock or back up to a wall or some sort of
to make it
fixed.
a little bit harder.
Yeah, obviously, lock everything up, and if you can have somebody around that area, keep an
be
eye
good.
on it.
Check
That's
on it.
always ideal too. But with these things, it's not always an easy thing to do.
Mhm.
Especially if you're hauling to an area that doesn't have somebody hanging out
Yeah.
or some sort of yard or something. But yeah, the thieves are going to get their hands on whatever they can get their hands on, and they seem like they're so organized these days too.
Yeah.
Um,
Some of the things
yeah.
that Cargo Net said that are kind of popular items to be stolen, non-alcoholic beverages, like I think
Sodas and energy drinks.
energy drinks.
Yeah.
Those are a big one. Vehicle accessories, tires, automotive parts, computer electronics, and major appliances. Which, like, you've got to be
You got to be dedicated if
you
you're
gotta
hauling
be dedicated
a
'cause
refrigerator.
Who wants to do that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're making money off it.
Yeah, I can't remember. We've talked with CargoNet over the years too about the different items, and it's interesting to see which items are hot at any given
yeah.
time. But the energy drink thing that's been a thing for
That's
a while
been popular,
now.
yeah. And I guess I don't understand how they sell those.
Oh, don't play coy, Ashley. We know you're we know you're involved.
But I guess, I mean, you go on Amazon. People can sell stuff on Amazon and stuff, can't they?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think they're selling them to whoever
Yeah.
basically will buy them, and there's so many different places now that you can do that. Yeah, I don't have any
dabble in
insight
that?
into the criminal enterprise
Right.
over there, but yeah, anybody listening, obviously, you are well aware of the cargo theft threat that's out there. So just try and be as smart as you can. Take those precautions. But yeah, unfortunately, they're going to hit a lot of people probably this weekend, and we'll be talking about it next week or the week
Yeah.
after when we get those numbers in for sure.
Yep. And it wouldn't be a little 4th of July coverage if we didn't talk about hot dogs.
Hot dogs. It's a hot dog corner.
Colorado, this week, there was a rollover crash, no injuries.
Good.
Happened on Highway 69. The guy was hauling a load of frozen hot dogs, other frozen products. What I thought was neat about this is law enforcement acted fast, obviously. Got the haul, which couldn't be sold anymore because of the
Yeah.
rollover crash. Got it frozen and ended up handing it out to the community.
Oh,
That was
frozen
kinda cool.
frozen hot dogs.
Frozen hot dogs.
They were not. I would assume they were not hot dogs that like rolled off of
I think they were in the
trailer.
package.
They were still in the packages.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. In that case, that'd be all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw somewhere that hot dogs. I can't remember precisely, but like this is the hot dog
Oh, yeah.
holiday.
Yeah.
which makes sense, you know,
Yeah.
because everybody's grilling out, barbecuing, as you said
Barbecuing.
earlier.
Yeah.
Right? Is that the term they use in Canada?
I mean, it's a term that I would say that I've been corrected on from like my
Oh,
American husband. He's like,
yeah.
it's grilling, not barbecuing.
Yeah.
But
I
I think,
mean,
we
I
would say
think barbecuing's fine.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
your hot dog knowledge, we're going to be polishing up on that in a few minutes.
Oh,
We
okay.
get some trivia. But yeah, I thought that was cool. But mentioning like things, you know.
Wait, my hot dog knowledge, is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. I don't know how much knowledge I have of hot dogs.
Well, we'll find out.
I guess we're going to find out. All right. This is news to me. All right. Exciting.
When you see these like rollover crashes and the products in them, I think a lot of times they can't be sold, right?
Correct. Yes.
So this is just something I thought of growing up. I grew up near a large trucking company in Canada, and they used to have like a little like store that I remember going to that they would like sell the stuff that like their trucks were hauling.
Quote unquote fell off the back of a truck. I have news for you, Ashley. That was not a legitimate enterprise.
I remember this as a kid. I don't know
How
if they still
convenient.
do
These
it.
just rolled off the
And
back of a
they probably
truck.
can't
Wow.
still- yeah.
No, so they were getting, it was like overstock or
Well, it's just stuff that I think like, yeah. when
literally
they-
fell off a truck.
Well, no. Well, they'd have like a, I don't know, rollover crash of some sort. Couldn't be sold.
Oh.
So then the products, they weren't damaged. Or they
What-
weren't all damaged.
I have some serious questions about this
Well-
company and the legitimacy of it. Hey, I'm sure they're doing
They
it.
don't do it anymore.
Okay.
And I don't think it was illegal or anything.
No,
This was several years ago. I will premise
I
it.
do not want to
Things have
imply that
probably
it was
changed.
illegal, but I have very many questions about that. When you say that, it reminds me of the, hey, you know, if we got this fell off the back of
yeah.
a truck, you know, and you kind of wink know where it's come from. But yeah, okay, they're legitimate.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And they don't do it anymore. So.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
That's good. Good to know. I guess maybe. Yeah. Why aren't they doing it anymore? If anyway, I have a lot of
Maybe
questions.
we'll reach out.
I'm gonna do a deep Google search.
Dive into it.
Yeah. After this. Yeah.
Well, keeping with our 4th of July theme, this is actually a bit of a scarier story. However, I did read there's no immediate reports of injuries, thankfully.
Good.
An explosion at a warehouse in North
Carolina.
California.
Oh, California.
California. I
Okay.
have Northern Carolina.
There is a North
I know,
Carolina. Yeah.
But no, I think it's California.
Yeah. Northern California. Yep.
That stored fireworks. And the
Mhm.
video of this.
Oh, they got set off
Yeah.
by something. I haven't seen
Well, the
the
whole
video.
thing blew. Oh,
yeah.
my gosh.
There was one in like Mexico, I want to say like 10 years ago
Mm-hmm.
or something, that I remember that going viral. And unfortunately, I do think people were injured in that one and maybe seriously hurt. But it's incredible when you see it, just the scope of it.
Yeah. Well, go watch this video.
Yeah, Northern Now you
California,
got me
Northern
mixed
California.
up.
Yeah, it's
Northern
in California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good news there. Nobody injured for sure. But,
Yeah, for sure. People
yeah.
are urged to avoid the site because of the heat, and then obviously more fireworks, the fear of them going off.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised it doesn't happen more
often.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is under investigation.
Yeah.
So we'll see what comes
yeah.
of that.
Glad nobody was hurt, though. That's
Yeah.
the important thing there.
Time to unveil your hot dog knowledge.
Is this we're doing a hot dog challenge for
Well, it's not-
July
no,
4th?
no, it's not. Okay, we've got some.
Yeah,
4th
explain
We've got
explain
some
the rules here.
4th of July trivia, which
4th
has
of July
obviously
trivia. Okay.
some hot dog
Okay.
fun in here. So yeah, I'm going to ask you these questions. See if you know the answers. If you don't, it's fine.
I do not have any faith that I'm going to get these right. Do not put
I
your
can try to
expectations
give you
very
some
low.
hints.
Okay, I might need a hint. Let me see what you got.
Okay, first question. Which city hosted the first official Independence Day celebration on July 4th, 1777?
Well, considering the date, I would guess Philadelphia. That's where the Declaration of Independence was signed.
That is impressive, Scott. I think you're going to actually do way better
All
at this
right.
than you're
Was that-
letting
I was
on.
right.
Yeah, you were
Philadelphia.
correct. It is
Okay.
Philadelphia.
Well,
Yep.
yeah, that makes sense. 1 year after they signed the Declaration of Independence,
I would
they
have
celebrated.
bombed this.
See,
no
we
pun
were
intended.
talking about this the other day. You are a U.S. citizen as well.
Yes.
You
Yep.
took the
Dual
test.
citizen, yeah.
You had 100 questions that, you know,
You had to have 10 of them right. Yeah.
you had to have 10. You had 100 questions to study.
Yep.
They would give you 10 of them. You had to get 6 right. I
Yeah.
think this was not one of the questions. Apparently,
This was not. No, I actually can remember one of the questions. Who was the president during World War I?
Who was the president
Yeah.
during World War I? Was that Wilson?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
Woodrow Wilson.
So that was
yeah.
one of the questions I always
Okay.
remembered. So
All right, there you go. That's not on this quiz.
It
though.
is not,
Okay.
no.
Well, I got that one right too.
You
for the
did,
record,
yes.
yeah.
I think you're gonna
Although I
do
was not confident at all.
well at this.
as you can tell. Okay, I'm ready. Number 2.
First state to declare the 4th of July a state holiday.
Oh, I guess I'll stick with our Philadelphia theme and go with Pennsylvania.
You would be incorrect.
No, not Pennsylvania. What is it?
I'll let you have another guess.
Oh, okay.
It's near
one of the 13 colonies,
Pennsylvania?
Massachusetts.
yes.
All right, there
Good
you
job.
go. All right.
Look at you go.
I get
Okay.
half a point for that
Yeah, half a point. Yeah, that's true. Okay, now we're getting into
one. No
the
hot dog questions
well,
yet. Okay, now there are. Okay,
There
I'm
are
ready.
now. Nathan's hot dog eating contest has happened
Yeah.
on each Independence Day since 1972.
Yeah.
Where does the competition take place?
Oh, that's on oh gosh, Staten Island? No.
Close.
Long Island. No.
Starts with a C, island.
Coney Island,
There
of
you
course.
go.
I knew that. I should have known that.
According to the
That is not a pleasant
oh
experience.
gosh, oh no.
Like
No,
they
that is
televise
not-
it and people go, so I guess people enjoy it. I am not one of those people.
That is
I
not
cannot.
something I would want to watch,
No.
attend.
I know Joey Chestnut. I think is returning this year. I read somewhere he's like
Ugh.
he's the man when it comes.
There
to
are some
that.
things I would want to be known for. I don't think that's one of them.
Hey, fame can come in
Yeah.
any number of ways,
Sure.
I guess. But yeah, so that's not on your not on your wish list.
No.
All right.
According to the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council,
Okay.
which
That
who knew
sounds
that was
made
a
up,
thing?
but okay. I guess
Roughly,
that makes
how
makes
many
sense.
hot dogs are eaten on the 4th of July?
Oh my gosh! In the United States of America,
I believe so.
I don't even know how to even estimate this. I'm going to go with
It's in the millions.
10 million.
150.
150 million.
Mhm.
Yeah, I went way too low.
Yeah.
150 million. So the population of the U.S. is what, like 350 million, something like that. So each person is eating half a hot
Half a
dog.
hot dog.
I guess there's some people obviously who are, but yeah.
Well,
okay.
and the people at this
150 million. That's a lot of
hot dog
dogs.
eating competition are probably
That's
eating
true. That's probably about
more.
2 or 3 million of that
Yeah.
total for sure. Yeah.
Let's see. According to the National Retail Federation, how much money are they expected to spend on average for food on the 4th of July
Yes,
this year?
I don't like these questions. I have no idea. $88.
Okay, that's not bad. 93.
93. Okay.
According to the American Pyrotechnics Association,
Okay.
how much did Americans spend on fireworks in 2023?
Okay.
It was more, a lot more
A lot more than
the hot dogs. eaten.
300 million.
2.3 billion.
$2.3 billion on
Expensive.
fireworks.
Yes, burning money.
Wow.
As I've said.
Quite literally, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of money.
Last question. What is the largest 4th of July fireworks display in the United States?
Oh, is it in, oh gosh, I don't know. I'll guess New York City.
You would be correct.
Oh, really? Okay.
The Macy's 4th of July fireworks.
Ah, yes.
They've got the 4th of July and they have Thanksgiving.
They have the holiday market
They do.
covered.
They've done
Or
well.
at least they're trying to. Yeah. Yeah, that's smart. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. I didn't do as badly as I thought I was going to do.
No, you definitely did.
Happy 4th of July to everybody
that was
out there.
good.
Hope you get to enjoy it with some fireworks and hot dogs.
Yeah.
One of those 150 million hot dogs that are going to
150
be
million.
consumed. For
Maybe
sure.
more.
We will be back next week, obviously, with new shows. In the meantime, we're going to celebrate the 4th of July holiday by eating hot dogs, watching the hot dog eating contest
I'm
on
not
TV.
wasting my money on fireworks, but
And you can come over. We're going to shoot some off. I think we're going to go buy some here this evening. So,
burning money.
hey, it's an experience and it's a memory. So there you go. Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate everybody listening as always. As we wrap up another edition of Trucking with OOIDA. Lots more to come next week.
Yes.
For Ashley Blackford, I'm Scott Thompson, and we will hopefully see you again soon. Have a great weekend and stay safe out there. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait, did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.